One frightened and fainted netizen. Celestial Master Shaolin. Parallel worlds. Southwest China Qinglong Town. Castle Peak Village. The summer night was dry and hot, without a trace of cool breeze. Brothers, sisters, this is my last stop on this outdoor journey. The direction and route we randomly chose, which took 2 months, is finally coming to an end. There's a courtyard in front of. Let's go and ask if we can stay for a night. I've heard that the watermelons here in Castle Peak Village are very famous, so let's at least buy one and try it out. This is a female netizen wearing a Chinese dress. Through the fruit forest halfway up the hill to the mountain, the 2 quadrangle courtyards in front of her eyes made her instantly light up, and she couldn't wait to walk over. Is anyone there? The female netizen gently knocked on the door. However, she found that the door was false and there was not a single echo. It was pitch black, as if the devil was hiding in the dark. And at this moment, a pop-up screen crossed the live broadcast screen. Anchor beware. This place is so weird. There shouldn't be a ghost, right? Hiss. Legendary mountain village has ghosts? Ha ha. Anchor, look behind you. Ghosts are coming. Ghost ah. This crossing scene immediately made the female netizen roll her white eyes. You nasty guys. Don't talk nonsense. Where are the ghosts? Let's believe in science. Let's go in and take a look. With that, she shouted softly while walking inside. Being used to outdoor live broadcasts, she never believed in ghosts and gods. However, the moment she crossed the courtyard and arrived in front of the main gate, she suddenly saw a blur. A white figure appeared out of thin air. Black hair to cover the face. Feet do not touch the ground. Ear more directly out of a burst of strange female laughter. Jia jia jia. You came. Sure. Welcome ah. All of a sudden, the female net read creepy. Double pass instantly wide open. Ah. Ghost ah. Screaming, she simply fainted and fell under this roof. The live screen was in an uproar. There really is a ghost? Oh my god. Anchor, wake up. Quickly call the police. What is this place again? Right, Qinglong Town, Castle Peak Village. Hurry up and call the police, or the female ghost will eat people. At the same time, in front of a grave at the back of this Castle Peak Village, the surroundings were dark, and the only thing that was there was the paper money in front of Shaolin that was constantly burning and emitting curls of green smoke. This green smoke was very straight, as if it could pierce the sky and reach the ninth heaven. Old master, today is your death anniversary. I've come to drink a few cups with you, to tell you the good news. I became a heavenly master more than half a year ago, and also that system that I mentioned to you before. Now it's suddenly silent, saying that I have to wait for some chance for me to restart and upgrade it. Hey, forget it, you old guy couldn't even use a cell phone before, much less know about this. So what? Let's get drunk today. What do you say? I toast you. Shaolin opened a piece of 6-grain liquid that had long been prepared, took out a bottle and poured it in front of the old man's tombstone, and another bottle, then gulped a few mouthfuls of it himself. By the way, old man, I plan to stay at home in the future and keep you company. What? You old codger must be very happy, right? Saying this, Shaolin's eyes turned a little red as he looked at the black and white photo on the tombstone, as if the person in it was smiling at him. Growing up, he was an orphan who didn't know his parents. Relying on the village's relief and his grandfather's care, he was able to go to school normally like other children. Who would have thought that on the night Shaolin got the notice from the university, the old man suddenly passed away, and it has been 8 years since. As for the system, it appeared when the grandfather was in the ground. You can get soul points to exchange for things by beheading or transcending in souls. During the university period, he took advantage of the vacation to travel around, and made a notorious but often unknown reputation. A total of more than 7 years before and after graduation, he finally became a celestial master with the help of the system. But on the very day he became a celestial master, the system suddenly fell silent, and Shaolin decided to come back to Castle Peak Village when he couldn't find that so-called chance with half a year's time. For one thing, Castle Peak Village was his home, and the anniversary of the old master's death was approaching. Secondly, there seemed to be a voice in the underworld urging him to come back as well. This night, Shaolin had been accompanying the old master to talk about his heart, and the 6-grain liquid in his hand had never been put down. As he was already a celestial master, he would not feel any discomfort after drinking so much wine. The next morning, the golden sunlight slowly spread from the side of the mountain, gradually enveloping the entire land. It's dawn. Old master, I'll go back first. Here are your favorite cigarettes and wine. Drink slowly. I'll come back to see you when I have time. It's close now anyway. Saying that, Shaolin gently wiped the black and white photo on the tombstone a few times and turned towards his home on another mountain. That was the place where he had lived since he was a child. Originally, it was just a very ordinary and dilapidated small compound, but when he returned a month ago, Shaolin spent a huge amount of money to hire someone to remodel it into a 2-entry courtyard. In addition to remodeling his own compound, Shaolin also specifically went to the village committee and donated $50 million to build roads for the village as well as improve the lives of the widows and orphans. As for where the money came from, the compensation he received for solving for people during his college travels made the figure in his bank card reach as much as 9 digits. Dalin, went to honor your grandfather. Ha, come over to Damsel's house for dinner sometime. Dalin, got a girlfriend? Not yet. Ha, you have to hurry. Dalin, on the way home, he met quite a few villagers. All of them were laughing and smiling, and Shaolin responded with a smile one by one. To him, Castle Peak Village was a big family. Everyone was his family. It could be said that he had eaten from every family in the village since he was a child. Gratitude was always deep in his heart. Meow. Just as he pushed open the door, a white light flashed and pounced directly into Shaolin's arms. This was a white cat that looked quite a bit fatter than an ordinary house cat, with extremely soulful eyes, as if it could speak. Adopted unintentionally 2 years ago during his training in the Northeast, after Shaolin's feeding it was already primed with spirituality, and at the same time, it had the ability to communicate with yin and yang, and visualize thousands of things. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Meow. What? Someone came? And you even fainted? Meow. Okay, I'll go take a look. Shaolin had no choice but to follow Xiaobai to the eaves of a house, and saw a young woman in a Chinese dress collapse there. There was also a live pole on the side, as well as a cell phone with the screen lit up and a rechargeable treasure. After Xiaobai's description, this woman came last night, and I don't know how to cross the mid-mountain misty array to come here. Then this mischievous little guy directly transformed into a white female ghost and scared her unconscious. Quickly look, someone is coming. Is this the owner of that cat? Hiss, what a handsome brother. I declare I'm in love. Husband, marry me. I want to give you a monkey. Hey, you guys pay attention. This is my husband. Stop it. The anchor isn't even awake yet. Who knows if this is a bad guy, or a wolf? Maybe it's in league with the female ghost in white that the anchor saw last night. Are there really ghosts in this world? Didn't we call the police? Why haven't the constables arrived yet? Anchor, wake up. Shaolin swept his cell phone screen and immediately frowned. Nebula Live? Female Netflix? He casually waved his hand and his cell phone directly shut down. Not good. This guy is going to lay his hands on the anchor. This is Castle Peak Village in Qinglong Town. Quickly hurry and call the police again. The netizens were also more anxious when they saw the screen go black, so the police calls over here in Qinglong Town started ringing non-stop. Meow. Alright, I'll take a look first. Don't scare people like that in the future, Xiaobai urged, and Shaolin cried and laughed. You little fellow, in the future, without my permission, don't be allowed to scare people like that, otherwise don't blame me for locking you up in the small dark room. Shaolin gave a burst of output, while Little White shrunk into a ball by his leg, with a well-behaved look. You've always gone in one ear and out the other. Forget it, let's see the people first. Just know how to cause trouble for me. Saying this, Shaolin bent down and checked the woman's condition. Fortunately, she's just stunned. Chaotic universe, all laws unite. With my spirit, subdue the soul and clear the underworld. Da! Chanting softly with his mouth, Shaolin's right hand pinched a seal and directly pressed it against the center of the woman's brow, calling. In a flash, golden light flashed, and with it, she slowly opened her eyes after letting out a soft chant. But just at this instant, Ghost! Help! Screams resounded across the world as the woman rolled and crawled to a few meters away. The white hanbok was dirty, and the pupils of her eyes were dilated, alert and fearful. Shaolin's head was filled with black lines, while Xiaobai by his legs was also frightened and trembled. The woman was so scary. Where did a ghost come from in broad daylight? Shaolin was speechless to the extreme. Just as he was about to say something the cell phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. Hello, is this Mr. Shaolin Xiao? We're the Qinglong Town Constabulary. Newcomer, new book. Please support. Thank you all big brothers. To believe in science. Halfway up the mountain, there is a piece of fruit forest planted by Grandpa before he was born. Shaolin came back a few days ago slightly arranged into the misty tracer array. In order not to affect the people in the village, he silently to everyone in the body into a trace of yuan air, in order to be free to come in and out. At this moment, when Shaolin came to this side of the fruit forest, he saw 3 people confronting each other there. The 2 inspectors were dirty with a lot of dust on their bodies, and they were pale and weak. The other was a man in his 50s, with an undershirt on top and shorts underneath, and carrying a basket on his back. The policeman? Shaolin did not recognize, but this man he was very familiar with. Uncle Zhao, no different from his own father. Since he was a child, apart from school, he had spent the longest time in Uncle Zhao's house, and his son, Zhao Shun, who was 3 years younger than Shaolin, went out to work after high school because he didn't get into college, but the connection between them was never broken. It was considered one of Shaolin's best friends. Uncle Zhao, why are you here? This is, looking at the way Uncle Zhao confronted the two inspectors, while the inspectors explained 100 times but were helpless, Shaolin couldn't help but smile and ask, Dalin, you're here? I'm telling you these two guys say they are inspectors. And what documents? And they also said that this forest is some kind of ghostly wall. I think they're just big liars. Xiaobo hurriedly grabbed Shaolin and pushed him away some, and also protected behind him. No, old folks, you listen to our explanation. The two inspectors wanted to cry. If it wasn't like this, then how could they not be able to walk out of this area of fruit forest? They almost didn't die of exhaustion in it. Oh, where is there a ghost hitting the wall? We have to believe in science, don't we? Shaolin smiled. Uncle Zhao, you also misunderstood. They are really inspectors. They came to find me for something. No, I came down to pick them up. Shaolin's words also sort of dispelled Uncle Zhao's doubts. After all, Shaolin was the only college student in the village in the last few years, and I heard that he was still a key university. How could he not recognize a liar? It's like this. Uncle Zhao nodded, then handed Shaolin the basket. No, this is the pig's ear poop that your eldest mother made for you. It's just as well that you're here. Then I'll go back first. After taking out a large bag of pig's ear poop from his backpack, Uncle Zhao went down the mountain. However, the skeptical look in his eyes before he left still made the two inspectors laugh and cry. Both of you, please. After seeing Uncle Zhao leave, Shaolin then made a pleased gesture towards the two inspectors. Immediately, he didn't care what they thought, so he carried the pig's poop towards the mountain on his own. Captain, what do we do? Follow. The two inspectors carefully followed behind, even placing their hands on their waists, always alert to their surroundings. There was no way around it. After all, judging from the alarms of so many people last night, this person in front of them could very well be a kidnapper or even a murderer. There were no words along the way. It also went very smoothly out of the fruit forest, leaving the two inspectors looking at each other. Could it be that last night was really just a dream for them? In the courtyard, Luan Song and Su Jie, the pair of inspectors master and disciple, were speechless relative to each other. What murderer? What kidnapping? This was simply a joke. The person in question, that is, the netizen Yuxian, who had more than 100,000 fans on the Blue Cloud live streaming platform, was eating happily there, and all around them, they had checked all over, without any traces of a fight. But it had to be said that Yuxian looked very pretty in her Chinese dress. It wasn't like those who had gone through all sorts of means such as beautifying and slimming their bodies to be photogenic. You too, see? Shaolin sat to the side, caressing the soft fur of Little White in his arms as he spoke indifferently. Compared to his treatment of Uncle Zhao, at this moment, he appeared a bit uninviting. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. You have to understand us as well. After all, there are so many people who reported the case almost simultaneously. As the captain of the Qinglong Town Constabulary, Luan Song could do nothing but apologize. I understand. Shaolin nodded. The two of you have worked hard all night, so you'll eat something here? No, we'll go back right away. Luan Song shook his head with a bitter smile. Okay, then I won't send you back. Shaolin also did not force himself. Right, Mr. Xiao. Seeing that the two of them were about to walk out of the far door, that Luan Song's footsteps lurched. Right, Mr. Xiao. That fruit forest. It's just an ordinary fruit forest. We have to believe in science. Upon hearing this, Luan Song and Su Jie's master and disciple were speechless. Could it be that their experience last night was just a dream? Right, Captain Lu. Shaolin suddenly spoke again. I observe that your brow is dark and the vertical lines at the corner of your left eye are curved down. Try not to walk towards the west in the last half a month. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by this? Luan Song's heart sank. Speak freely, believe it or not. I won't see you too off. Shaolin smiled, then continued to lower his head. Rua the cat. Who the hell are you? Watching the two inspectors leave, Yu Xian walked over, holding a watermelon in her hand. She ate it with gusto. What's the meaning of the fruit forest again? Is it the fruit forest I passed by last night? And was what I saw last night really not a ghost? Just now I looked at the background. A lot of people left me messages. Hey, you talk instead. She opened her mouth in succession, her watery eyes bulging greatly. On the one hand, she was waiting for Shaolin's answer. On the other hand, her eyes looking at Xiao Bai were full of stars, and she couldn't wait to snatch it over to suck the cat properly. Finished eating? Shaolin, however, raised his eyebrows. Finish eating and go. Just don't. I won't. Yu Xian's eyes glared at this. You scared me and still want to drive me away? How could it be that cheap? Anyway, I won't leave until you give me a clear explanation. I also want to expose you as a bad guy on the internet. Her pretty eyes opened roundly, her small mouth slightly bulging, just short of crossing her arms. Between words, also really took out her cell phone to open her live broadcast. Fine, whatever. Shaolin shrugged his shoulders, picked up the hoe on the side and walked towards the back of the yard, and Xiaobai followed behind with his butt. Wow, the anchor is on the air. Is it okay? What happened last night? We all called the police. And that white female ghost. Look at the environment seems to be last night there. Anchor, why don't you go? Not afraid of another female ghost out? As soon as started broadcasting, there were quite a few pop-ups crossing over. As one of the few female anchors in the Nebula platform who was beautiful in broadcasting outdoor live by herself. Although Yu Xian couldn't compare to those millions and millions of big internet celebrities, she still had quite a lot of hardcore fans. Now these words of concern touched her. Don't worry family, last night was just a misunderstanding. Uncle Patrolman also came just now. Saying that, Yu Xian's voice lowered a bit. Let's go. I'll take you all to meet my savior. She quickly packed up her things, picked up her cell phone and headed to the back. However, before she could see Shaolin, a refreshing fragrance came from 3 Amethyst Rice. A coincidence in town. Hiss. God. It smells so good. What kind of aroma is this? Wow. Yu Xian instantly inhaled a few breaths greatly, her face full of shock. It was as if she couldn't wait to suck all the scent out of all the air. Put. What's wrong with our anchor? Ha ha, laugh me to death. What did the anchor see? The mold is too cute. So kawaii. Let me hug you. Anchor, why don't you show us all? Once again, pop-ups were running one after another on the phone. However, Yu Xian didn't seem to notice at all, completely immersed in that fragrance, until Shaolin's voice came over there. Why haven't you left yet? The tone was flat, and somewhat impatient. Wow, surnamed Xiao. What is this? Rice? How come it's this color? And so fragrant? You, what exactly did you plant? It can't be something illegal, right? Yu Xian stomped towards the acres of land at the edge. The purple and green rice poles stood upright, at least 2 meters by 3 meters, and the low-hanging light purple rice spikes were even more like clusters of flowers that were about to blossom, which was stunning. Yu Xian didn't care about anything else. She picked up a handful of rice ears and inhaled deeply. She was amazed and even more intoxicated. Those refreshing scents were emanating from the rice ears. Brothers, let me show you. This rice ear is simply divine. I've lived so long. I've never seen such rice. It's so wonderful. These aromas alone made her salivate, and it was simply unimaginable how delicious the rice would be when these rice ears ripened out of their shells. As a foodie, Yu Xian's eyes were glowing as she admitted that she could hardly hold back. Drool. My goodness. The anchor's saliva is coming out. Hiss. But these rice are indeed very different. Hey. I've never seen rice of this color either. Can it really be eaten? Why don't you simply give us a show? Anchor? Ha ha. Right. That's it. For a while, various contents were also scratched across the pop-up screen. In particular, those who encouraged Yu Xian to eat it raw just like that started brushing frantically, and a lot of rockets and other various gifts also flew out in a flurry. Stop it, stinky guys. I'm not. Humph. I can't stop being angry with you guys. Seeing the pop-ups, Yu Xian returned to her senses and arrogantly skimmed her mouth. She then turned her camera around and Shaolin and Xiaobai immediately appeared in the screen. Hiss. This guy is so handsome. Is it the same person as last night? Originally I thought I was the most handsome in the world. Hey, sour. Upstairs, you're afraid you're talking about the penultimate, right? Ha ha. Yu Xian ignored these guys and walked quickly to Shaolin's side. Hey, did you plant those rice? You want to eat it? Shaolin didn't raise his head and focused on hoeing. Put. Ha ha, this dude instantly saw through our anchor's foodie attribute. That's right. That said, how come this woman can dry eat without getting fat? When I think of my daughter-in-law is also a thin waist surplus cannot be held, and so after marriage. Hey, do not say it. Our tears upstairs, afraid of your daughter-in-law is not from the bear country, right? Ha ha. There was a clamor on the pop-up screen, while at this moment, Yu Xian was choked by Shaolin's words and her little face turned a little red. There was another big laugh on the pop-up screen. After all, Yu Xian was a big-hearted, meat and vegetable person in the eyes of many Iron fans, and she often drove in all kinds of cars when she was usually outdoors, which was one of the few times that she could only see this kind of blush on her face. Can I eat it? There are still a few days to mature, so if you want to eat it, you can stay. Shaolin spoke indifferently. Also, I have to be busy right now, so don't delay me here. Ha, that's too good. He. Thanks. Then I'll continue broadcasting live. It might not be a problem, right? It's fine. Shaolin casually replied back and said no more. Yu Xian, on the other hand, ran to the side to frolic with Xiaobai, but unfortunately, Xiaobai's arrogant nature was also indifferent to her, causing her to puff out her mouth in anger. As for Shaolin, he appeared to continue hoeing, but his mind was not in this area. System? Just now, when Yu Xian made her request, there were clearly some changes. Why are you mute again? Could it be that the system reboot could really be related to her? He wondered in his heart. That's right. It was actually just a moment ago when Yuxian suggested that she wanted to eat. Shaolin obviously had some touch. It was about the system and also about himself. Previously, all sorts of methods had been ineffective, and if he said that it had nothing to do with Yuxian, he wouldn't believe it even if he was killed. More importantly, although Shaolin, who was a celestial master, couldn't tell his own fortune, he could detect some entanglement with Yuxian in the underworld, vague and indistinct. That was why he agreed to let Yuxian stay. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive, leaving Shaolin extremely speechless. As for the purple and green colored rice, it was the amethyst rice seed that was rewarded upon achieving the heavenly master. From the time it was planted to the time it matured, it only took 40 days. It could improve the body, eliminate hidden dangers within the body, and achieve longevity. Shaolin woke up the next morning before the starting point. Today was the day of the fair in Qinglong town. He simply packed up and went out and down the mountain to the town, picking up things, plus now that there was an extra person in the house, there were some more living utensils to prepare. It seemed like he was bland to people, but in reality, Shaolin was not a cold person. Ha, Delin, you've come to catch the market too. While finding a random stall on the street to eat buns, Auntie Xia from the same village walked over. Boss, the usual rules. Alright, the vendor obviously recognized and hurriedly got busy. Auntie Xia, what are you doing? Shaolin was slightly stunned. Auntie Xia was dressed as a peasant woman, but was very clean. Only in his eyes, Auntie Xia was nevertheless covered in yin qi, and had obviously encountered something unclean. The entire person's spirit was a bit depressed. Hey, it's not my uncaring daughter. A few days ago, her stomach suddenly started to swell and hurt. I brought her to our town hospital to see the doctor and could not find out the reason. I am thinking of going to the county hospital to see. Auntie Xia sighed softly. She had lost her husband a long time ago, and now she only had one daughter, named Lu Lian. She was a few years older than Shaolin. After graduating from high school, she worked in the neighborhood and her relationship with Shaolin was not bad. Then I'll go see Sister Lian too. Auntie, let me carry it for you. After carrying the buns that Auntie Xia had bought, Shaolin followed along to the hospital. Before he even walked to the ward, he sensed something abnormal. Even though the air conditioning was on in the summer, the cooling was eerie. There is definitely something dirty. Soon in the ward to see the sleeping Lu Lian, covered with a thin quilt. The belly is quite big, but the body is extremely thin, and the yin qi on Lu Lian's body is much more dense than Auntie Xia. Mixed pupil, open. Shaolin pinched a spell without moving, and a purple aura appeared in both eyes. This mixed yuan pupil was similar to what the Taoists called the yin-yang eye. However, it was quite a few levels higher than the yin and yang eyes. Now under the mixed yuan pupil, he clearly saw that a black infant spirit was curled up in Lu Lian's abdomen. Seemingly sensing something, the black infant spirit violently opened its eyes. Eyes white, more sharp teeth, sharp mouth, and the constant friction. Strange laughter. Lu Lian also issued a burst of muffled grunts as a result, and his expression became somewhat distorted. When normal people saw this, they would only think that they were having a nightmare and would not care too much. Seeing this scene, Shaolin smiled faintly and looked at Auntie Xia after putting away his mixed pupils. Auntie, do you believe me? For stunned netizens, Auntie, thanks for coming to the door. Delin, what are you? If you believe me, Auntie, take Sister Lian home. Bring her to me before 12 tonight. Ha, this. Seeing Auntie Xia's puzzled look and seeing a nurse walk in, Shaolin stopped talking. With a flick of his fingers, a magic spell landed on Lu Lian's body, causing Lu Lian's seemingly nightmare-like appearance to immediately calm down. This scene was also very curious in Auntie Xia's eyes. Auntie, I'm leaving first. If you believe me, you can come find me tonight. With a softly spoken word, Shaolin left. After going to the fair and buying the things he needed, he went straight back home. The scorching sunlight enveloped the earth, and everywhere was a hot temperature. Fortunately, this side of the house was on a mountain, so it was a little cooler. Xiao Bai is like an ordinary cat shrinking on the cool ground, fluffy tail fluttering and flopping, looking very lazy. Yu Xian, who had already gotten up and was broadcasting live in the courtyard, saw Shaolin return with something, and her eyes immediately lit up. Wow, are all the necessities bought for me? Ah, he, great, thank you, brother Xiao. Yu Xian hurriedly took it, smiling that brightly. What, handsome little brother is back? Quick, anchor, let us see it quickly. Looking forward to little brother's appearance. I want to lick the screen. Wah aha, watching this stupid woman all day long. Finally I'm going to see little brother. Another series of pop-ups and gifs floated across the cell phone screen, causing Yu Xian, who had just sat down, to roll her eyes. Hey, am I still your baby? I'm so angry. I won't let you guys see it. Humph. Yu Xian was so arrogant that she grabbed her cell phone, carried the things Shaolin had bought for her, and went back to her room. Shaolin smiled indifferently and walked towards the side door. Seeing this, Xiao Bai followed with a flip. Brother Xiao, look at these stinky guys. They have to. Where are the people? A few minutes later, Yu Xian walked out from her room and looked at the courtyard that was already empty and was immediately stunned. Where are the people? Where's little brother Spicy? And how come my good little white meow is gone too? Anchor, you'd better be sensible and go find someone, or else you'll be taken off. Right, turn off. If we don't see little brother and little white again, we'll all shut down together. The pop-ups were filled with threats, and Yu Xian's head was filled with black lines. Forget it, this fairy is generous. Seeing as your hearts, are sincere, I'll take you all. Yu Xian skimmed her mouth, when suddenly a strange ringing sound came from the side, somewhat like the sound of firecrackers, but much crisper. It wasn't just Yu Xian. Even the netizens who were watching the live broadcast through their cell phones could hear it clearly. Hurry up, Anchor, go take a look. Why is this movement so strange? Shouldn't it be little brother doing SH? My goodness, what am I seeing? So handsome, can't do it. Lick the screen, must lick the screen. What a handsome little brother. I announce that I'm in love. No, I'm married. From now on little brother is my husband. What yours? That's mine, okay? I'm a man. How do I feel like I'm all starting to bend? Gosh. When Yu Xian walked out of the side door and saw Shaolin who was dancing his long sword in the woods, the netizens burst into a clamor, only to see that in the verdant bamboo forest, Shaolin was tossing and turning with his long sword in hand, and his figure was even more athletic. Every time he danced, he brought a sword chant that broke through the air. The sound that they heard just now originated from this. More importantly, while Shaolin danced with his sword, the surrounding bamboos clattered one after another, as if they were catering to applaud him. Even though he was wearing a short outfit that cost less than $100 on a certain duo, he gave off an immortal-like feeling. For a time, everyone froze. Is this swordplay? Yu Xian said dully. The voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by the netizens in the live broadcast room. Juggling swords? Anchor, I suspect you're cursing my husband. Why don't you hurry up and apologize? But then again, I actually heard a sword chant. Little brother wouldn't be a sword master, right? This is simply a godly weapon for pretending to be 13. It's so cool. Compared to little brother, other men are simply a weakling. Yu Xian didn't have the time to pay attention to these guys who valued color over friends right now. It was as if she was completely immersed in the stunningly beautiful image of Shaolin practicing with his sword. It was feared that it mesmerized her more than many of the blockbuster movies she had seen. After all, there was still a big difference between a movie and reality. Very quickly, nearly 2 hours passed. Shaolin stopped, but the moment he stopped and exhaled, a white practice jetted out sharply from his mouth. It instantly left traces on several bamboo trees like they had been scratched by sword chi. Holy, what is that? Could it be the legendary exhaling breath into a sword? No way. I doubt I'm seeing things. Is little brother about to become an immortal? If you're blinking, then we're all blinking. Oh my god, are there really immortals in this world? There was another clamor from the netizens who saw the scene, followed by all sorts of gifs coming out like crazy, causing Yu Xian's live screen to unexpectedly become stuck. Anchor, good Anchor, quickly go ask what's going on. What exactly does little brother do? I admit, I got wet when I saw little brother exhale. Anchor, hurry up and go ask. I'll give you rockets. Looking at the pop-ups on the screen, Yu Xian rolled her eyes, but she still quickly walked over towards Shaolin. Brother Xiao, thank you for buying me something. Were you practicing your sword just now? Aha! Shaolin just casually nodded his head, and then led the also traveling Xiao Bai straight back by mistake to Yu Xian, not giving her the slightest chance to ask anything more. The Anchor is being ignored. Good poor Anchor. Come let me hug and kiss. Hugged and kissed. Hurry up and ask nah. A toolman should have the self-knowledge of a toolman. Yu Xian was so angry that she stomped her feet, bulging her little mouth but still chased towards Shaolin. Brother Xiao, following along to the kitchen. She leaned on the doorway and was about to speak when Shaolin's voice rang out. Pick those vegetables if you want to eat lunch, and give me a hand. Yu Xian was dumbfounded, but the netizens instantly burst into laughter. True Toolman is online. Universal celebration. Didn't the Anchor hear little brother's orders? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Don't want to eat? Little brother never spoils our Anchor. Too handsome. In the end, in order to fill her stomach, Yu Xian could only obediently listen and put her cell phone aside before giving Shaolin a hand. It was night, and as night fell, the sky suddenly became cloudy. It was as if heavy rain would pour down at any moment. Shaolin, on the other hand, sat alone under the eaves outside, gently caressing Xiao Bai, who was curled up into a ball by his legs, and listening to the voice of Yu Xian, who was fighting with the netizens like Yu Xian in the guest room next door, suddenly had an inexplicable calmness in his heart. Delin, are you there? I'm coming. However, this calmness did not last long as the courtyard door was gently knocked on. It was Auntie Xia. Coming, Auntie, Xiaolin answered and hurried over to open the door. Outside the door, besides Auntie Xia, there was also Lu Lian who had already awakened. 5 Supernatural Infant Spirit. Amethyst rice is ripe. A few moments later, in the courtyard, after listening to Xiaolin's narration, Yu Xian, who had to come to join in the fun, had a pale face. Are there really ghosts in this world? Not only her, Auntie Xia and Lu Lian's mother and daughter also looked extremely fearful, especially Lu Lian, who was the one involved, didn't even dare to reach out and touch her abdomen. It's a ghost in there. Even if it was just a baby spirit that hadn't been fully formed yet, it still gave people the creeps. There is, to be more accurate, it's called a yin spirit. Xiaolin nodded. Then what I saw that night. Yu Xin trembled and her face turned much whiter. Not really. Xiaolin shook his head and did not say that it was due to Xiaobai's illusion. But you this, saying yes on one side and no on the other. And you also said that you had the ability to exorcise ghosts. This made Yu Xian simply not know what to say. That Delin. I saw on TV that Taoist priests have to prepare so many things in advance to exorcise ghosts. What peachwood sword and magic altar, vermilion sand and so on. You, Auntie Xia asked at this time. Auntie, rest assured, I'm not a Taoist priest. I don't need these. Xiaolin smiled and comforted. It was true that he was not a Taoist priest, or it could be said that he who had accomplished the heavenly master was not at all concerned about those streams of Taoist priests. Sister Lian, go and lie down on that. Don't worry about anything else. Xiaolin pointed at the recliner on the side, and said towards Lu Lian. His tone was gentle and full of confidence. Good. Lu Lian nodded her head. Her heart, at this moment, suddenly calmed down a lot. Walking over and lying down on the recliner, it was as if she instantly became sleepy and her eyelids were heavy. Not long afterward, she fell into a deep sleep. Auntie, go to your rooms. You can watch, but don't make a sound. Xiaolin signaled Yu Xian to assist Auntie Xia into the room, and only then did he slowly walk to the recliner. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry rang out. Little White, what are you doing? Come back. Yu Xian exclaimed out in shock. In the past 2 days, although Little White was ignoring her, she was full of love for the spiritual little guy. Haven't you seen the ghosts to be exorcised? Do you want to seek death by running out now? That's a ghost. What are you doing here? Xiaolin cried and laughed, bending down to pick up Little White who was rubbing against his leg. Meow. The little guy rubbed his furry head against Xiaolin's hand, pampering and softly screaming. Stop it. I'll give it all to you later. Now go back obediently and protect them. Xiaolin rubbed the little one and placed her on the ground. Only then did Xiaobai return to the house with enchanting cat steps, a continuous jump to the windowsill, lazily lying down and looking outside. The unadulterated snow-white body, the azure blue jewel-like eyes that seemed to glow under the faint illumination of the moonlight, made Yu Xian adore it. Even Feng's fear of ghosts seemed to have dissipated a lot. Xiaolin's gaze resettled on Lu Lian, and his mixed pupil was immediately displayed. The purple essence of his eyes lingered, and he spoke faintly. Will you come out on your own, or do you want me to do it myself? His voice was very soft, yet it had an inexplicable sense of oppression. Unfortunately, under the mixed pupil, the black infant spirit in Lu Lian's abdomen was showing its teeth towards Xiaolin and taunting. Sinner, come out to me. A cold aura flickered in Xiaolin's eyes, and his right hand formed a claw in an awe-inspiring grab. The black infant spirit continuously struggled to get out of its body, and the yin qi lingered around it. Even Yu Xian and Auntie Xia, who were in the room, could feel the temperature drop. It couldn't help but send a few cold shivers down their spines. Meow. Xiaobai's call rang out at the right time, as if it was a spring breeze that melted the rain, allowing the two to regain their temperature. The expressions also became odd. At this moment, that Lu Lian's abdomen shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye and returned to normal in a short while. On the other hand, Xiaolin's gaze landed on the infant spirit and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. This should be a poor child that was about to take shape but was aborted by abortion. The body possessed a very strong grievance qi, according to the description in the mixed yin-yang true solution that he practiced. Once this type of infant spirit was allowed to suck the yuan yin of the 9 unbroken women, it would be able to transform into a red-clothed stern ghost, and would surely wreak havoc on the party at that time. It might even turn into a purple-clothed ghost king in the future, which would be even more difficult to clean up. Let go of me. Let go of me. I will kill you. Under Xiaolin's control, this black infant spirit screamed in shock. It was terrifying as it showed its teeth and had white eyes. Since you let me meet you, how dare you be so arrogant? Today, I will dispense with you, little brat. As the words fell, Xiaolin's lips moved lightly, but he recited that follow your wishes to the end of life sutra quickly and methodically. The person whose life has ended is in the middle yin. His body is like a small child, and his sins and blessings are undetermined. No, don't. I don't want to go to the afterlife. Let me go. Let me go. The black infant spirit kept struggling, but to no avail. The black grievances and chi on its body kept leaving its body, and at that exact moment, the little white lying on the windowsill in the room stretched out a lazy waist. Meow. Looks like a cat's cry, but in reality, it will be those out of the body dispersed chi quickly absorbed, as if encountered a delicious food. Fortunately for all of this, the others couldn't see it at all. Otherwise they still didn't know what they would be frightened into. During Shaolin's chanting, a faint golden Buddha light surged, gradually enveloping the infant spirit and gradually calming it down. As for Yu Xian and Auntie Xia in the room, as well as Lu Lian, who was still unconscious on the recliner, they all seemed to have entered a metaphysical realm. This was something that could not be felt at all, and what with all those sightseeing temples. Is this Buddha? There really is a Buddha? Yu Xian murmured out, while Auntie Xia couldn't help but fold her hands in reverence. Go to the next life. When the last word of the Follow Your Wishes to the Past Life Sutra was recited, the infant spirit had turned pure white, and then a golden light surfaced in the void, enveloping it before slowly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, 7 long days had passed since the baby spirit had been transcended. During that time, Auntie Xia brought Lu Lian to personally visit the door to express her gratitude, while Yu Xian seemed to have deeply engraved what she saw that night in her mind. Along with that, her attitude towards Shaolin had become incredibly good. In these past few days, Shaolin's recitation of the Follow Your Wishes to the Past Life Sutra of Transcendence still appeared in her dreams from time to time. Brother Shao, what are you going to do? That morning, looking at Shaolin walking towards the back with his sickle, Yu Xian asked curiously. Shaolin did not object to her change in address, and that name, Big Brother, also made him feel more inexplicably close. What you want to eat is cooked, Shaolin casually returned. The thing I want to eat? Is that rice? I'll help too. Yu Xian didn't care about the live broadcast that had just begun and followed with her cell phone. Coming to the back, the already ripe patches of purple rice in the field blended into the sky and earth like a beautifully crafted painting, especially with the scent emanating from the air, making her once again unable to resist taking a deep breath. At the same time, the netizens on their cell phones were in an uproar. Oh my god, what do I see? Purple rice? How is this possible? How could there be this kind of rice? Never heard of it before. I'm afraid even Elder Yuan has never seen it before. It's like I can smell the tantalizing aroma of rice. Wow. I'm drooling. Ha ha. You guys, look at the anchor. The saliva is really flowing out. Amidst the shock of the many netizens, the appearance of Shaolin bending down to harvest rice appeared. It's little brother. Haven't seen you for a few days. Little brother is getting more and more handsome. Hubby, look at me. Anchor is just staring blankly. Why don't you go and help? If you tire out my husband, I'll shut you down. Go help. With a jolt, Yu Xian came back to her senses and also rushed down to the ground to help amidst the fresh scent of rice. 6 delicious amethyst rice. Jie Su Deng's door. At noon, the sun was burning hot outside, practically killing me. Even the insects that were often heard in the summer had almost disappeared. In the room at the moment, Yu Xian, a Netflix anchor with more than 100,000 followers, seemed to be starving to death, eating the purple amethyst rice in big gulps. The only 2 dishes on the table seemed to have become a complete display. Without moving a few chopsticks, how many days has the anchor been starving? Is this purple rice really that delicious? I've never seen it before. It's not poisonous, right? Is this turning into an eating broadcast? I'm getting hungry. No way. Everyone, take out. Xianxianzi is going crazy. Aren't you afraid you'll die? She's eaten at least 4 bowls, right? The netizens in the live broadcast on the side were also in an uproar. And of course, there was no shortage of gifts crossing one after another. Meow. Xiaobai was also watching from the side with rounded cat eyes. Women. So scary. I said enough, right? Stomach it again. Seeing that Yu Xian was still ready to continue, Shaolin snatched the bowl and chopsticks from her hands, crying and laughing. Burp, burp. It's just too delicious. I can't help it. Oh, I ate a lot. It's so fragrant. Brother Shao, I still want to eat. Yu Xian burped while her eyes glowed. Ding. System upgrade in progress. Ding. Upgrade completion rate of 30%. Please continue to work hard. Host. Right at this moment, the voice that hadn't been heard for most of the year suddenly reappeared. Shaolin was stunned in his heart, and hurriedly asked, System, what's going on? How come there's a completion rate for upgrades? Is it related to Yu Xian? Please ask the host to figure it out on his own. The system returned a sentence without any emotion, and then stopped answering no matter how much Shaolin pressed him. Shaolin was speechless, while at this time, Yu Xian gently pushed him. Brother Shao, look. She handed her cell phone screen over. A large number of netizens pop-ups dazzled people. Wow. Lick screen lick screen. Little brother is on camera again. So handsome. Little brother. What exactly is that purple rice? Can you sell some to us? Yeah. Just now Xianxianzi scared us with that eating look. You have to compensate us? Little brother. Big deal. We'll buy it. As long as you name your price. We won't give it back. Yes. We'll buy it even if it's more expensive. Various pop-ups came into view. Most of them wanted to try the amethyst rice that had turned Yu Xian into a foodie and a starving ghost. Yu Xian naturally didn't dare to make a decision. Well, I'm really sorry. This amethyst rice doesn't produce much. It's not even enough for us to eat ourselves. So, it's not for sale. Shaolin shook his head and refused, which instantly led to a cry in the live broadcast room. However, he didn't take it personally. He soon got up to clean up the mess. As for Yu Xian, she could only lean on the back of the chair and lie down, arrogantly telling the netizens about the divine flavor of the amethyst rice. The look was like a child who had gotten a delicious treat to show off to his peers, making the many netizens even more helpless. In the evening, Shaolin, who couldn't resist Yu Xian's pleas, could only continue to use amethyst rice as his staple food. For one thing, Yu Xian's pampering with a mouthful of Big Brother Xiao made it difficult for him to refuse. Secondly, Shaolin also wanted to figure out the reason for the system upgrade from her. Even though it was separated from the rice cooker, and even though it had only been put down for a short while, that special aroma filled the entire kitchen. Yu Xian was even directly guarding the kitchen, and on the side was Xiaobai, who had also turned into a foodie today. One person and one cat. So much so that they didn't really drool. This scene made Shaolin cry and laugh as he watched. Soon more than half an hour passed. Seeing that the rice was about to be ready, Shaolin suddenly had a movement in his heart. Xiaobai, go get the guests. Meow. The little guy lazily lay on the ground, lightly barking and flicking his tail, somewhat reluctant. You little fellow, why don't you go now? Or else you'll be penalized for not being allowed to eat for a while. Shaolin's eyes glared and scolded with a smile. Little White let out an ow and quickly ran towards the outside. Meanwhile, outside the fruit forest halfway up the mountain, Su Jie, the Qinglong town inspector who had been here once, was walking quickly towards this side. However, the experience from last time made him a bit discolored, but thinking of his master Lu Wansong who was sleeping in the hospital and even the doctors couldn't find out the reason, Su Jie clenched his teeth and walked into the forest. Meow. Little White suddenly appeared. Those azure-colored eyes like ice eyes displayed great spirituality. It's you? Su Jie froze. Little White took a few steps forward, and when he saw Su Jie froze, he turned back towards him. Meow. You? Are you asking me to follow you? Meow. Xiaobai nodded his head, and there was even more urgency in his eyes. Su Jie was completely confused. Is this still a cat? Looking at Little White's appearance, Su Jie ended up quickly following, but his expression became more and more strange, and no matter how he accelerated, or even ran directly, Xiaobai was always a little bit in front of him, which made Su Jie's mind suddenly had two more words. Cat demon? In this world, can there really be demons? Then this fruit forest. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but tremble, and couldn't help but accelerate his speed even more. Soon after passing through the fruit forest, Su Jie was relieved, and followed the Little White to the home. The fragrance of the amethyst rice instantly let his stomach cannot help but rumble. What's more, there was Shaolin's smiling eyes that made Su Jie feel even more ashamed of himself. Mr. Xiao, Su Jie forced himself to endure the hunger in his stomach and was about to open his mouth. I know what you want to say. Eat first. Shaolin waved his hand to interrupt, and after turning the rice cooker on, the rich aroma of rice instantly filled the entire room, while the crystal clear amethyst rice even more instantly made Su Jie's hunger infinitely magnified. However, his own master's condition still allowed him to forcefully suppress this feeling. From this, it could be seen that this young inspector's self-control was indeed very good. Eat. Shaolin first gave Yu Xian and Xiaobai each a bowl, while the third bowl was then personally handed to Su Jie. I already know about Captain Lu's matter. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Although he was rather cold when it came to treating outsiders, but for the inspectors who were dedicated to public service, Shaolin still had great respect. This, that, then I won't be polite. Su Jie's anxious as hell mind instantly calmed down a lot, picked up the bowl and ate it in a big bite. With more than a kilogram of amethyst rice, Shaolin hadn't eaten much before it had already bottomed out at a rate visible to the naked eye. Especially because of Su Jie's arrival, Yu Xian and Xiaobai ate a lot less, so this young inspector received one blank stare after another. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry, after the meal. Su Jie smiled sarcastically and wanted to help clean up, but Yu Xian snatched it away and got a light hum from the beautiful woman's dissatisfaction. Alright, Yu Xian, stay and wash the dishes. Let's go. Shaolin held Little White in his arms and left with Su Jie. I'll go too. But how could Yu Xian let go of the curiosity in her heart? After she quickly packed up, she quickly followed, arriving at the bottom of the mountain and getting into Su Jie's car. she immediately drove to the only hospital in town. 7. No one can take away the one I'm going to protect. On the way, Yu Xian was really very curious. Su Jie didn't say anything, but Xiao Lin seemed to know everything. It was just that seeing how Su Jie was in a hurry to drive, she couldn't ask more questions. The seed of curiosity in her heart was constantly taking root and sprouting. The journey that originally took more than half an hour, they arrived at the hospital after more than 10 minutes. Inside a certain separate ward, Xiao Lin met Luan Song, who was currently lying unconscious on the bed, and the heart rate monitor at the head of the bed was ringing out from time to time, making the ward look very depressing. Mr. Xiao, look at my master. Su Jie was worried. No harm done. Xiao Lin waved his hand and carried Xiao Bai towards the bedside, and right at this moment, that heart rate monitor suddenly drip 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 screamed, and those lines on the screen that represented heartbeat and oxygen saturation and so on almost simultaneously straightened. In this regard, that Luan Song's vitality was also almost about to be cut off. Master, Su Jie was immediately saddened by the situation. Don't come over. Xiao Lin however let out a soft shout, and then with his left hand holding the cat, a purple gold-colored talisman steeply appeared in his right hand. Chaotic universe, all laws unite. The sky is bright and the earth is clear. Subdue the soul and guard the spirit. Da! With a quick and light recitation from his mouth, the talisman suddenly transformed into a purple golden light and directly entered Luan Song's body. The straight line on the heart rate monitor jumped up again, only it was much worse than a normal person. Mr. Xiao, my master. Su Jie sighed in relief, but it was hard to say that he was surprised. After all, Xiao Lin's means just now did make him a long-time atheist. Incredulous. Don't worry, the person I want to protect, no one can take away. Xiao Lin narrowed his eyes and gently stroked Little White's silky fur. However, immediately afterward, a refined aura flashed in his eyes, and he spoke out faintly. Now, you all close your eyes immediately. No matter what you hear later, don't open your eyes. Yu Xian and Su Jie were stunned at his words, but looking at Xiao Lin's solemn appearance, they could only agree. Soon after, it suddenly felt like an even colder aura had appeared in the room that had originally been air-conditioned. The bone-deep coldness made the two of them couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, two unfamiliar voices rang out in the room. This was the Yin man. They came through the walls, covered in black Yin Qi. We pay our respects to Heavenly Master Xiao. Be excused. Xiao Lin casually waved his hand. I'll bail out Luan Song. You guys go back. But Heavenly Master, this person's lifespan is over. We are only following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us. Heavenly Master. The two underworlders smiled bitterly and replied back. Who said that his lifespan is over? Xiao Lin said expressionlessly. Can't you see that he's still alive now? This is not what the Heavenly Master you use. The underworlder was even more bitter. They can only be regarded as an extremely ordinary member in the hell, and can only take the Yin souls back to be tried for reincarnation on weekdays. When they encountered Xiao Lin, the only Heavenly Master in the world nowadays, not to mention them, even if Oxhead, Horseface, and Black-White Invincible Yin deities personally arrived, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to come in hard. That's right, I did use the soul-suppressing talisman. It's also true that he only has 7 days now, but within 7 days, if I let him successfully return to the sun, he will be able to prolong his life by 1,000 years. So how can he be considered dead? What? You two brats think that this seat doesn't have that ability? Xiao Lin said with narrowed eyes. Although he didn't use his mixed pupils, the majesty of being a heavenly master still made these two tiny Yin's eye tremble. Don't dare! Don't dare! Since Heavenly Master gave the word, we dare not disobey. Just please also ask the Heavenly Master to be clear. If within 7 days then this seat naturally has nothing to say. In that case, we will take our leave first. The two Yin messengers left, and the coldness in the room that was different from that of the air conditioner also disappeared immediately. And at this moment, that Yu Xian and Su Jie, who had kept their eyes closed just now, were already drenched in cold sweat. It was clear that it had only been less than a few minutes, but it was as if they had experienced a life and death. Brother Xiao, can I open my eyes? Yu Xian lightly bit her lips and asked. Alright, only after receiving Xiao Lin's consent did the two of them open their eyes, but the first time they quickly surveyed their surroundings. The kind of shock and horror in their eyes could not dissipate. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, just now that was, Su Jie asked as he gathered his courage. Remember my words, don't go out and say it. Believe in science. Xiao Lin did not explain, but only reminded in a serious tone. Understood, understood. Su Jie nodded repeatedly, but Yu Xian was curious. Then why didn't you let us open our eyes just now? Take a look and lose a year of your life. Are you willing? Xiao Lin immediately asked rhetorically. Yu Xian's pretty face instantly turned white, and Su Jie also couldn't help but change color. No way? Just one look? The two of them were in disbelief. Of course, This was not Shaolin exaggerating or intentionally scaring them. As the saying goes, yin and yang are separated. Even if it was only a small yin god, it was by no means something that an ordinary person could casually peek at. If they reached the stage of yin god, they were afraid that they would have to directly lose 10 years of their life. Alright, let's not talk about this. Shaolin waved his hand and said with a straight face, Inspector Su, you heard what was said just now. Although I used the soul-suppressing talisman to suppress the remaining 2 souls and 6 spirits in his body, but if I can't get the other 1 soul and 1 spirit back into his body within 7 days, he will still end up dying. This, Mr. Shao, please you must save my master. Su Jia pleaded repeatedly. Tell me, what's going on? Didn't I remind him before that he shouldn't go west in half a month? Shaolin frowned. It's like this. Su Jia didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly told him the truth. It turned out that just a few days ago, Luansong suddenly received orders from his superiors that traces of human traffickers had been found in Qinglong town. He took Su Jia and the others to go after them and saw that they had succeeded. But on the way back they passed by a long deserted reservoir. The trafficker suddenly walked towards the reservoir as if he was possessed by a ghost, and all of them together were unable to slow down, and were even quickly knocked to the ground by the trafficker. In the end, Luansong endured severe pain and fell into the reservoir with the trafficker. It took everyone a long time to save Luansong, unconscious to this day, while the trafficker had become a corpse. Reservoir? Is it hard to believe that there are water ghosts? Yu Xian suddenly shouted as she listened. Su Jia just wanted to retort out of habit, but when he thought of what he had experienced just now, he hurriedly closed his mouth. Mr. Shao, are there really ghosts in this world? Su Jia asked warily. Of course, and a few days ago I also. Yu Xian spoke directly, but then she thought of something and hurriedly covered her mouth again. Pack up, tomorrow you take me to that reservoir. After saying that, Shaolin walked out holding Xiao Bai, and Yu Xian blinked and followed closely behind, slightly excited. There was a good show to watch again. Big brother Xiao, can I broadcast live tomorrow? No way. We are so familiar with each other. Can you just be accommodating? No. Why are you so stubborn? If we go live, we can increase your popularity. I've read a lot of novels, so if you guys increase your popularity, you'll get some merit, right? Hee. Isn't it true that a celestial master like you can get stronger and stronger when you get more people to believe in you? You speak? If you don't speak, I'll take it as you agreeing. Yu Xian followed Shaolin out of the hospital, chattering non-stop, but the only thing that responded to her was 2 words, no. 8 excited Wang Chengdong, an ordinary hotel in the town. The 2 of them casually opened neighboring rooms and rested separately, but when Shaolin had just finished his bath and was ready to rest, the door knocked. It was Yu Xian. As Shaolin went over to open the door, she rushed in with her cell phone. Brother Xiao, look, my live streaming video has been on fire online these past few days. Ha. My popularity has gone up several times. You see how many people like Bai, and you, they all call you husband. The woman went crazy, jumping happily. Shaolin cried and laughed. Xiao Bai was even more frightened and jumped directly to the other side of the bed. Woman, is really too scary. Brother Xiao, please let me go live tomorrow. I promise, just live a little bit of the rest. Wait until the reservoir side will be off the air. How's that? After the excitement, Yu Xian also pulled Shaolin's hand and kept pouting. Her small mouth was slightly pouting, and she deliberately made a pitiful appearance. Shaolin's face sank, and when he was about to refuse again, his heart moved again. The system, again, had a slight movement. It was the same as the last time she wanted to eat amethyst rice. If that upgrade completion rate has nothing to do with her, ghosts won't believe it, Shaolin said in his heart. So, he finally agreed, only to come to an agreement. First, can only broadcast live on the road, must be turned off after arriving at the reservoir. Second, the live broadcast must not mention the existence of any ghosts or spirits. Third, whenever Shaolin said to turn off the live broadcast, Yu Xian must unconditionally comply. In response, Yu Xian agreed without hesitation, and on this same night, far away in a certain detached villa on the outskirts of Magic City, Wang Changdong, who was the chairman of the Wang Group, had just returned home very tired when his only son, Wang Heng, ran over in a flurry of excitement. Dad, look at this. Is that the person you're looking for in here? Wang Heng was holding his cell phone and was playing a video that had been widely spread by netizens. What was shown in the video was exactly the part where Shaolin practiced his sword and triggered a sword chant. The other few, of course, were the live broadcast clips of Yu Xian in the past few days, in which Shaolin and Xiao Bai were often in the picture as well. Kid is still in the mood to watch these things now? Your mom's body is getting weaker and weaker. Where would I be? Wait. Speaking here, Wang Qingdong's gaze inadvertently glanced at the screen on his cell phone, and immediately his expression stagnated before revealing a look of ecstasy. He snatched Wang Heng's cell phone over with a look of great excitement. It's him. It's really him. Mr. Xiao Hung. Who took this? Where is Mr. Xiao now? Quickly, he urged repeatedly. During this period of time, his wife Feng Wan's body was getting weaker and weaker. But unfortunately, after traveling to several famous large hospitals in Magic City, they were unable to find the cause of the illness. Those doctors could only prescribe some medications to replenish the body, but they could not do anything at all. Thus, Wang Chengdong thought of the young Mr. Xiao that he met 2 years ago, but unfortunately did not leave any contact information at that time. Even with the wine group's energy in China, trying to find Mr. Xiao was like finding a needle in a haystack. I never thought that I would actually see it on the video of the Blue Cloud platform. Dad, don't be in a hurry. How could I know this? I just know that these few videos were taken live by a female anchor called Yuxian. That's right, it was broadcast live on Blue Cloud. Wang Hong cried and laughed. Anchor? Live streaming? I'll have someone go check it out. Without hesitation, Wang Chengdong took out his cell phone and ordered his secretary to do so. While at this time, Wang Hong frowned. Dad, are you sure this Xiao can cure my mom? Most of these live broadcasts or in videos and such are just actors. Besides, he's so young, how could he possibly have that kind of skill? Shut up. At those words, Wang Chengdong immediately glared angrily. You brat, spending all day outside. And what about the 4 young men of Magic City? Bull ********. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for Mr. Xiao, your old man me would have died 2 years ago. Also, if you dare to show the slightest disrespect to Mr. Xiao, let's see me beat you to death. Wang Chengdong cursed angrily. As for Wang Hung, the famous young master outside, he could only shrink and nod repeatedly now. Fortunately, Wang Chengdong's phone soon rang. How's it going? Did you find out? Good. In Nanjiang City? Prepare heavy gifts. I'll personally go there tomorrow. Don't tell me about a meeting. Do as I say. Wang Chengdong was excited and said in a loud voice. Soon he put away his cell phone and swept his eyes at Wang Hung who was at the side. Xiao Hung, tomorrow you'll go with me as well. If you can get Mr. Zhao's approval, your pocket money will double in the future. But if you dare to offend Mr. Xiao, I'll pretend I don't have you as my son. After saying that, Wang Chengdong went upstairs to see his wife Feng Wan, leaving Wang Hong alone there in a slight daze. He really couldn't figure out, wasn't it just a young man who was almost the same as him? How did it make his dad pay so much attention to him? Isn't it just for me to be a licking dog? This young master I still won't? Thinking of doubling his pocket money, Wang Hong made up his mind to please Shaolin no matter what. Wow, Anchor actually went to the world of 2 with my husband. Take down. Hubby can only love me alone. Mother ********. Anchor, you give my husband back to me. But then again, the scenery outside the car is really nice, compared to those steel bars in the big city. Anchor here is really beautiful. Requesting the address. I'll go over there to have some fun next time I'm on vacation. Early the next morning, Su Jia drove Shaolin and Yuxian in the direction of the reservoir. As soon as Yuxian started broadcasting, more and more netizens came in, especially after the fermentation of the online videos over the past few days, making more people aware of her existence as an anchor. Of course, there was also Shaolin. What 2-person world? You guys don't talk nonsense. Big brother Xiao has something to do here. Let's just talk about a few dollars on the way. I'm telling you guys, it's really beautiful here. And the watermelons in this neighborhood where brother Xiao lives are delicious. It's really sweet. Yuxian interacted while still showing off and shaking the freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Look you guys, the color, TSK, and the flavor, it's sweet. Looking at Yuxian's haughty look, the netizens were envious, begging for a belt. Anchor dare to say a price? Cut the crap, dudes wrapped up. There was another clamor from the netizens, and Yuxian just proudly continued to drink watermelon juice, sweet to the heart. More than 2 hours later, it came to the side of the long-deserted reservoir. There were no people around, and the surrounding area was even more overgrown with grass, with only a national highway in the vicinity. Getting a signal from Shaolin, Yuxian said a word and then turned off the live broadcast, holding Xiao Bai. She was nervous. After all, the infant spirits that she had seen before, as well as what she had heard last night there, had long ago destroyed quite a bit of her atheist's worldview. Meow. Little White rolled her eyes straight up. If it wasn't for Shaolin insisting that she go protect Yuxian, where would this little guy be willing to let this woman hug her? Mr. Xiao, this is the place. Look. Su Jia looked at Shaolin with a somewhat unnatural expression. After all, his identity as an inspector was actually embarrassing. Not to mention those ghosts and gods. 9. The water ghost was executed. Wang Chengdong has arrived. You guys can just wait here. Xiao Bai, protect them, Shaolin said and walked towards the reservoir in front of him. Little White protecting us? Yu Xian cocked her head, and Su Jie was also slightly stunned. Although this little fellow was extremely intelligent, she was just a cat, right? Meow. Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the two of them, Little White purred discontentedly in Yu Xian's arms, waving that fleshy paw. It was pink and cute. In his eyes, a more humanized arrogance was revealed. The two of them were speechless, while at this moment, Shaolin was plucking away some of the barren grass that was already waist-high and arrived at the edge of that reservoir. Although it had been abandoned, there was still quite a lot of water inside. It appeared to be clear, but in reality, under Shaolin's mixed pupil, it was surrounded by yin qi. What a sinner! At least several people have died here. His eyes narrowed slightly as killing intent erupted in his heart. Sinner, this seat knows that you have the ability to appear in daylight. Why don't you quickly roll out? Taking a deep breath, a black wooden sword suddenly appeared in Shaolin's right hand, and his eyes even flashed with a purple-golden color. This sword was made of stinging dragonwood, much more powerful than any peachwood sword, or even a 1,000-year-old peachwood sword. And that wisp of sword spike is made of phoenix feather hammering. Name, Tian Yuan. At this time Tian Yuan soared out. The original calm water surface will give birth to a road ripples, as if someone in the water stirring. Jia jia jia. I didn't want to tangle with you. How dare you provoke me like this? Human, do you want to die? Under the clear sky, the sound of yin horns was suddenly born with Shaolin as the center. In the eyes of ordinary people, at most, it was just a whirlwind on the ground. But in Shaolin's ears, it was that burst of ear-piercing ghost whistles. In that burst of ghost whistles, as if even the sky is dimmed a lot, and at the same time, there is a transparent figure emerging from the water, without a bit of blood color, face hideous, teeth and claws. There are men and women, old and young. Damn! Shaolin was furious when he saw it. These were undoubtedly the ghosts of the people who were killed by the water ghost, originally thought to be devoured by it, but never thought that they would be refined into its men. In the mixed pupil, the connection between these yin souls and the water ghost of the reservoir was vaguely visible. Kill them all. In the sound of the yin horn, those yin souls controlled by the water ghosts rushed towards the shore. One by one, they were hideous, as if they wanted to tear Shaolin into pieces. Unfortunately, I came too late. Otherwise, you would still have a chance to reincarnate. With a dark sigh, it was hard to hide the anger in his eyes. Shaolin lightly lifted his right hand, and the heavenly Yuan sword immediately roared out. Mixed Yuan Infinite. Heavenly Yuan Destroying Spirit. Chop! In an instant, the heavenly Yuan sword split into dozens of sword awnings, carrying a sharp air-breaking sound, and in an instant, it directly annihilated those yin souls that had been controlled. It caused them to turn into bits of golden light and float away. In a trance, Shaolin seemed to hear a weak and inaudible voice of thanks. You're a heavenly master? No, this is impossible. How is it possible for a heavenly master to still exist in this world today? Seeing Shaolin's means, that water ghost was immediately startled. It was considered an old ghost. Over the decades, he had now entered the yellow clothes level, not to mention a heavenly master. He had never even seen a person with real magical power. Since you know the identity of this seat, why don't you little ghosts quickly surrender? Shaolin reached out and held the Tian Yuan sword in a cold voice. So what if you, heavenly master? I'll fight you. That water ghost was shocked, but it became even crazier. The yin qi filled the air as if it had isolated the reservoir from its surroundings. The calm water surface rippled like the hissing of a vocal beast. Seek death. Shaolin's eyes were cold, and his mixed pupil had already accurately locked the water demon's true body. And then with a whoosh sound, the Tian Yuan sword whistled out once again. Boom boom boom. Sounds like thunderous explosions. Countless yin qi stirred and scattered. The water surface rose up to soar several meters high water columns, appearing and falling one after another, eventually accompanied by a miserable scream. Everything which gradually returned to calm. A mere white-shirted ghost. Shaolin laughed coldly and put away the heavenly Yuan sword. At this time, Yu Xian and Su Jie, who were waiting not far away, saw nothing more than Shaolin casually waving his hand a few times, as well as a slight turbulence in the reservoir. The real situation of exterminating the ghosts was not available to be seen. Lu Ansong. After exterminating the water ghost, Shaolin reached out his hand and beckoned. The soul and spirit of Lu Ansong that had been taken by the water ghost gently floated up from the water. It was muddled and unconscious. Xinglong Town. As one of the most ordinary towns in southwest China, there weren't too many places of interest and human heritage. There is nothing special that can attract attention, let alone have tourists come to play. However, this afternoon, the town ushered in 3 luxury cars, including the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Huijin, the absolute luxury car. The license plate hanging is still that of Magic City. These 3 cars appeared on the only street in Qinglong Town and immediately caused countless pairs of curious eyes. Dad, the location that can be located is here. I just don't know if it's in the town or in a nearby village. Inside the car, Wang Hong said with a bitter smile. Then go find it. Wang Chengdong was just about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hospital? Good. Thanks, old Chen. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Okay. First, after a conversation, Wang Chengdong hung up his cell phone and said towards the driver, Little Li, go to the hospital here. Okay, boss. Driver Xiao Li answered and drove towards the town hospital. And at this time, Su Jia also drove Shaolin and the others back from the reservoir side. An ordinary small car of around 100,000 and a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars met in this tiny town hospital. Mr. Xiao. When Shaolin had just gotten out of the car, he heard a voice from the side. It was Wang Chengdong. He didn't wait for the bodyguard to open the door before he hurriedly got out of the car and walked quickly towards Shaolin. It's you. Shaolin nodded. Wait a moment, I'll be back after running some errands. After saying that, he didn't care what attitude Wang Chengdong, the domestic tycoon, had, and walked directly towards the hospitalization department. Su Jia hurriedly followed since, after all, in his opinion, nothing could be compared to his master's life. Yu Xian, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. How could she not recognize this real estate giant? In particular, the kind of attitude Wang Chengdong had towards Shaolin, but it made her jaw drop even more. Dad, this. Wang Hong walked over and muttered in dissatisfaction. Shut up, just wait. What can't you wait for? When Wang Chengdong blared, Wang Hong immediately shut his mouth. The father and son duo plus the driver and 2 bodyguards then waited here at the entrance. And even though the sky was scorching hot at this time, and they were already drenched in sweat in less than 2 minutes, they didn't move a step, only that they stood on the side of Huiying, also more attention-grabbing, and on the other side of the ward. After Shaolin personally sent one of Luansong's souls back into his body, the index finger of his right hand was placed against the center of his brow, and his mouth recited the words, Chaotic universe, all laws unite, with my spirit, subdue the soul and clear the underworld. After a golden light flashed on his fingertips, he turned his head to look at Su Jia, who was filled with anticipation. Alright, Captain Lu has returned his soul to his body. He will be able to awaken in 2 days at most. He spoke with incomparable certainty, so Su Jia had no doubt since, and even thanked him repeatedly. He was so excited that even tears were about to come out. Thus, Su Jia stayed behind to take care of Luansong, while Shaolin paced out with Yu Xian and Xiaobai. He met Wang's father and son who were waiting at the entrance, sweating profusely, and the others. Dong Wang, long time no see. 10 request from Wang Chengdong. Shaolin and Yu Xian were sitting side by side in the Huiying luxury car that was heading towards Castle Peak Village, and opposite them were Wang Chengdong and Wang Hong, father and son, in addition to the driver, Xiao Li. The other bodyguards that Wang Chengdong had brought with him were in the other 2 Mercedes-Benzes. Wang Heng's somewhat skeptical gaze fell on Shaolin, dressed no more than $300. His age was even less than a little over 20. Although the looks were good, there didn't seem to be anything too special. I really don't know. What did Dad think? Can he really save my mom? Of course, Wang Hong only dared to secretly think about these words himself. Cough cough, Mr. Xiao, after not seeing you for more than 2 years, Wang Chengdong did not have the same kind of swagger that he had in front of his own employees, or when he was giving speeches outside. Even his speech seemed a bit careful. Wang Dong, however, without waiting for him to finish, Shaolin waved his hand to interrupt. I said at the beginning that the fate between you and me is over. You should know my rules. Unceremonious. Even when facing a business bigwig like Wang Chengdong, Shaolin's expression remained very plain. It even carried a bit of rebuke. On the side, Wang Hong frowned as he listened. And if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chengdong had explained it earlier, he simply couldn't help it with his temper. I know, but I really have no way out. Mr. Xiao, old brother Xiao, I've been building Hope primary schools all over the place as you said for the past 2 years, and my donations have reached 9 figures. If you don't believe me, you can go check, Wang Chengdong said hurriedly, but I don't know why, but my wife has been getting thinner and thinner lately, and even the doctors can't check her. I really have no choice but to come and trouble you. Wang Chengdong and his wife Feng Wan could be said to be on the same page. Even with his current status, Wang Chengdong had never looked for a mistress outside, and even his secretary was a man. This has been rumored to be a good story in China. Almost no one knows. Something happened to Sister Wan? Upon hearing this, Shaolin frowned slightly. More than 2 years ago, the encounter with Wang Chengdong had not been placed much on his mind. However, Feng Wan was not quite the same. The gentle and virtuous woman, coupled with the fact that she also treated him as if he was her own brother during that period of time, made Shaolin, who had lost his relatives since childhood and only had his grandfather to keep him company, feel quite cozy. Even at the time of parting, Shaolin personally left Feng Wan an amulet, although at that time, he had not yet accomplished the Heavenly Master. It was not something that ordinary ghosts and demons could approach. Now that he did not feel the shattering of the protective amulet, how could something happen to Feng Wan? That's right, old brother Xiaoa, it's your sister Wan. You must find a way to save her. Seeing Shaolin's intention, Wang Chengdong hurriedly said, "Wait." Shaolin was once again interrupting, and then his eyes narrowed slightly as he counted with his fingers, and in the next instant, he violently reached forward, and the target was clearly Wang Hong. "You do." Wang Hong was unable to react in time, and the moment his neck hurt, the pendant he wore around his neck fell into Shaolin's hands. The pendant opened, and inside was a purple and gold amulet folded into a 5-pointed star. It was also the same one that Shaolin had given to Feng Wan back then. "Elder brother Xiao, you." Wang Chengdong's complexion also changed drastically, and then became a bitter smile. "Give me back the pendant." Wang Hong, on the other hand, was furious, but was hurriedly blocked by Wang Chengdong. "Shut up, don't be rude." After chiding him, Wang Chengdong smiled bitterly and said towards Shaolin, "Older brother, don't take offense. Madam Shi, this is also love for her son. I understand." Shaolin nodded and casually threw the pendant back to Wang Hong before speaking indifferently. "Send someone to fetch Sister Wan over. You promise? Good. I'll arrange it right away." Wang Chengdong was instantly ecstatic and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to arrange it. "Don't forget my rules." "Understood. Non-relatives can't be in." Shaolin did not say anymore, and with his hands wrapped around his chest, he closed his eyes and faked a nap. And that Yu Xian, who hadn't said anything all along, was even more surprised in her heart, but it was a pity that no one gave her any answer at this time. At the foot of the mountain, Shaolin and Yu Xian walked in front, followed by the Wang clan's father and son. As for the drivers and bodyguards, they could only find other places to rest on their own. The gifts specially prepared for this trip were all carried by Wang Hong. Several pockets, coupled with the hard, scorching heat of this mountain road, made Wang Hong truly sweat, yet there was nothing that could be done about it. "Old brother, it's already been arranged. It will come over tomorrow. By then, it will be hard work for you." After returning home and sitting down, Wang Chengdong said this, "Yu Xian, arrange a place for them to stay. Also, don't forget to collect the daily accommodation fee." Shaolin nodded casually, and then carried Xiao Bai towards the bamboo forest on his left. "Sword practice, Dad." Looking at Shaolin's attitude, Wang Hong was filled with incomprehension. "Cut the crap." Wang Chengdong waited for his own untalented son before piling on a smile and looking towards Yu Xian. "Ms. Xiao, if you don't object, I'll call you that. This is our father and son's accommodation fee. Please Miss Xiao." He took out a bank card. It was true that Yu Xian was also surnamed Xiao. The full name was Xiao Yu Xian. This was what Wang Chengdong had asked someone to check before coming here. Wang Dong, Yu Xian was however slightly stunned. What kind of lodging fees needed to be paid by bank opening? There are $2 million in here. If Ms. Xiao feels that it's not enough, then, seeing that Yu Xian was hesitant to take it, Wang Chengdong added, "Enough is enough. It's just that Wang Dong, will this be too much?" "Brother Xiao here," Yu Xian hurriedly said, somewhat embarrassed. Although she had earned nearly 8 figures from live broadcasting, she had never thought that the accommodation fee alone would be that expensive. "Ha ha, not much. Miss Xiao, just accept it. Also, if Miss Xiao wants to broadcast live, she can do it any time. As long as Xiao old brother he doesn't object, that is." Wang Chengdong laughed loudly, without the slightest appearance of any real estate big brother. "Then, okay, I'll give it all to big brother Xiao. Dong Wang, young Wang, just follow me." Yu Xian nodded and took the bank card before leading Wang's father and son to an empty room off to the side. It was quite ordinary. It was just some tables, chairs and benches, plus 2 beds. "You guys rest first, I'll go make you some tea." Yu Xian was also a bit embarrassed. $2 million and letting someone live in this kind of place? She was a little ashamed for Shaolin. "Dad, what exactly is that, Mr. Xiao, why are you so?" After Yu Xian left, Wang Hong wanted to call him by his name, but he changed his name under Wang Chengdong's glare. "Little Hong." Wang Chengdong sighed, looking through the window at the figure practicing swordplay in the bamboo forest, and slowly spoke. "Do you think that in this world, it is really as you see it? Old brother Xiao is a strange man. As for the rest, I can't say much. Anyway, remember one thing, only he can save your mom." But, the more Wang Hong listened, the more confused he became. In his opinion, Shaolin was too young, several years younger than him. Wang Chengdong also did not want to say more. Just at this time, Yu Xian brought the tea in, and he took it personally with a renewed smile. And at this moment, Shaolin, who was practicing his sword in the bamboo forest, suddenly stopped. The cell phone in the room rang. Xiao Bai transformed into a white light and came and went in just the blink of an eye. sending that cell phone in front of Shaolin. This scene happened to be seen by the Wang clan's father and son. Dad, this. Wang Hong wiped his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Chengdong patted Wang Heng's shoulder and did not say anything more. 11. The third Zhang Xin, the Yuan devouring compass. There were these two words on the cell phone screen, Lao San. This person's name was Zhang Xin. Is Shaolin in Magic City when the university? The third brother of the same dormitory. His parents are doing business in Mordor, and he is really a rich second generation. Of course, with the Wang group such a simply cannot be compared. As soon as the phone was connected, came the familiar voice of Zhang Xin. Shao Si your third brother, I'm getting married. It's on the 8th of next month. You remember to come. Good. Shaolin nodded his head. You kid, we've stepped into society. Why are you still talking like this? Said let follow me together. Have to go back to your poor countryside Thai place? Okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I still have to give a message to Boss and Junior. When you come, the four of us haven't seen each other for 4 years. We have to get together. After saying that, Zhang Xin hung up the phone, and Shaolin also put the phone aside to continue practicing his sword, only with a few more smiles on his face. Speaking of which, during their time in college, the four of them in the dormitory were very close, especially after learning about Shaolin's life. As the richest big brother in the dormitory, Zhang Xin was even more concerned about him. There is no other rich second-generation dude. This time, Zhang Xin married. Shaolin said would also want to personally go to a trip. He now seemed to continue practicing his sword without any distractions, but in reality, his heart had already begun to think about what kind of gift to prepare for third brother. It was now the end of July, and the 8th of next month was not far away. Wow, old brother Shao, this rice of yours is too delicious, right? Yummy, woo, delicious, water, give me water, choked, brat, you chew a few more times before swallowing. Choking does not kill you. At dinner time, the Wang's father and son who ate the amethyst rice were simply a mess, as if they hadn't eaten for months. Especially Wang Hang, he lost a bowl in a few bites. Fortunately, this time, Shaolin had cooked more. Otherwise he was really afraid that there would not be enough to eat. Older brother, how much do you charge for a caddy of this rice? Want to sell me some? Wang Qingdong's eyes were glowing. I don't have much either. Shaolin shook his head no hesitation and refused. Well, then we are here for a few days. Wang Qingdong was a little disappointed and did not dare to force himself. Tube enough, but not allowed to take it away. Ha ha, good. Wang Qingdong nodded repeatedly, and Wang Heng's eyes were also glowing. Brother Shao, speaking of which, this rice is very different. After eating it my skin has become all nice. Oh, I didn't even put on much makeup today. Yu Xian smiled from the side. Her skin was getting fairer and more delicate, just like blowing up, and even the tiny scars caused by a fall she had once had were gone. Her hair was also darker and smoother, making her very happy these days. Wang's father and son were naturally even more amazed, but the way Shaolin didn't want to say more. They couldn't ask more. After cleaning up everything after the meal and with permission, Yu Xian went on air. Sofa, Anchor is finally on the air. Did you have a good time with my husband in the world of two today? Wow, I'll go. Am I blind? Or is the world going crazy? Did you see it right? Isn't that the big brother of the Wang group? There's also Wang Xiao. Hiss. Anchor, you actually know this kind of character. Looks like the anchor can't be bullied casually in the future. Beware of Wang's group's lawyer's letter. As soon as the broadcast started, more and more people came in, and with Wang Chengdong and Wang Heng's father and son taking the initiative to enter the scene, it immediately caused the netizens to burst into an uproar. Hello everyone, netizens, I'm the old one you've all been talking about. Wang Chengdong, this is my son. I hope to pay more attention to Yu Xian's live broadcast. Wang Chengdong took the initiative to greet him, and Wang Hung even used his Nebula account to directly reward him profusely. And all of a sudden, the live broadcast room was red. Hashtag real estate bigwigs appear in Yu Xian's live broadcast room. This topic quickly appeared on the hot searches and naturally drew more attention for Yu Xian. The number of people in the live broadcast room had directly doubled several times in just less than an hour, and it looked like it was about to break through 4 million. Look at Big Brother coming. Pay attention to the anchor. Ha, the anchor is quite pretty. This is a vegetarian face, right? Holy, when did even the old king go live? Anchor, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with old Wang? Shouldn't it be? He. Upstairs, beware of the lawyer's letter. There were more and more pop-ups, and there were also all kinds of gifts, making Yu Xian dazzled. Fortunately, Wang Chengdong and Wang Hong didn't stay in the screen for long, or else they didn't know how much of a stir they were going to cause. The next morning was less than 10 o'clock. Feng Wan was sent over. First, she was sent by Wang Group's private jet to Nanjiang City Airport, and then from the airport, she took a helicopter to come directly to this side of Castle Peak Village. Of course there was also the family doctor that accompanied her. But unfortunately, other than Fengwan, everyone else was left at the foot of the mountain. Even Fengwan was personally carried up the mountain by Wang Hong and Wang Hang's father and son. Sister Wan, we meet again. Yes, Brother Xiao. I didn't scare you with this appearance, did I? It's going to be hard for you again. Not long after, Fengwan was already lying on the bed, her tone very weak. She was so thin and unrecognizable that she was only slightly better than that skeleton frame. Who made you my sister Wan? Xiao Lin softly comforted. Don't worry, I'm here. You take a good rest first. I'll be fine when I get up after a nap. Good. Fengwan didn't say much and nodded before closing her eyes. Xiao Lin, on the other hand, reached out and pointed, and a golden light instantly disappeared into Fengwan's body, causing all of her vitality to become much denser. The entire person, moreover, directly fell into a deep sleep. Elder brother Xiao, what the hell is she? Only then did Wang Chengdong frown and ask, very worried. It's a compulsion. Yuan devouring compulsion. Xiao Lin spoke indifferently. Compulsion? The few people in the room were extremely shocked, and Wang Heng's eyes widened even more, blurting out with unbelief. How is that possible? What era is it now? How could there still be something like a compulsion? Snap! As soon as the words fell, Wang Chengdong threw a slap on the back of the bastard's head. Shut up! After scolding Wang Hong, Wang Chengdong turned towards Xiao Lin and said, Elder brother Xiao, my wife, she has always been kind to people. How could she possibly be contaminated with such a thing? Please, you must save her, please, Wang Chengdong pleaded repeatedly. In his opinion, other than Xiao Lin, there was simply no second person who could save Fengwan. Between husband and wife, there was a deep bond of love. Brother Xiao, Wang Dong has begged you so much. You're still. Yu Xian also couldn't help but open her mouth to help plead. Xiao Lin's heart stirred as he detected another hidden movement of the silence system. Don't worry, I'm here. Let's back off a bit. Xiao Lin smiled and signaled Wang's father and son and Yu Xian to step back with him, and in the midst of their stunned expressions, Xiao Lin gently beckoned again. Little White, it's up to you. Meow. Xiao Bai, who was originally lying on the side, suddenly made a long leap and directly stepped on Fengwan's body. Ow. The next moment, she let out a low, light roar. It seemed to be very light, but it was as if it echoed in the hearts of Wang Chengdong and the few of them, with a sense of soul trembling. And after this light roar, the naked eye can see the surface of Fengwan's withered body. There is a piece of strange bumps are constantly traveling, as if receiving a frightening bug. Is Fengwan's body constantly scattered and running around? It was precisely the Yuan devouring compass. This, everyone was so scared that their cold hairs stood straight up. Ow. Immediately after, Xiao Bai let out another low roar. Those wandering Yuan devouring compulsions suddenly seemed to be subjected to some kind of suction, and in the moment Fengwan's mouth opened, they turned into a black stream of light that rushed out from her body, and then were quickly sucked into Little White's mouth. Barf 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 barf. Hiccup. This little guy burped and flicked his tail happily as he returned to Xiao Lin's lap. 3 pairs of odd eyes looked as if they had seen a ghost, looking at the little guy like a pet. At this time in Wang Qingdong's eyes they were afraid that there were only 2 words. Demon. 12 Wang Hang's attitude changes. Airport encounter. Well, let's go next door and talk. Let Sister Wan have a good rest. Xiao Lin led the way to the next room while holding Little White. Father and son Wang Chengdong and the 3 of them, Yu Xian, followed closely behind. Elder brother Xiao. Just now, after Yu Xian had poured a cup of tea for each of them, Wang Chengdong really couldn't help himself. Xiao Bai had struck out for a total of no more than 2 minutes, and everything was resolved? That's the Yuan devouring compass. Xiao Lin Rua the cat with a light smile on his face, but Xiao Bai is the nemesis of the world's parasites. A mere Yuan devouring compulsion is nothing. Meow. Little White comfortably plopped down in Xiao Lin's arms, his big fluffy tail flicking, making it even more adorable. But isn't she just a Persian cat? Has it become a spirit? Wang Hong was incredulous. He wanted to reach out and touch Little White, but he didn't have the guts to do so. He. Xiao Lin laughed softly and did not explain much. Instead, Xiao Bai rolled his eyes at the item. Extremely contemptuous. Wang Hong was instantly dumbfounded. He himself had been defied by a cat. Elder brother Xiao Wan Shi, don't worry. The Yuan devouring compulsion has been extinguished, and one only needs to heal properly to recover. Phew, that's good. Receiving the assurance, Wang Chengdong finally put down the big stone in his heart. Mr. Xiao, what exactly, is my mother her? At this time, Wang Hong also opened his mouth. However, the words did not finish. Then was again Wang Chengdong a chestnut knocked on the head. No big or small brat. What do you call mister? Call uncle. Ha? Yes. Uncle Xiao. Wang Hong was first stunned, and then hurriedly changed his words. Uncle Xiao. My mom hasn't been showing much to the public, so how did she get hit by that yuan-devouring compulsion? The heart was very speechless. After all, Shaolin was even younger than him. Yu Xian was also dumbfounded at the side. Wang Dong, remember what I said about Sister Wan's birthday last time? Shaolin asked without thinking. Remember. Wang Chengdong nodded his head repeatedly. You said that Xiao Wan she was born in a Yin month and Yin time, and was born different from normal people. That's right. This yuan-devouring compulsion must be conceived by someone with a destiny similar to Sister Wan's. As for the parasites, it should have been about 3 months ago. You can backtrack to see what happened at that time, or if there was anyone giving gifts or something. Shaolin continued. According to my observation, Sister Wan should have been exposed to something before she was poisoned by the parasites. 3 months ago, after Wang Chengdong froze, he frowned. Could it be because of my birthday banquet? Xiao Wan accompanied me to my birthday banquet and did come into contact with quite a few people. As for the rest of the time, she basically stayed at home, with almost no possibility of contacting outsiders. That I don't know. Shaolin shrugged. We still have to rely on yourselves to find out. I will never let that person go, Wang Chengdong said through clenched teeth. Wan Heng also had an angry look on his face. As for Sister Wan, just stay here with me for the time being to recuperate. And you guys, you can go first if something happens, Shaoling said in this manner. He. It's fine. Just bother you for a few days first, old brother, Wang Chengdong immediately said. Wan Heng also nodded repeatedly with glowing eyes. Not to mention anything else, the kind of rice from yesterday alone was something that he wouldn't be able to get enough of even if he ate it for the rest of his life. Those mountainous delicacies outside could not even compare to a single hair here. Time passes. 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wan's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It now looked almost like she was in her 30s. Eating amethyst rice every day, she was now almost back to her former model appearance. Her skin was even fairer and tighter. Not a single wrinkle could be seen. Saying that she was Wang Heng's sister, I'm afraid no one would not believe her. As for Wang Heng, Uncle Xiao, your watermelon here tastes really good. I see you practicing swords so handsomely. Can you teach me? Uncle Xiao, can you really not let me take some of these amethyst rice back? Uncle Xiao. With the recovery of his own old mom and the clear changes in the family's body, it made this Wang Dajiao's attitude towards Shaolin even more completely changed, calling out Uncle Xiao with every mouthful, not to mention how close he was. Yu Xian was even more unable to look at it, crying and laughing. When did Wang Xiao, who was often surrounded by beautiful women, become like a dog licker? Moreover, the one who licked was still a man, but then again, because of their family of 3 here, it allowed Yu Xian to have nearly 10 million people online in the live broadcast these past few days, and has just become one of the big outdoor anchors in the Nebula platform. At this time it was already near dusk, the slanting sun in the sky, a reddish color. Under the mountain village cooking smoke curls up, a good picture of calm and peaceful. In the kitchen, Feng Wan and Yu Xian were busy. The aroma of the meal was mouth-watering. Even Xiaobai was now lying on his back waiting at the doorway, softly calling out a few times every now and then. It's time to eat. Not long after, the simple 3 dishes and 1 soup were served. The 5 people sat around, with Little White lying on the side and an exclusive rice bowl. The simple farmhouse dishes, paired with a large pot of amethyst rice, made everyone eat happily. Right, Brother Xiao, I heard old Wang say that you're going to attend a classmate's wedding? It's the 8th, right? Feng Wan asked gently. Aha, Shaolin nodded. It's the 5th today. I plan to go over the day after tomorrow. I'm almost as good now. Why don't we join together? It also saves you the trouble of going to buy a plane ticket like that, Feng Wan said with a smile. Madam is right. It's just that old brother. You see, your sister Wan, she's considered to be really well now? This is natural. With Shaolin's assurance, everyone then really put their hearts down. As for Feng Wan, as the person concerned, she was more able to truly feel the changes in herself, and was naturally more incomparably grateful to Shaolin. Shishu Airport, as the #1 airport in southwest China, it was bustling with people. The Wang family's private jet worth hundreds of millions of dollars was parked over here. Shaolin and his group were walking towards the exclusive VIP lounge, but on their way, they saw that the crowd not far away was suddenly divided by a group of security guards. A young woman with a slender figure, wearing a mask and sunglasses, was walking quickly towards the outside under the escort of 7 or 8 bodyguards. Wearing a short skirt, her long white legs stepped on high-heeled sandals very eye-catching. The assistant beside her was pushing a suitcase and was also in a hurry. What a big rack! Shaolin scat out. Which star should this be? I know her. It's Zhao watching. I especially like the few palace fight dramas and fairy dramas she's been in. It's also one of the 4 little flowers. It's rumored that her long legs are insured for $100 million. But, said Yu Xian, she couldn't help but frown. Didn't she say that she came from the countryside and never put on any platitudes? How? This time? Inexplicably, there was a feeling of an idol collapsing her house. It should be that something happened to her family. Xiaolin smiled and said lightly, although wearing sunglasses, but her parents' palace in the middle of the moon angle skewed and have scars. It should be that her adoptive mother is sick, and it is still a serious illness. Wow, Brother Xiao, you can even see this? And it's so far apart. Yu Xian immediately revealed a look of adoration, and Wang Chengdong and his family were also extremely stunned. Just some small means in physiognomy, Xiaolin modestly returned. This is not a small means, Feng Wan immediately said. Since you can see the problem, little brother, can you help her? This, Xiaolin was slightly stunned at his words, while Wang Heng smiled at the side and opened his mouth to explain. Uncle Xiao doesn't know the Huatian entertainment that this Zhaoru watching is in. My mom, she's the major shareholder. 13 brothers meet Lu Onsong again. Huatian Entertainment, one of the 3 major entertainment giants in China. Over the years, Feng Wan had invested in quite a few companies or enterprises, and Huatian Entertainment was one of them. Moreover, Feng Wan's shares in Huatian Entertainment amounted to 37%. Just as Wang Hong had said, she was the largest shareholder. How about this? Sister Wan, Xiaolin thought about it and said, I'll give you my cell phone number, so if there's anything you need, you can call me anytime. Really? Good. Great. Thank you, little brother. Feng Wan was delighted at his words and hurriedly took out her cell phone to exchange phone numbers with Xiaolin. Wang Chengdong and Wang Heng's father and son also came over, especially Wang Hong, who licked his face and smiled. Where was the usual arrogant appearance of Wang the young master outside? By the way, this is for you and brother Wang. Saying that, Xiaolin took out 2 more purple golden 5-pointed stars. Little brother, this is. Feng Wan became more and more ecstatic. Then, we'll be polite. Feng Wan and Wang Chengdong had 1 each. As for Wang Heng, he could not help but touch the pendant. In these few days, after seeing Xiaolin's magical means, how could he doubt this cheap uncle? Amulet. This is not the kind of thing out there that says something about enlightenment but is actually fake as hell. Wang Chengdong also thanked him repeatedly, smiling even more happily as well. Soon, the private jet took off smoothly. After more than 3 close to 4 hours of flight, the airplane landed safely at Hongjiang Airport in Magic City. Little brother, why don't you come back with us to live? Your brother Wang is still planning to have a few drinks with you. After getting off the airplane, Feng Wan invited. No, Sister Wan, I already have a date with someone. Xiaolin shook his head and refused with a smile. Then, okay, but when you're done with your business, you must come and sit down. At the very least, recognize the family, right? At that time, I'll have Xiao Heng pick you up. Feng Wan said this, and Xiaolin could only nod his head in agreement. In the end, after the caravan that came to pick them up sent Xiaolin and Yuxian to the Magic City University, Wang Chengdong and the others slowly left. Where are you going next? Looking at the students coming in and out in front of the main gate, Xiaolin turned his head and asked, Going home. Your home is in Magic City? Didn't I tell you that? Yuxian was stunned and then smiled somewhat dully. It seems like I really haven't said it. He. Brother Xiao, I'll go back first. Xiao bye-bye. Saying that, she waved her hand before beckoning a cab and left. She also didn't forget to make a phone contact gesture towards Xiaolin. Ding. System upgrade in progress. Ding. Upgrade completion rate of 60%. Please host continue to work hard. Right at this moment, the system voice sounded again. From the previous 30% to the current 60%. It seems to be not bad, but why is this? Xiaolin was left confused. Is it Yu Xian? Before, she tried to eat the amethyst rice, and when she did, she managed to restart and upgrade. Then is it possible that this time, it's because she wants me to save Sister Wan and count it as complete when Sister Wan comes back to the Magic City? If that's really the case, then I still have to continue. In his dark thoughts, Xiaolin cried and laughed. Was he considered to be bound to someone else? Half an hour later, in a restaurant 2 streets away from Magic City University, Xiaolin met the 3 brothers from his dormitory again after 4 years. The eldest Zhang Hua, the second Chen Zhuofan, and the third Zhang Xin. The 4 brothers were sitting around a small square table, and the diners around them were mostly college students from the neighborhood. So business was indeed very good. In this inch of gold in the Magic City, I'm afraid that restaurants similar to this can only be found near universities. The dishes are here. The owner, Uncle Zhang, personally served the dishes on the table, fat and smiling. It made people friendly at first glance. During the 4 years of college, they didn't know how many times they had eaten here, and Uncle Zhang had long since become too familiar. Even though they hadn't seen each other for almost 4 years now, Uncle Zhang still recognized them at once. Come, try this shrimper today, and this braised pork. You guys eat more. It's on me today. Eat slowly. Uncle Zhang turned his head to greet the other guests. Shaolin and the four of them followed the old rules. First dry a cup before they each clip vegetables. After 4 years of separation, it was as if they had endless words. You have a word and I have a word. So lively. Along with that, it seems to make the atmosphere in the small restaurant are much warmer. As for Little White, he lay on the side and waited obediently, not barking at all. By the way, Xiao, all these years after graduation, do you still have contact with that whoever? A beer drank almost, Zhang Xian suddenly asked. At these words, Shaolin but his hand movement was a beat. His mind could not help but emerge a silhouette. Her name was Han Jingya. She was a classmate in college. The two of them were together in the second semester of freshman year, and they were the most favored pair in the class. But as the saying goes, graduation season is breakup season. Plus Shaolin is just a person from the poor mountain valley. Naturally will not be recognized by Han Jingya's family. In particular, Han Jingya's sister, who is a university teacher, even came to the Magic City to break up the two in person. In the end, on the day of graduation, the two still couldn't escape the end of the breakup. Lao San, what are you talking about? People don't look down on us. We still don't look down on her. Xiao, let bygones be bygones. Come on, let's go. Chen Zhuofan, the second oldest, slapped Zhang Xian in a bad mood and raised his glass. Yes, drink one. Junior is the most handsome of our brothers. Are you still worried about finding a woman? Bottoms up. Boss Jianhua also laughed out loud. Shaolin grinned and then continued to eat and drink with his brothers. However, he had to admit that Han Jingya was his first love. Could it really be put down that easily? Mr. Xiao, it's you? Just as they had eaten and drank their fill, picking up Xiaobai and preparing to check out and leave, two middle-aged men walked in through the door. One of them was even more of a familiar face. Qinglong Town's patrol captain, Lu Ansong. Captain Lu? Shaolin froze, especially when he saw the exhaustion of the two Lu Ansongs. He could not help but frown slightly. Old Lu, you guys know each other? Another person asked in dismay. Yes, Team Wu. Lu Ansong nodded, wanting to introduce Shaolin but suddenly not knowing how to speak. Could it be that it was a magus? A mage? A Taoist priest? Mr. Xiao is my savior. He could only say this in the end. Team Wu looked at Shaolin strangely. He was only 25 or 26 years old, right? Aside from being handsome, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Since Team Lu has something to do, we'll leave first. Shaolin held Xiaobai and didn't voice his judgment. After all, there were so many other people around. Mr. Xiao, wait a moment, Lu Ansong blurted out. Immediately after a few moments, in the so-called elegant room partitioned off from this small restaurant, there was only a round table and a few chairs, as well as the air conditioner turned on. Lu Ansong and Team Wu, as well as Shaolin and their four brothers sat around. Jianhua and the others didn't open their mouths, and that Team Wu's expression grew weirder and weirder. He briefly knew some of the miraculous aspects of Shaolin's fortune-telling from Lu Ansong, but couldn't believe it. After all, this was no longer part of science. Team Lu, if you have something to say, you might as well say it straight. Shaolin frowned. Yes, then I'll be polite. Lu Ansong smiled bitterly. I want to ask Mr. Xiao for a favor. 14-word measurement. Wu Yu's shock. Immediately afterward, Lu Ansong briefly talked about the purpose of his business trip to Magic City. A few children have gone missing in Qinglong Town one after another. After investigation, they were trafficked to Mordor, and even related to some big disappearance cases in China in recent years. However, even with the full cooperation of the Mordor side of the police, but in the case of too little evidence, it is still difficult to find the person, let alone saved back. 4 or 5 days ago, Lu Ansong arrived in Mordor, but so far there was still nothing. Looking for someone? Shaolin nodded secretly without moving. Mr. Xiao, I really have no choice either. The parents of the lost child over in Qinglong Town are now anxious. If I can't find them back again, it's small that I'll be blamed, but those families are going to suffer for the rest of their lives, said Lu Ansong full of pleading. I know Mr. Xiao is by no means immortal, but please do help. Can you help us see where those children are now? Looking at Lu Ansong's appearance, everyone was also very anxious for him. Just this kind of thing to come to Shaolin. Isn't this strange? During the university, in fact, even Jianhua and the other 3 people who had the best relationship with Shaolin did not know what exactly he did during the vacation. Xiao, is it hard to believe that you're a Taoist priest who can pinch and count? I say this, Captain Lu. Shouldn't it be your patrolman's business to find someone? You find Xiao. This, Zhang Xian shook his head, somewhat speechless. Team Lu, if I say we still. Captain Wu also then opened his mouth. Wu team, believe me once. Lu Ansong, however, always looked at Shaolin pleadingly. This period of time's mental and physical exhaustion had made him seem to have aged several years since his last real life, and even his gray hair had increased quite a bit. Mr. Xiao, count on me, old Lu, to beg you. Hey, Xiao Lin sighed and turned his head. Boss, go find Uncle Zheng to get paper and pen. No, I have it here. Lu Ansong hurriedly took out a black notebook from his pocket with a ballpoint pen hanging from it. Mr. Xiao, look, first things first, no matter what I say now, you guys are not allowed to spread it out. At the very least, you can't say that I said it, Xiao Lin said with a straight face. Good. Lu Ansong nodded repeatedly. Xiao see, this. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Jiang Hua was also in a daze. Only Chen Shuofan, the northeastern man among the four brothers, was thoughtful. I'll explain it to you guys later. Xiao Lin gently shook his head, looked back at the two of them, Team Wu and Team Lu, and slowly said, since we are looking for someone, let's take a character test. Team Leader Wu, Team Leader Lu, you can just write a word at random. Good, then I'll go first. Lu Ansong nodded and without thinking, he flipped open his notebook and wrote the word person in the blank space, and Captain Wu, just as if he had no faith in this so-called fortune-telling art, but still followed suit and similarly wrote a person. One piece of paper, two people. Xiao Lin took it and spoke indifferently. First of all, man is ding for mouth. Ding plus mouth is the May of May. So the two of you will definitely be able to accomplish your mission this time. Lu Ansong was instantly delighted at his words, while that Wu team secretly sneered. This kind of specious fortune-telling claim, simply don't be too low-end. But, immediately afterward, Xiao Lin, however, turned his tone and continued, this person of yours, Team Lu, is more anxious with a single stroke, and it does not meet in the middle. There is an empty space, so it means that this matter is urgent and must be planned slowly. Captain Wu's character, however, has another apostrophe out, similar to a fork, proving that what you did before was wrong. Then according to you, what do we have to do to be right? Captain Wu immediately asked back. His tone grew colder and colder. In his opinion, Xiao Lin was no different from the stream of street-side fortune-tellers who were the kind of crooks. There is no need for Captain Wu to be in a hurry. Xiao Lin faintly swept a glance at Captain Wu and continued. You just dropped your pen and habitually dotted it at the end of the day. If you count by southeast, west, and north, where do you see this point? Since it is the east, left west, right east only. That's right, east. Xiao Lin gently stroked little white silky fur. The point of landing is east. The east belongs to wood, while people belong to water. Furthermore, both of you came to measure the characters, so man plus 2 is for heaven. So the person you're looking for is centered on this, where the east is related to wood and water, and must have the word heaven in his or her name. In that case, it should be enough, right? Lu Ansong's face showed joy, and he was all for Xiao Lin's words. Captain Wu, on the other hand, frowned a little. Holy, Xiao Si, your kid is trying to seal a god. This is too amazing, isn't it? With just these 2 words, you said so many things at once? In comparison, Jiang Hua and Zhang Xian exclaimed in even more exaggerated awe. Even Chen Zhuofan gave a thumbs up and grinned. Right, Captain Wu, Team Lu, let me remind you, the two of you have a hidden blackness in your seal. If you go over there personally, you'd better be careful, or else there will be less bloodshed. After saying that, Xiao Lin got up and left with Xiao Bai in his arms. Jiang Hua and the others followed closely behind, leaving these 2 captains to look at each other in disbelief. At night, in the Magic Capital Patrol Division, Wu Yu and Lu Ansong stood side by side, waiting for the latest news. I say old Lu, do you really believe that kids bull asterisk? For that kind of claim, I'm afraid that any random fake Taoist priest out there would be more mysterious than what he said. Look, it's almost 10 o'clock and there's still no news. Wu Yu was dissatisfied. Team Wu, I believe Mr. Xiao, and Lu Ansong's face turned a little red, and as he was about to say something else, Wu Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? What? Really found it? Good. Block off the surrounding immediately. We'll be there soon. Shortly after Wu Yu picked up the phone, his expression became very wonderful. Old Lu, the place is confirmed. Let's hurry over. Ha ha. I knew that Mr. Xiao would never be wrong. Lu Ansong was very excited and followed Wu Yu and then walked out quickly together. Soon, a car sped out from the patrol division, aiming straight for the Tianyang wood carving factory. This place is located in the east of the Magic City, is a local more famous wood carving factory, but who could really think that it would be a place to hide dirt? On the way to the wood carving factory, driving Wu Yu expression is very rich, and a look of desire to speak, and after continuing to receive a phone call, his hesitation slowly turned into firmness. Old Lu, it's been checked out. There are more than 20 children imprisoned in the wood carving factory. Among them are the ones you're looking for. Ha ha. Great. my mission this time is finally about to be completed. It's not in vain that I came out for these few days. Lu Wansong was ecstatic. But old Lu, that Xiao, Mr. Xiao, is he really that amazing? Taking advantage of waiting for the traffic light, Wu Yu twisted his head to look at Lu Wansong, his eyes full of amazement. In this world, there will really be such a magical art of measuring words? Ha ha, Team Wu, haven't you seen it all with your own eyes? Lu Wansong laughed out loud. Then again, Mr. Xiao said we have a bloodbath tonight. Make sure to be more careful. When we arrive later, lend me a bulletproof vest to wear. I'm still thinking of going back safely to be with my wife and kids. 15 shock after shock. Belittled. Boss. Team Lu. When Wu and Lu came to the Tianyang wood carving factory, the surrounding area had already been secretly controlled by the experienced inspectors. Drones with infrared rays had already risen into the air, blending into the darkness and not being detected by the people inside the wood carving factory. Team 3. Blockade the perimeter. Contact the ambulance. Teams 1 and 2 follow me. Remember, we must save all the children inside. After Wu Yu made some arrangements, he took the lead and rushed in over the wall. Lu Wansong similarly followed, of course not forgetting to put on his bulletproof vest. What kind of people? Not good. The inspectors are coming. Hurry. Although the previous arrangements were silent, it was still inevitable that they would not be noticed as the inspectors rushed in. Snapping. In the darkness of the night, there was a burst of gunfire. The screams of the traffickers, in addition to the muffled grunts of the inspectors after they were shot, unfolded in a staggered manner. The entire wood carving factory was filled with machines and log materials, and at this time wood shavings were flying in the attacks from both sides, obscuring a lot of sight. Captain, the total number of suspects is 9. 2 of them have already been captured. The other 7 are now at, respectively, borrowing the night vision device, as well as the high-altitude drone's reconnaissance. The specific location of all the suspects was quickly locked. Even if they were running around, they could be pinpointed with precision and accuracy. Very well. Remember, our premise is to save the children. Make sure not to hurt them. Under ensuring the safety of the children, arrest all those damn people for me. Through his headset, Wu Yu quickly issued an order based on the location of the suspects. As a result, the patrolman quickly moved again. The targeted actions made it impossible for the suspects to hide. Some of them tried to use their children as a shield, but they were shot directly by the snipers located in the high places. Everything seemed to be easy. After all, Magic City was an international metropolis. As the elite of the patrol, they were considered to have a successful conclusion this time. Reporting to the boss, the suspects totaling 9 were all captured alive. All 26 children have been found as well. A fierce battle was over in just about half an hour. Watching each suspect being taken away, Lu sighed in relief. Old Lu, see? I told you it's okay. What blood and light. Wu Yu put away his gun and patted Lu Wansong's shoulder, but the next instant a rumbling sound steeply rang out. Boss, Team Lu, run, run. The others also shouted out. Old Wu, go. Lu Wansong's complexion changed drastically as he pulled Wu Yu towards the side and ran. The speed flew fast, and it was more of a rolling and crawling. Bang bang bang. After they managed to stabilize themselves, they looked back with fear and trepidation. Just now they stood in the position, is placed like a small mountain of log material on the side. Also do not know what the reason, that the topmost log suddenly slipped. If they dodge a little slower, these all smash together. The consequences are simply unimaginable. Hiss. Wu Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. Lu Wansong was equally horrified. Boss, Team Lu, are you guys alright? Quite a few inspectors surrounded them. With the help of others, Wu Yu and Lu Wansong stood up. Boss, inside also, there are several children's bodies. These human traffickers simply deserve to die. Just then, some other people who were searching came over to report. What? Quickly go over to see. Oops. Wu Yu said that he was going to go over there, but the moment he just raised his foot and lifted it down, he suddenly let out a cry of pain. A nail that directly penetrated the back of his foot. Blood instantly soaked. Boss, quickly call the doctor. This nail has rust. Everyone exclaimed in shock, and the doctor rushed over from the ambulance side. It's a bloodbath. Lu Wansong couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw it. This is the blood and light disaster that Mr. Xiao said. He and Wu Yu looked at each other, cold sweat pouring out while there was more of a face-to-face look. Xiao Lin was unaware of what Wu Lu and the other two had experienced this night. He had already checked into a hotel suite under Zhang Xian's arrangement. Naturally, there were also Jiang Hua and Chen Zhuofan living with him. Marriage was a big event, and Zhang Xian had been very busy since then, and to be able to accompany them for almost a whole day the day before was already considered very good. The three brothers chatted about the past, not the least of which was about the circumstances of today's Xiao Lin's character measurement, until the second half of the night before they each went to sleep. The next day, August 8th. A very auspicious number and a big day in Zhang Xian's life. Huayue Century. This was the place where Zhang Xian had organized his wedding, and it was also the 5-star hotel where Xiao Lin and the others had stayed last night. At this moment, in the banquet hall of Huayue Century, there were already quite a few guests arriving one after another since 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and the photos of Zhang Xian and the bride, Cui Pingping, were enlarged and placed at the entrance of the banquet hall. Golden couple, a man of talent and a woman of honor. While Zhang Xian and Cui Pingping were accompanied by both parents, they greeted the guests at the entrance. Ha ha, Lao San, we're here. Hello, uncle and auntie. After 10 o'clock, Xiao Lin and the three of them came. As for Xiao Bai, he was left in the suite above. After all, it was indeed bad to attend a wedding and bring a pet with you. Good. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Xiao, you guys go in. I won't accompany you guys much today. Let Xiao Xian have a few more drinks with you guys later. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang nodded with smiles. Not close or distant. Brothers, I'll come find you guys later. Zhang Xian also laughed. Although Cui Pingping and her parents were also wearing smiles, the smiles were programmed or fake. In their eyes, there was even more obvious contempt. The three of them quickly walked in and casually found a place to sit and chat. The guests coming and going were also gathered in 2s and 3s at this time, among which there were many bosses worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And naturally there were also some famous women. I'm afraid that any piece of jewelry on these people was dozens of times the sum of what Xiao Lin and the three of them wore, although they were refreshed and also wore suits, but that was only very ordinary, adding up to just $1,000. Lao San, this is really going to fly. Look at these people. We can't compare. In the future, I'll have to call you Mr. Zhen. Zhonghua grinned and laughed, but there was no jealousy. After all, their brotherly bond was also something that no amount of money could compare to. Compared to what? Could it be that if we have something, Lao San can still not help? Chen Shuafan picked up the wine cup and sipped his lips straight, smacking his lips. I still like our Northeast that got us white wine. He. Xiao Lin also just laughed and did not say much. When he entered the door, he could feel the Cui family's contempt, but did not put it on his mind. In his heart, only his three brothers were the main thing. Talking and chatting, the guests were getting more and more. The time for the wedding had also arrived. Zhang's father even spent a lot of money to invite some famous singers from the entertainment industry to be present, making the atmosphere more and more enthusiastic. The wedding banquet was quite luxurious, and the rehearsal was not small. It was very lively. Xiao Lin, however, was not too accustomed to this kind of occasion, so after drinking the toast from the newlyweds, he came outside alone. On the contrary, Zhonghua and Chen Zhuafan were drinking happily, obviously very happy for Zhang Xian's marriage. May I ask if you are Mr. Xiao Lin Xiao? Not a moment after leaning against the pillar, a female voice came to his ears. You are? Xiao Lin turned his head to look, about 22 or 23 years old, wearing a white bustier gown. Her figure was good, especially this voice was very nice. She is the party on the stage to sing the female star to come, seems to be surnamed Su. As for what is called Xiao Lin, who usually didn't care about the entertainment circle at all, naturally didn't know. Mr. Xiao, hello, I'm Su Qingyan from Huatian Entertainment. It's Mr. Feng who asked me to find you. Su Qingyan bowed slightly. Because of what she was wearing, a large smear of snow-white peaks came into view, and Xiao Lin immediately turned his head away in embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Qingyan could not help but purse her lips. So it turns out that Mr. Xiao, as Feng said, is so green, so cute. 16 Su Qingyan. Wang Hong is here. Su Qingyan, just over a year after her debut, she became a second-tier star, and because of a few sweet love songs, she was recognized by the audience as the sweetheart princess. The song is sweet and the person is beautiful. She was one of the most popular young flowers in Huatian Entertainment. Ms. Su, what is your business? Xiao Lin asked indifferently. In his eyes, there was no difference between actresses and ordinary people. At most, it was just a slightly better-looking skin. Truth be told, Su Qingyan was just about to say something when a person walked out of that banquet hall. Miss Su, why are you here? It's Mr. Chui. Su Qingyan smiled faintly and greeted. This person was called Chui Su. It was the elder brother of the bride, Cui Pingping, who hung a general manager's name in the Chui family's company, usually hanging around flowers but not caring about anything at all. He was wearing a suit, the buttons already undone, holding a wine glass in his hand. His face was flushed, and he had obviously drunk a lot. That look even carried a few points of frivolity. Ms. Su, today is my little sister's big wedding. Thanks for coming to support her. I'll toast you. Later on, please give me an autograph. I'm a fan of yours. Saying that, Chui Su took advantage of handing over the wineglass to stretch out his salty hand. Mr. Chui, please respect yourself. Su Qingyan's face sank and pulled away some distance. With Xiao Lin's angle, it was also just enough to see Chui Su's little action clearly. With a cold smile, she skimmed her mouth. This action, however, also happened to be seen by Chui Su, causing him to be instantly enraged. Kid, where did you come from? What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. The sudden angry roar made Su Qingyan startled, and Xiao Lin even frowned. Chui Su, what are you doing? It's our turn to toast. Why don't you hurry up and come in? At this moment, Mother Chui, who was wearing a cheongsam, shouted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Miss Su is also here? It's been a hard day. Wait, let's drink a few cups too. Seeing Su Qingyan and Xiao Lin, Mother Chui only greeted Su Qingyan. Xiao Lin was completely ignored. Coming. Mom. Ms. Su, I'll go over first. Chui Su answered and just walked not more than a few steps but turned back and glared viciously at Xiao Lin. That look seemed to say, kid, you wait for me. You said you're such a big man. Even your sister is married and you still only know how to fool around? What's there to say to that kind of country bumpkin? Mother Chui led Chui Su towards the hall, and scolded him in a scolding manner. After entering the banquet hall, this mother and son duo suddenly revealed a lot of smiles again and greeted the many guests, which was simply speechless. Mr. Xiao, Su Qingyan showed an apologetic face. After all, it was because of her that Chui Su had made Xiao Lin look at Xiao Lin with that kind of anger. No harm done. Xiao Lin waved his hand and said indifferently, tell me about your business first. Good. Su Qingyan was instantly delighted and was about to say something when she was suddenly interrupted by a violent round of applause in the banquet hall, and as a result, it drew their gazes over. At this moment, there was a young man who was surrounded in the center by the stars of Zhang Chui's two families, but in the face of the thunderous applause, as well as other people's compliments, he had always acted a bit uninviting, can even be said to be arrogant. His eyes constantly swept over the many guests as if he was looking for someone, and for the other people's compliments, he just casually and simply dealt with them. It's Wang Xiao? Seeing this person, Su Qingyan could not help but freeze for a moment. Her red lips were slightly opened in dismay. With the status and position of the Zhang and Chui families, how could young Wang appear here? Why is this brat here? Xiao Lin was also stunned. His own bland character, but because of those few days together before, plus having sister Wan's relationship, made Xiao Lin also have a good sense of this young Wang, one of the four young men of Magic City. Although it was true that he was a bit of a womanizer on weekdays, he was not as arrogant and domineering as the other rich second generation. Mr. Xiao, you also know young Wang? Su Qingyan said but couldn't help but laugh to himself. Hey, what am I asking? He knew Mr. Feng, so it was naturally impossible for him not to know Mr. Fang's son. That's right, this young man was none other than Wang Heng. Young Wang, are you looking for someone? We can. Chui Su hurriedly spoke with a smile. The others also nodded their heads, and it so happened that at this moment, Wang Heng's gaze swept over Xiao Lin at the doorway, and he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Old Zhang, old Chui, you guys are busy with yourselves. Don't mind me. After casually waving his hand, Wang Heng quickly walked towards Xiao Lin and Su Qingyan's side. Young Wang, is this fancying Miss Su? Definitely. Young Wang has always liked second and third tier actresses. If this Ms. Su is fancy by young Wang, then she'll be blessed. TSK. Not good. A few people spoke to each other, but Mother Chui suddenly let out a dark cry. Not good. Xiao Su, hurry over. Don't let other outsiders disturb young Wang's pleasure. Good. Chui Su, who originally had his eyes on Su Qingyan, was a little upset, but he did not dare to snap at all. How could he be compared to Wang Heng? If he could thus get on the line of young Wang and the Wang group behind him, wouldn't their Chui family take off? Over here, Wang Heng had already arrived in front of Xiao Lin in 3 steps. Wang Xiao, Su Qingyan, on the other hand, was somewhat at a loss for words, not to mention that she was only a second tier. Even the current first tier ones would have to call out young Wang in front of Wang Heng. Well, you're here too. Wang Heng nodded and turned his head towards Xiao Lin. Xiao, when he was about to say something, that Chui Su behind him ran over quickly, his face full of flattery. Without saying anything, he directly split his head and cursed towards Xiao Lin. Brat, why don't you roll away? Don't you know what your status is yourself? If you disturb young Wang and Miss Su's date, you brat. This flurry of scolding made people listen to it foolishly, and at this time, because Wang Heng has become the focus of this side, more by the banquet hall crowd to see. Ping Ping, let go of me. Zhang Xian shook off Chui Pingping's hand and walked towards the side with Zhang Hua and Chen Zhuofan in quick steps. The elders of the Zhang and Chui families were too late to stop them, or they simply didn't understand the feelings between the 4 brothers. Scram! You dare to scold my uncle Xiao? Suddenly, Wang Heng went berserk. With red eyes, he directly kicked Chui Su with a flying kick, sending him to the ground. Young Wang, poor Chui Su's hot face was stuck to a cold ass. and he fell to the ground for a moment not knowing what had happened. But immediately after, Wang Hong continued to kick on him one after another. Young Wang, don't! Show mercy on your feet. Young Wang, we are our own people. This is my son Chui Su. Wang Heng's sudden move made the people of Zhang Chui's two families confused. They hurriedly ran over and shouted. On the other hand, Zhang Xin and the others were dumbfounded, originally thinking that they would stand up for Shaolin despite everything, but they never expected to see this scene. Even Su Qingyan was startled and her pretty face turned a little white. Wang Xiao, calm down, calm down. Father Chui and Mother Chui swooped over to stop them, but Wang Hong seemed to be determined. In a short while, Chui Su's bastard was beaten black and blue, in front of a large crowd. More and more people also noticed this side. Alright, Shaolin frowned and drank. Hey, Uncle Xiao. Only then did Wang Hong stop, and with a fawning face, he came over to Shaolin. This kid ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall and dared to scold you. Why don't I talk to my old man and cut off their Chui family's business? These words immediately caused Chui father and Chui mother's color to change drastically, and even Chui Su, who was howling in pain, couldn't help but lower his voice. Everyone quieted down. Who was Wang Hong? One of the 4 young men of the Magic City who was not afraid of the sky or the earth. When had he ever seen him fawning over people like this? Some people even began to consider whether they should take the initiative to break off their cooperation with the Chui family in order to curry favor with the wine group. As for Shaolin, he had even become the center of attention because of Wang Heng's attitude. 17-star diamond card. Call from Luan Song. A few minutes later, in a certain box in this Huaiyue century, Wang Hong attentively poured water for Shaolin, calling him Uncle Xiao with every mouthful, making the Chui family and the others standing on the side feel embarrassed. In particular, Wang Heng's sentence of cutting off the Chui family's business made their hearts skip a beat. There was no doubt about it. If Wang Group really did that, their Chui family would have no place in the whole of China. Not to mention Magic City. As for Zhang's father and mother who were in-laws, they were all accompanied by the side now, but their expressions were a bit complicated and surprised. Who would have thought that this Shaolin, whose body added up to less than $1,000, would make young Wang treat him so respectfully? Alright, don't get busy, brat. When did you become so flattering? Shaolin held a cup of water and gave a blank look without any goodwill. He, isn't it true that you are my elder? In front of you, Uncle Xiao, I am willing to kneel even if I have to. Wang Heng's face was piled with smiles. Really? Then you can kneel. Shaolin sipped his water and said indifferently. Ha? Wang Hong was confused. Alright, I'm joking with you. Shaolin waved his hand. Say, what did you come over for? Just to show off your Wang de Xiao's might? Hey, I didn't. Uncle Xiao, you don't talk nonsense. Wang Hong sniffed and hurriedly took out a diamond-encrusted dark blue card and handed it to Shaolin. I was ordered by Lord Mother to specially send this to you. Uncle Xiao, star diamond card? Shaolin swept a glance. What would I do with this star diamond card? All the people in the box, including Su Qingyan, a second-tier star, were suddenly stunned. They froze. This was the star diamond card of the Wang Group. The holder has the right to free access to any store under the Wang Group. Even if one buys a villa that costs hundreds of millions of dollars, it can all be free. In the whole of China, less than 5-star diamond cards have been issued. None of the owners were business tycoons. Hey, Uncle Xiao, my mom said, if you still recognize her as a sister, then take it. Anyway, it's just a gadget. Seeing that Shaolin wanted to refuse, Wang Hong immediately moved Fengwan. Besides, this thing doesn't take up much space. I'm begging you to just take it. Otherwise I won't be able to go back and explain to Mom. Uncle, you can't bear to see me being punished, right? The blear-eyed look almost made the others in the box vomit blood. When did the star diamond card become like this? You don't want me to have it. Please beg you to give it to me. Each of their eyes were a little red, but they did not dare to make the slightest statement. As for the relationship between Shaolin and the Wang Group, it became more and more difficult for them to imagine. In particular, the people of the Chui family who had previously treated Shaolin with incomparable contempt were even more filled with regret at this moment, and even their faces were a little white. Alright, I'll take it. Go back and remember to say thank you to Sister Wan. Shaolin cried and laughed before he took the star diamond card and casually tucked it away. That simple action, as if it was just an ordinary membership card from a street-side store, made people even more speechless. Hey, you'd better thank me in person. Wang Hong grinned. What do you mean? This is no longer in a few days. My dad, in order to celebrate, intends to organize a family banquet. At that time also please you incomparable presents. What do you want me to do for a family banquet? No go no go. Shaolin's white eyes rolled straight up when he heard this, and he shook his head to reject it without hesitation. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Xiao. Wang Hong heard, hurriedly pulled Shaolin's hand, such as a few days ago in the village of Castle Peak that began to pamper. A big man, spreading pampering? Hiss. Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. When did the hallowed young Master Wang become like this? Saying no is not going. In a few days I'm going to. Shaolin didn't spoil this guy this time, and while he was talking, suddenly his cell phone rang. Pulling it out and looking at it, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is it Mr. Xiao? I'm Lu Ansong Ah. Team Lu? Something wrong? It's like this. Lu Ansong of the phone told the matter. It turns out that last night since the end of the action back to the hotel, it feels that has been a few pairs of eyes staring at him. At the same time even sent to the hospital for treatment of Wu you are also like this. Even stranger. After falling asleep dreamed of several fuzzy little children to them requesting something, but unfortunately cannot see the person, much less understand those words. Wake up, only feel the spirit of 10,000 tired. In a trance, I thought I saw several small children's figures in front of me again. Really cannot figure out also cannot understand. And Wu Yu a discussion to Shaolin came to this phone. The First People's Hospital? Good. I will go over here. Hanging up the phone, Shaolin got up and was about to head out. Mr. Xiao, Chui's father and mother were anxious, but seeing Wang Hang's attitude towards Shaolin, he didn't dare to forcefully stop him. Xiao. Oh no. Mr. Xiao, actually, old Chui and all of them don't mean that. Look at this. Under Chui's father's praying eyes, Zhang's father was also helpless to open his mouth. After all, they were all in-laws now. It was not good to not help. Uncle Zhang, you can still call me Xiao. Let's put the rest aside for now. I have some things to do over here. I'm sorry, I'll take my leave first. Shaolin didn't even look at Cui Jia. Uncle Xiao, wait for me. Mr. Xiao. Wang Hong and Su Qingyan hurriedly chased after him. Old Zhang, you have to help us. Yes, old Zhang, we're all family now. Xiao Xian is very close to Mr. Xiao. Let him help put in a good word. Seeing Shaolin and the others leave, Chui father and Chui mother said bitterly, especially the mother and son pair, Chui mother and Chui Su, were now even more regretful. Hey, if you knew it would be today, why bother? I will try. Zhang father could only agree so. Outside the box, Xiao Si, where are you going? I'm really sorry for today. My father-in-law and mother-in-law Zhang Xin, who was the groomsman, was full of apologies. On the side, the expression of the oldest, Zhang Hua, and the second, Chen Zhuofan, were also a bit ugly. As for Wang Hang's attitude towards Shaolin, they didn't really ask much now. Oldest three, it's none of your business. So what? I have some things to do over here, so I'll leave first. Let's contact each other later. Shaolin smiled and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder, and nodded towards Zhang Hua and Chen Zhuofan before leaving. As for the bride, Chui Pingping, he just smiled bashfully. Uncle Xiao, I'll see you off. Wang Hong also smiled at the three brothers, and then quickly followed along with Su Qingyan. Not long after, Shaolin was already sitting on the navy blue Lamborghini Urus, and Wang Hong drove as the driver towards the Magic City First People's Hospital. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, accompanied Shaolin and sat in the back seat, looking like she wanted to say something. It was like a small family. As a second-tier star, she looked at Shaolin's side face that was like a knife sharpening, and for a moment, she was actually a bit infatuated. Miss Su, you just said that Sister One asked you to come to me? Shaolin's sudden opening caused Su Qingyan's pretty face to flush with a scarlet red, and she hurriedly withdrew her eyes. Yes, it's Mr. Feng, it's Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng said that you are not sociable, and worried that you would be belittled at your classmate's wedding, so he asked me to be your female companion for a day, she said and was full of apologies, but I didn't expect that it was still because of me that you were wronged. I'm really sorry, Mr. Xiao. 18 eye-opening Wang Hong. Uncle Xiao, I realized that I was really picked up. In the car, Wang Hong twisted his head when he heard Su Qingyan's words, squeezing his eyebrows. Scram, concentrate on driving. Shaolin nonchalantly knocked out a chestnut and said towards the red-faced Su Qingyan, Miss Su, you don't have to blame yourself. In addition, I appreciate Sister Wan's kindness. When you arrive at the hospital later, let Xiao Hong send you back. Mr. Xiao, this. Su Qingyan immediately opened her red lips slightly when she heard this. She hadn't finished the task that Mr. Feng had explained to her yet. Uncle Xiao, this is your fault. My mom but ordered her to be your female companion for a day. Isn't it not enough for you to drive someone away like this? She won't be able to explain it back. Wang Hong added. Shut up. Shaolin's eyes glared. If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll make it so that you can't even talk if you want to in the future. Oh. I won't say it. Don't say it. Thinking of his own Uncle Zhao's magic, Wang Hong hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to say more. Miss Su, I will explain the situation to Sister Wan. You don't have to take it to heart either. Well, thank you Mr. Xiao. Seeing Shaolin like this, Su Qingyan could only agree, but it won't be a bother to Mr. Wang. I'll just inform the driver to come over and pick me up. That's fine too. Shaolin shrugged his shoulders and no longer forced himself, while Su Qingyan pursed her lips. Her heart was inexplicably a little sour. Mr. Xiao, can I exchange contact information with you? You do not misunderstand. I have no other meaning. Oh, what's wrong with that? Okay, so in this car, Shaolin and Su Qingyan simply exchanged numbers, and then suddenly quiet down. Fortunately, the hospital soon arrived. Su Qingyan was picked up by her driver, and Shaolin, according to Luan Song, took Wang Hong, who insisted on following along, towards the hospital room. Uncle Xiao, do you really not understand what mom means? What do you mean? Seeing that Shaolin did not seem to be faking, Wang Hong immediately slapped his forehead. My mom is trying to pull the red thread between you guys. This Su Qingyan I know. It's one of the recently promoted little flowers, and her heart is also very simple. Nothing if. Shut up, Shaolin directly interrupted, his head full of black lines. Tack her, when I didn't say it. Anyway, Uncle Xiao, if you think she's okay, ask more about people to come out and play. Maybe. Okay, I'm not going to say anything else. Seeing Shaolin glaring, Wang Hong hurriedly covered his mouth. Soon, the ward arrived. Knocking on the door and entering, Wu Yu's right foot was wrapped in a bandage and leaning on the bedside, next to a pair of crutches. Luan Song was sitting on the side of the escort chair. The two were obviously in poor spirits. Their eyes were devoid of energy. Mr. Xiao, you're here? Luan Song hurriedly got up, and Wu Yu also sat up straight, and when they saw Wang Hong, they could not help but stare again, not to mention Wu Yu. Even Luan Song couldn't possibly not recognize this prince of the magnificent family who often appeared on the internet. The two captains need not be polite. This guy is Wang Hong. You should all know that. I won't make much of an introduction. Shaolin smiled and said, let me take a look at you guys first. Trouble. Wu Yu was a little embarrassed. After all, yesterday in that restaurant, his attitude was indeed not very good, but it was everything that he thought was a liar before. Uncle Xiao, what are you? Wang Hong opened his mouth in disbelief. What are you asking for? Stay honestly on one side. Shaolin glared without any good humor before putting his mixed pupils to work. Purple essence ons flickered in his eyes, but he already had a clear view of the two people and all the situation in the room. In Chi is indeed quite a lot, but more importantly, at this time drilled into the wall to hide from the sunlight of those few little guys. The older ones were only 4 or 5 years old, and the younger ones were even still in infancy. As if sensing something, those few little guys even shrunk their bodies, making Shaolin couldn't help but smile for a while. Mr. Xiao, did you see something? Seeing this, Luan Song hurriedly asked. Team Lu, Team Wu, first tell me about last night. Shaolin nodded non-committally and said, it's like this. Upon hearing this, Luan Song and Wu Yu looked at each other, and the former briefly recounted last night's action, and Shaolin listened carefully. Wait, you guys said that you found the bodies of several trafficked children? Shaolin suddenly interrupted. Not bad. A flash of gloom flashed across Luan Song's eyes as he said in a hateful voice, those traffickers deserve to die. Among the 5 children there is also a baby that was only born not long ago. The oldest is just a little over 5 years old. I really don't know how vicious those guys are, to be able to do such poisonous things. Although being an inspector was used to seeing death, that kind of scum should really be thrown into the 18 layers of hell. 5? Good. It seems that what happened to you guys back there is really related to these little guys. Shaolin nodded his head gently and said, don't worry, I will transcend them. Transcend? There really are ghosts? Wu Yu and Luan Song froze, and Wang Hang's eyes widened. Uncle Xiao, what does a ghost really look like? How can there really be ghosts? He. Shaolin smiled at the bastard and continued. Team Wu, Team Lu, whatever you see in a while, don't tell the public about it. There are times when we still have to believe in science. Luan Song was okay. After all, he had experienced something before. But Wu Yu laughed bitterly. Believe in science? From yesterday to today, Shaolin had sort of broken his outlook on life completely. As for you, Xiao Hong, hey, forget it. Shaolin glanced at Wang Hong and then whirled toward a corner of the room where the sunlight couldn't find it. Little ones, come out. Don't worry, I'm not malicious. The voice was very soft, and it was even better as if it carried a hint of magic. Not long after, in the midst of Shaolin's seal strumming, 5 tiny figures emerged from the wall. With my spirit, take in the eyes of the heavens. Shaolin flicked his right hand in front of Wang Hong and the 3 of them. It's them. It's really them. Mr. Xiao. This, Luan Song and Wu Yu, who had seen the 5 corpses with their own eyes, were instantly shocked and their complexions changed. 100 hearings are better than 1 sight. In this world, there really are ghosts. However, these 5 little ones were very cute despite their pale faces, especially that tiny infant spirit. It was even crawling around on the ground, occasionally letting out a few laughs. Good boy, don't be afraid, we're not malicious. Shaolin's face was piled with smiles as he walked to the front of the several little ones, squatted down and stroked over their heads one by one, and the faint golden light lingering around then made their souls a little more solid. Thank you, big brother, the little ones also hurriedly thanked, revealing the pure smile that only a small child can have. Cluck cluck cluck, the little baby spirit even extended its hand towards Shaolin, and after being held in Shaolin's arms, it even laughed crisply. This scene let Wang Hong only feel his eyes wide open. There really are ghosts in the world. 19. The unsurpassable little one. See, Shaolin, holding the little baby spirit, turned back towards the people and said faintly, it's true that there are ghosts in this world, but there are times when people are much more terrifying than ghosts. Who have seen a lot, really long to see. Wu Yu exhaled long. Mr. Shao, I apologize for my attitude yesterday, but shouldn't people go to hell after they die? How are they still? He wanted to say why are they still haunting them, but looking at these cute little guys, he couldn't say anything. After all, they were killed by someone, and although they were still small when they died, this has become their greatest bond in their past lives. As for why it's haunting you, it should be from the righteousness you sense in you. Shaolin let the little baby spirit play with his fingers and slowly said, as for what I saw in my dream, I also hope that you can avenge them. If they can do so, they will also be able to let go of their bonds and leave. That is to say, if an unnatural death occurs, it will all be like this? Lu Ansong asked. Pretty much. Shaolin nodded non-committally. Unless someone is willing to transcend. Then Mr. Shao Yu, isn't that what I came here for? Shaolin smiled. After all, we only caught someone yesterday. If we really have to wait for the final judgment of those murderers, the two of you will also have your bodies eroded by the yin qi, and the consequences will be unimaginable. So saying that, he looked towards a few little ones and said with a smile, let big brother help you guys transcend. Okay? Good. Thank you, big brother. The little ones looked at each other and revealed sweet smiles. So good. Shaolin guffawed. So he pinched his seal, and a golden curtain of light that ordinary people could not see instantly enveloped the entire ward. At the same time, his mouth began to chant. The person whose life has ended is in the middle yin. His body is like a small child, and his sins and blessings are undetermined. That's right. The sutra of following wishes to the next life was recited by him, as if his mouth was born of flowers, and each word transformed into golden light enveloping the bodies of these 5 little ones, causing their yin qi to gradually disappear, and then their souls dissipated into dots of golden light. Thank you, big brother. In a trance, it was as if their sincere thanks could be heard. This scene, in the eyes of Wang Hong and the 3 of them, was even more like a myth. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, which one could really believe it? The entire Follow Your Wishes Sutra was recited by Shaolin 9 times before he stopped. But the next second, everyone was stunned. 5 little ones, only 4 were overpassed. There was also that little baby spirit, still giggling in Shaolin's arms, his fleshy little hands waving randomly, while those eyes were even completed with crescent moons, not to mention how adorable it was. Although the golden light lingered all over his body, and even his eyes flickered, there was just no other change. Mr. Shao, what's going on? Wu Yu wiped his eyes and asked in confusion. Shaolin frowned, puzzled. The Sutra of Following Wishes to the Afterlife had been in his possession since he got the system, and it had always been unbeatable in terms of transcending yin souls. But now it was unexpectedly useless? Uncle Shao, it couldn't be that he still has some wishes left, right? Wan Hong came over and lowered his voice. Maybe. Shaolin was also confused, and it was at this moment that the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It was Yu Xian, holding the little baby spirit in one hand. Shaolin picked up the phone with his other hand. Hey, big brother Shao, where are you? What? It's not fun at all. I'm live streaming a lot of netizens saying they want to see you. Where are you? I'll come and look for you. Shaolin's head was full of black lines while Wang Hong was squeezing his eyebrows at his side. Okay, I'm in the hospital. You, Shaolin just said here. The phone steeply screamed. What? Hospital? What's wrong with you? Injured? Which hospital? I'll come over right away. Obviously, Yu Xian was truly concerned about Shaolin. It was just that this voice, not to mention Shaolin, even Wang Hong on the side had his ears ringing. Alright, what injury? I'm not injured. MS. Shao, we're at the First People's Hospital. Without waiting for Shaolin to say more, Wang Hong shouted. Got it, young Wang, I'll be right there. Tut tut tut. The phone hung up, and Shaolin breathlessly twisted his head to look at Wang Hong with an unkind gaze. Hey, Uncle Shao. The guy instantly shrank backward with an innocent look on his face. More than half an hour later, Yu Xian arrived. Wang Heng personally went out to admit the person into the ward, and the moment Yu Xian saw that little baby spirit, her eyes instantly turned into peach hearts. Wow, so cute. Whose baby is this? It's too cute, isn't it? Quickly let me hug it. She didn't have time to greet the others before she directly extended her hand. But in the next second, the moment her hand passed through the body of the little baby spirit, her entire body was confused. Movements froze. Expressions froze. A flash of fear flashed within her eyes. Brother Xiao, this is. If she couldn't think of the reason for this by now, then she would be too stupid. That's right. It's like this. Shaolin nodded and told the whole story, and Yu Xian listened with tears in her eyes, cursing those traffickers in all kinds of ways, especially when she heard that it was impossible to be superseded. She was filled with even more compassion for the little guy. Brother Xiao, you must find a way to help this little one. She's really too pitiful. Yu Xian grabbed Shaolin's hand, and her eyes became a little moist with sensuality. Shaolin's heart stirred as he once again felt the presence of the silence system. Don't worry. Shaolin nodded and waved his hand as a gray booklet appeared in front of him. It was very thick, and it was even more filled with a mysterious-like aura. Cluck cluck cluck. The little baby spirit was very happy and took the initiative to extend his hand. Go in. Shaolin smiled and patted her little head, then only saw the pages of the book open and the little one directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into it. And then the gray tome also shrunk rapidly and was put back away by Shaolin. Immortal technique? Taoist techniques? Wow, so magical. Yu Xian's eyes were glowing, and several other people were also amazed. Team Lu, I'll leave first, Shaolin said to the two of them and left the ward with Wang Heng and Yu Xian. Getting into the Urus inside the garage, Wang Heng drove towards the outside. Xiao Heng, is there any quiet place? Yes, there is. Wang Heng was first stunned, and then hurriedly replied, I have a house over there in the suburbs. There is no maid inside. Why don't we go there, Uncle Xiao? Okay. Wang Heng grinned and quickly drove towards his villa. Yu Xian sat beside Shaolin and looked him up and down as if she wanted to see through him. The eyes were filled with eccentricities. More than an hour later, the car was still on the road in a traffic jam. It had been nearly 2 hours before they arrived at the outskirts of the Magic City and entered an area of birds and flowers and lush greenery. These were all detached villas, very luxurious. Yu Xian was quite excited as she looked left and right in the back seat. Although she was almost considered a $1 million big netizen and had a decent income every month, it was like a fool's errand to buy a detached villa here. Less tens of millions, more hundreds of millions. What's more, it also required a certain status and position. On the contrary, Shaolin's expression was bland. He did not care about this. Hua House 10,000 rooms. Night lying but 5 feet. 27th level of Yin and Yang Miaotong. Moo. The car drove into the villa parking garage. Shaolin and Yu Xian got off and followed Wang Heng to the first floor hall. Uncle Xiao, Miss Xiao, what would you like to drink? Whatever, Shaolin casually replied back, and Yu Xian didn't have any special requests. Thus, soon Wang Heng poured 3 cups of ice water over from. In the middle of summer, drinking ice water was just right. Right, big brother Xiao, where's your little white? Stayed at the hotel. It's fine, that little guy is lazy all day long. It's just right to let her sleep a bit more too. Shaolin shrugged his shoulders. Right at this moment, Wang Heng's cell phone rang. He took it out and couldn't help but look odd. Uncle Xiao, it's my dad. I'm going to take a call, Wang Heng said and walked towards the garden outside this hall. Brother Xiao, what are you doing here? Where the hell did you hide that little guy? It's not going to be alright, is it? Yu Xian looked at Wang Heng's back and lowered her voice to ask. Naturally, I'm looking to see if there's a way I can help accommodate. Shaolin said this back, but what he said was also the same as not saying it, and Yu Xian was left in a daze. Her large eyes stared in exasperation, but Shaolin did not care. Alright, I know. I'll ask Uncle Xiao what he thinks. Wang Heng walked in at this time, covering the cell phone microphone. Uncle Xiao, it's the Chui family who asked someone to beg to my dad's side. Dad means to ask for your opinion. Chui family? Shaolin frowned slightly. He did not have any good feelings towards the Chui family. When he was about to say something, Shaolin's phone rang again. It was the oldest 3, Zhang Xin. After picking up the phone, Zhang Xin's side was also clearly pleading for mercy for the Chui family. Alright, third brother, for your sake just let it go. Yeah, I'll talk to him. Alright, that's it for now. I still have some things to do. Let's see you tonight. Shaolin stated that he would no longer care about it, and it was obvious that he could still hear the thanks of the Chui family and the others over there through the receiver as he quickly hung up the phone. As for Wang Heng's side, he also expressed Shaolin's meaning to Wang Chengdong, and so this matter, too, was settled. More than 10 minutes later, in the villa's living room, the curtains around had been pulled up, and even in the daytime, the light was dimmed quite a bit. On the entire Wang Wali special coffee table, 2 cups of wine were placed. What was even stranger was that one of the cups of wine was covered by Shaolin's purple gold talisman. Remember what I just said to you guys? Wait, you can only listen. You can't look or talk. Good. Wang Hong and Yu Xian nodded heavily. The two of them stood aside, especially Yu Xian, who seemed to have guessed something, and her expression became more solemn. Then I will begin. A brilliant aura flashed in Shaolin's eyes, and a purple gold talisman came out in his hand at some point. This seed is here. Why don't you quickly show yourself? Boom. The talisman instantly ignited, and the burning green smoke instantly merged into the surrounding void, disappearing in an instant. Wang Hong and Yu Xian glanced at each other, feeling somewhat puzzled. Shaolin, on the other hand, had his hands wrapped around his chest and his eyes were indifferent. About a few breaths later, black light surged on the originally flat hall floor, and immediately, a black vortex condensed and opened up, and immediately afterward, a black shadow was seen appearing, dressed in black. His face was pale. 7th level Yin diffuser Miao Tong pays his respects to the Heavenly Master. I don't know what orders the Heavenly Master has summoned. It was a female Yin manifestation. The voice was clear and cold. As soon as she opened her mouth, it made Wang Hong and Yu Xian, who were on the side, couldn't help but shiver coldly. There is no rush. Shaolin smiled faintly and reached out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Let's have a drink first. As the words fell, the moment he flexed his fingers, the violet gold-colored talisman instantly burned out. And then the cup of wine that was covered by the talisman suddenly appeared in the hands of Yin difficulty Miao Tong. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master for the wine. Miao Tong's face showed gratitude. As he drank it all in one go, it was as if even the breath on his body had solidified a lot. This wine contained spiritual qi, enough to save her decades of hard cultivation. If Heavenly Master has any orders, Miao Tong will do whatever she wants. Do me a favor. Find out why even I can't transcend her. Shaolin didn't squirm, pointing to the little baby spirit that was crawling around on the sofa, and briefly told the story. This is, please wait a moment, Heavenly Master. Miao Tong fixed her eyes, and after taking a trace of Yin Qi from the little baby spirit, she then disappeared. Brother Shao, there are still female Yin warriors? I just heard about some 7th level Yin maniac. Are there still grades of Yin maniacs? After Miao Tong left, the two of them couldn't wait to ask. Of course, they still had their eyes tightly closed. Shaolin was instantly speechless, but still briefly explained slightly. It's normal for there to be both male and female Yin managers. The Yin man is equivalent to being a civil servant in the netherworld, so naturally there are grades, from 1 to 9, with 9 being the pole. The stronger the strength, the higher the rank, the wider the scope of jurisdiction they can have. So that's how it is. The two of them nodded their heads as if they understood, and then Yu Xian asked, then Brother Shao, in the legends, aren't there still the black and white irregulars, and the ox-headed horse face? That's considered a Yin god. Shaolin replied back, it's the head of all the Yin messengers. Then isn't it true that there are also those of Yama? This is natural. Silence, she is back. Shaolin was just about to reply, when suddenly his tone changed, and the two of them also hurriedly backed away a bit and closed their mouths. Sure enough, Miao Tong had returned, still surrounded by black mist. Wang Hong and Yu Xian could not see her face at all. How is it? Reporting to the Heavenly Master, there is no news of her in the hell. Miao Tong bowed slightly. What? How is this possible? Shaolin frowned at this. Are you saying that she does not belong to the earthly mansion? Yes. Miao Tong nodded her head. Could it be that? Shaolin instantly fell into deep thought, while the Tangying duty officer didn't dare to interrupt, and could only wait respectfully. It's just, after several minutes, Shaolin waved his hand. Tough on you. If Heavenly Master has no further orders, then I will leave first. Well, go. After Shaolin nodded his head, Miao Tong left after owing her body once again. The gloomy aura in the living room then all dissipated, also causing that Wang Hong and Yu Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Shao, how could there still be one that doesn't belong to the hell? It's hard to believe that such a cute little guy would still be a god. Are there really immortals in this world? Wang Hong asked curiously. Yu Xian also pricked up her ears. Divine immortals? That I really don't know. Shaolin shook his head and held the little one in his arms as he said in a condensed voice, even if there really is, and she is a reincarnation of a divine immortal, how could she stay on Earth after death? The two were incomparably silent after hearing this. It seems that we can only find the reason from her own self. After pondering for a while, Shaolin took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Wansong's number. There was only one purpose, to ask Lu Wansong to help check the identity of this little guy. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Wansong's reply arrived. The little guy was named Tang Moore, nicknamed Mu Mu, born in Donglan City in southeastern China. His father, Tang Wei, was a businessman in Donglan City, operating a national chain of Shanghai supermarkets and worth tens of billions of dollars. His mother, Sun Ting, was a dance teacher at Donglan University. Mumu was lost a month ago when she was taken out to play by her nanny. Through forensic autopsy, Mumu was smothered alive by something like a pillow. Goddamn human traffickers. 21 Brown and Blue Fantasy. Heading to Tagarashi. It was more than 9 o'clock in the evening. After putting Mumu into that booklet, Xiaolin and Yuxian took the car driven by Wang Hang and arrived at a bar called Brown Blue Dream. The soothing blues and elegant environment really had a different feeling compared to other bars with their red lights and colorful neon signs. The eldest Zhang Hua and the second Chen Zhuofan also came. And what surprised Xiaolin even more was that the oldest three, Zhang Xian and Chui Pingping, who were getting married today, had even given up their wedding night and rushed over here together. Xiao Si, I'm really sorry for today. Thank you. Pulling Chui Pingping, Zhang Xian sighed softly with a complicated face. Chui Pingping was also full of apologies. Compared to her parents and brother, she was indeed quite sincere as well. He, what are we doing talking about this between us brothers? Let's not mention the past. Xiaolin smiled and raised his wine cup to clink with Zhang Xian. The wine in the cup was consumed in one drink, and the two brothers smiled at each other without any animosity. Young Wang is here. Why didn't you inform your sister? Not long after, a woman with an amazing figure walked over. Her black transparent sarong, and even her bottoms could be vaguely seen, revealing her slender figure to the fullest. It was even more filled with a kind of silent charm. She is precisely the boss lady of this Brown and Blue Dream, known as Sister Hu. I don't know if she was surnamed Hu herself, but she was just like the legendary vixen, filled with attraction all over. Even Yuxian and Chui Pingping, who were both women, felt a sense of amazement, not to mention the others. Only Xiaolin, the moment Sister Hu appeared, a flash of essence flashed through his eyes without moving. Sister Hu. After Wang Hang's introduction, everyone simply shouted out as well. Everyone meeting for the first time. I won't say much more. Sister, tonight, it's my treat. Sister Hu was generous and naturally sat beside Wang Hong and took his arm. There was something about that glance and smile that made people feel immersed in it. As for Wang Hong, there seemed to be no more appearance of a young Master Wang. He was actually a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words regarding this action of Sister Hu. Cluck cluck cluck. Sister Hu pursed her lips and reached out to pinch Wang Hang's face. Didn't my little Hong Hong chase so many little girls outside? Why are you still so shy in front of your sister? Sister Hu, you. Hearing the name Little Hong Hong, Wang Hong instantly blushed. Wanting to retort, he seemed to not dare. LOL. Okay, I won't tease you. What do you guys want to drink? Just order. Sister, I still have some things to do so I'll leave first. Little Hong Hong, bye oh. Boo. Saying that, Sister Hu leaned over and kissed Wang Hong on the face, imprinting a lip print before leaving with a petulant smile. The high-heeled shoes they did walked away, revealing her marvelous figure to the fullest. Put, young Wang, Yuxian couldn't help herself and laughed out at once. The others also looked like they couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, you guys don't misunderstand. Sister Hu is my mom's bestie. She knows how to joke with me all day long. Wang Hong hurriedly explained, constantly wiping the lip prints on his face with a drawing paper. The entire person was incomparably depressed. But then again, this clear bar was indeed good. The soothing music, coupled with the liquor that made people slightly drunk. Even Xiaolin couldn't help but be a bit intoxicated. After all, even though he was a heavenly master, he was likewise a young man in his 20s. Soon everyone became more familiar with each other, and the scruples that the others had towards Wang Hang's identity also dissipated a lot as he curried favor with various people from time to time. Of course, Wang Hong actually did all of this for Xiaolin's sake. Around 11 o'clock at night, everyone left. Xiaolin refused Wang Hang's invitation and followed his brothers back to their suite at Huaiyue Century, while Yuxian directly called a cab home after making an appointment to come over and find Xiaolin tomorrow. Right, Xiao Hung. Within the time of waiting for the cost, Xiaolin suddenly said, I'm going to make a trip to Donglan City tomorrow afternoon. Mumu's matter? Wang Hang's eyes lit up, and when Xiaolin nodded he couldn't wait. I'll go too. Okay, then I'll arrange for the airplane to be ready. Wang Hong hurriedly took out his cell phone, and Xiaolin didn't stop him. He wanted to go over as soon as possible to resolve Mumu's matter so that the completion rate of the system's upgrade would be higher. Taking a private airplane was undoubtedly the fastest way to do so as well. Xiao Si, this is, you. I also said that we brothers will have a good get-together tomorrow. Zhang Xin, however, they laughed a little bitterly. Wait for next time, or if you guys have time, you can go to my side to stay for a few days. The idyllic scenery is much prettier than the steel and concrete of the metropolis, Xiaolin said with a smile. The three brothers didn't say anything more, so they each went back to rest. And the next morning, when Yuxian came over they boarded the Wang Group's private jet and headed directly towards Donglan City. Donglan City, in a certain detached villa, Tang Wei, the owner of Shanghai supermarket who was worth tens of billions of dollars, and his wife Sun Ting were eating breakfast. The spaghetti in the plate was colorful and fragrant, and the milk in the cup was also emitting flavor. But for the couple, it tasted like chewing wax, and they didn't have much of an appetite at all. The two nannies were looking at each other in dismay, and were extremely worried. Originally, there were 3 nannies in the villa, and one of them was dismissed because of Mumu's loss, and now these two are also worried about their jobs. Alright, Aunt Chen, Aunt Wang, you guys go and get busy. I'll pack up the things here in a while. Tang Wei waved his hand in a gesture. The 2 nannies were relieved and hurriedly left. You should eat some too. Didn't I say that you have classes over at the school today? After you finish eating, I'll have old Zhao send you over. Tang Wei persuaded Sun Ting. Old Zhao, on the other hand, was their family's driver. Old Tang, why do you think Mumu's life is so bitter? Is she really gone? I miss her so much. Without any outsiders, Sun Ting's tears flowed out at once. The youngest teacher in Donglan University, more than 10 years younger than Tang Wei, was now crying even more like a tearful person. Ting Ting, listen to me. If our daughter is alive in heaven, she wouldn't want to see you like this. Besides, Mumu, she's just missing. You know? Missing. Not victimized. We have to trust the inspector. Tang Wei said this, but he actually didn't believe it himself. A month. The 4-month-old child has been missing for a month. All kinds of ways to find people have been used, and even specifically went to find that kind of fortune teller to count. But so far there is still no news. As for the police, maybe it's useful, right? Just how long would they have to wait? Half a year? A year? Or even longer? By then, even if they found it, would the child still recognize them? Ringing. Just then, the landline in the living room rang. Hello? Yes, please wait a moment. Nanny Auntie Chen's voice rang out. Sir, ma'am, it's a call from the Magic City patrolman. Inspector? Tang Wei and Sun Ting's eyes instantly lit up. It must be that Mumu has been found. Quick, give me the phone. Sun Ting ran over in 3 steps, with Tang Wei following closely behind in anticipation, and Aunt Chen next to him, as well as Aunt Wang who came over after hearing this. We're all very nervous as well, lest they hear any bad news. 22 See you soon. A few minutes later. No, it's impossible. Mumu is still so young. How can it be possible? You guys must be lying to me, right? I don't believe it. My Mumu, my daughter, my Mumu. Sun Ting dropped the phone and her entire body instantly collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Tears were streaming out of her eyes, and her mouth was full of Mumu. Mrs. Aunt Chen and Aunt Wang hurried over to help Sun Ting sit down on the side. Tang Wei, on the other hand, picked up the landline microphone that was dangling to the side. I'm sorry, my wife is too sad. Speak with me. I'm Tang Moore's father. Tang Wei. Okay, I know. We'll wait at home. Thank you, Captain Wu. Tang Wei methodically continued the call, but tears were dipping out of his pair of tiger eyes. The hand gripping the microphone was so hard that the veins on his arm were exposed. He tried hard not to let himself fall down as the only pillar of the family now. After hanging up the phone, Tang Wei didn't speak for a long time. The 2 nannies also had some intention of silence, and the only sound in the spacious living room was Sun Ting's incessant painful crying. Sir. For a while, the 2 nannies looked at each other. Aunt Chen tentatively shouted, Who? I'm fine. Tang Wei came back to his senses, trying to control the tears still slipped from the corners of his eyes. A smile that was worse than crying appeared on his face. Mumu has been found. Too bad it's already dead. Just now, Captain Wu from the Magic Capital's patrol division said that a high-ranking person is coming over from the Magic Capital side. You guys go and get busy first, Tang Wei said before sitting down next to Sun Ting. Seeing this, Aunt Chen and Aunt Wang could only leave the living room first, but remained not far away to keep an eye on the situation over here. Ting, let me help you take a few days off. Let's not go anywhere today. Just wait at home. Wait and let Aunt Chen help you pack up. We still have to go to Magic City. Speaking here, Tang Wei suddenly stopped. His voice also became choked. We also have to go take Mumu home. My poor Mumu, my daughter. She's only 4 months. Those damn human traffickers, how could they do this to her? In an instant, Sun Ting once again cried out in grief. The whole person completely lost hope in general, leaning in Tang Wei's arms and crying into a tearful person. Noon. After more than an hour in the air, Wang Group's private jet landed at the airport in Donglan City. Wang Hong had also long since had this side prepare the car, and after getting off the plane drove straight to the villa where Tang Wei was. Tianlan Jade View Villa area. It had a great reputation in Donglan City. Each villa is worth at least $100 million, and there is a wetland park nearby, as well as a variety of living facilities. Not to mention, the property fee for each villa over here was as high as several $100,000 per year. So how could an ordinary person afford to live there? Soon, Xiao Lin and the 3 of them arrived. Wang Hong personally contacted them, Tang Wei let the property pass, and very smoothly came outside the 7th villa where Tang Wei and Sun Ting lived. Little Wang, is it really you? This is you. Tang Wei personally greeted him and was inevitably surprised to see Wang Heng. In Wu Yu's call, there was no mention that Wang Heng would come along. Uncle Tang, long time no see. Wang Heng also took the initiative to greet him. Although Tang Wei was only more than 10 years older than Wang Heng, since he was a peer to Wang Changdong, it was only natural for Wang Heng to call him uncle. Immediately afterward, Wang Heng also took the initiative to introduce Shaolin and Yu Xian. Yu Xian, who was a female anchor, was just that. Seeing that Wang Heng was calling Shaolin Uncle Xiao in every breath, how could Tang Wei not know who the high-person Captain Wu Yu was talking about was? Therefore, although he still didn't know the purpose of Shaolin's visit, Tang Wei did his best to be courteous and reluctantly invited them into the villa with a smile on his face. As for the two nannies, according to Wu Yu's hidden hints, Tang Wei had already released them for a few days' vacation, and now there were only Shaolin and the other three in the entire villa in addition to the couple. Inside the villa's living room, Sun Ting's eyes were red with grief as she cried over Mumu's death, and Tang Wei, as a father, was only barely holding on now. Ahem, Uncle Tang, this time it's actually my Uncle Xiao who wants to come over. You guys still have to talk about the specifics. By the way, my mom's illness was also cured by Uncle Xiao himself, Wang Heng said, not forgetting to scowl at Tang Wei. This scene made Shaolin cry and laugh. Cough cough, Tang Dong, Mrs. Tang, we all know about your daughter's matter. Please also express our condolences. This time, I took the liberty of interrupting, but I also came for your daughter's matter. With a thought, the gray booklet had appeared in Shaolin's hand. Xiao Heng, Yu Xian, go close the curtains. Alright, Uncle Xiao. Wang Heng hurriedly got up, and together with Yu Xian, they quickly pulled the floor-to-ceiling curtains on the east side of the living room tight, as well as the lights. Those were also turned off. The light of the entire living room, compared to before, suddenly dimmed a lot. You guys, this is. Tang Wei frowned, but didn't stop it. Sun Ting, on the other hand, slightly raised her eyes, immersed in the loss of her daughter, crying bitterly. Her eyes were always lifeless, but the next second, Tang Dong, Mrs. Tang, please look. Shaolin casually waved his hand lightly, and the little one that had been included in the booklet was released. The moment he flexed his fingers, purple golden light instantly flowed over the four of them, and all of a sudden there was a tiny infant child in this originally 5-person living room. It was precisely Mumu. Cluck cluck cluck. The little one was placed on the sofa by Shaolin and was trying to crawl towards Sun Ting, who was closest to her. The way it was wriggling like an earthworm, not to mention how cute it was. Mumu, my Mumu, you're finally back. Mommy missed you to death. Sun Ting's disoriented eyes instantly lit up. Quickly reaching out, she scooped up the little one and kissed him as she cried in pain over and over again. When Tang Wei saw this, he couldn't help but change his face at the same time as he was ecstatic. He was a man after all. More so, a successful businessman, always maintaining a trace of sobriety and composure. Old Tang, look, our daughter is back. Mumu, it's really Mumu. Sun Ting called out softly, holding the little one with a pearly look. Tang Wei took a deep breath. In addition to joy, there was even more incomparable doubt. Didn't he say that his daughter had been killed by the traffickers? How did it appear here? That's right, those moves they made just now. Thinking about this, Tang Wei's pupils fiercely shrunk. It's a ghost? A flash of amazement flashed across his eyes, but as he looked at Sun Ting's happy appearance, as well as his daughter Mumu's well-behaved appearance, he suddenly calmed down. So what if it's a ghost? Mumu was my Tang Wei's daughter after all. Is it hard for her to harm her parents? At this moment, Mumu was just not much different from normal at all, especially that crisp laughter. It made Tang Wei see past images in a trance, and it was very cozy. So cute. Wang Heng and Yu Xian both came together at this time as well, teasing little Mumu into an even brighter smile. The entire living room was filled with the echoes of these laughter sounds. 23 Heavenly Underworld Envoy. System upgrade completed. Master Xiao, what exactly are you doing? Mumu Shi. Tang Wei, who hadn't seen his wife so happy for a long time, inevitably felt some sadness and lamentation in his heart. But then, he was turning his head to look at Shaolin. There's no need to call me master. I'm not a Taoist priest either. Shaolin gently waved his hand and said lightly, I think Tang Dong should have received a call from Team Wu. In reality, your daughter is already dead. What we see now is just her in spirit. Tang Wei fell silent. Perhaps there was still some hope. After all, it was really hard to imagine that the little one who was so adorable now would not be human. However, when he heard Shaolin's words, he had to believe them. Woo, my poor daughter, it's mommy who is bad. Mommy is sorry. And at this moment, Sun Ting, too, cried out once again. Wow. Little Mumu was also infected and cried out, dancing around in Sun Ting's arms. No matter how much they coaxed, It was useless, and in the end, it was Shaolin who got up and took it, which made the little guy stop crying. After all, for such a small baby spirit, what came out every time it cried was not tears, but yin qi. Once she lost all of her yin qi, she would not be able to escape the fate of flying into ashes. Tang Dong, Mrs. Tang, listen to me. Shaolin took a deep breath and placed the little one on his lap to let Xiaobai play with her before speaking with a straight face. People and ghosts have different paths. You guys should understand that. I wanted to directly transcend Mumu, but I couldn't. What's more, she doesn't have any records in the netherworld. Therefore, even if I forcefully send her down, she will definitely not be able to be reincarnated. Then stay, Sun Ting said without thinking. She is my daughter. I will definitely take good care of her. Take care of her how? Shaolin asked directly in return. Mumu is already dead. How can you take care of her? People and ghosts have different paths. If I force myself to stay by your side, not only will I harm you guys, but I will also harm her. At these words, Sun Ting stumbled over her words. Seeing this, Tang Wei hurriedly took Sun Ting into his arms to comfort her, and then asked toward Shaolin. Since Mr. Xiao said that, there must be a better way, right? I do have an idea. Shaolin said, I can keep Mumu by my side and become a child under my seat. Although I don't dare to guarantee anything, at least I won't let her go up and smoke. If there is a chance in the future, I will let her reincarnate. A child under the seat? Not only Mr. and Mrs. Tang Wei, even Wang Hong and Yuxian didn't realize Shaolin's intentions until now. If we agree, can we see Mumu at any time? Will she be in any danger if she follows you? Tang Wei asked. If you guys agree, she will naturally follow me around. I won't stop you guys from meeting. As for danger, I can't guarantee it. Shaolin said this back in a calm tone. After saying this, he stopped talking and waited quietly. After all, they were Mumu's biological parents, and only they were qualified to make a decision. Can I ask a question? Sun Ting suddenly opened her mouth, her voice slightly choked. You say it, what exactly are you? Me? Shaolin was stunned at his words. As the saying goes, a mother is a mother. At this moment, Sun Ting's gaze suddenly became less soft and more scrutinizing. I am not a god, nor am I a Taoist priest or monk, but above Taoism and Buddhism. Shaolin pondered a little and said this back. In the end, Tang Wei and Sun Ting agreed after discussing it alone for a while. After all, this way, they would still be able to see their daughter often. While discussing alone, Tang Wei also made a special call to Wang Chengdong, and the answer he received about Shaolin was just 2 words, mysterious. It was a chance to become Shaolin's child. In that case, then thank you both. Give me the child. Shaolin smiled and took little Mumu from Sun Ting's arms, looking at the little fellow's hands dancing and giggling. In the future, we have to take care of each other. As the words fell, a golden light suddenly shot out from Shaolin's brow, transforming into a golden booklet that directly disappeared into little Mumu's body, causing this little fellow to quickly fall asleep. At the same time, little Mumu was covered in golden light and directly levitated. This completely unscientific scene caused the eyes of everyone present to widen. The two of them, Tang Wei and Sun Ting, who were little Mumu's parents, were even more nervous as they looked at Shaolin. On the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face, and his lips moved slightly in an awe-inspiring voice. In my name, Xian Yang Edict Spirit, mixed yuan without limit, prove the way of the Yin and the underworld. In the golden light, a strand of golden seal suddenly condensed at little Mumu's brow, and then her tiny body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just less than a minute, it had already turned into about 4 or 5 years old, pinkish and very cute. Is this our daughter Mumu? Mr. and Mrs. Tang Wei looked on in awe. Wake up! Shaolin reached out a little, and that golden light immediately merged into little Mumu's body, and this little fellow opened his eyes. Lead the heavenly lantern. Pass through the underworld. I am the heavenly underworld envoy. Mumu stepped on the ground, his little face serious. The childish voice, however, seemed to have a kind of subtle power at this moment, causing the heart to tremble slightly within. Hia, poa, ma. In the next second, the seriousness broke. The little guy made a long leap, lightly flying directly to Tang Wei and Sun Ting's side, intimately hugging them, full of pampering. Mumu? Sun Ting was incredulous. It's me, ma. Mumu tilted her head, her big eyes fluttering, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. It was simply like a porcelain doll. Wang Hong and Yuxian also had glowing eyes when they looked at him, itching to take him into their arms and kiss him hard a few times. For a time, all the attention was almost entirely focused on this little guy. Ding! System upgrade in progress. Ding! Upgrade completion rate of 90%. Congratulations to the host seat Heavenly Underworld Messenger for returning to its position. Ding! System upgrade complete. Hereby rewarded, Hun Heavenly Lamp, for Heavenly Underworld Envoy, hereby rewarded, Hun Heavenly Lamp, for Heavenly Underworld Envoy. Upgrade completed? Shaolin was instantly delighted and hurriedly called out secretly. Immediately afterward, the system screen that he hadn't seen for the majority of the year reappeared in front of his eyes. Host, Shaolin. Rank, Celestial Master, 3rd stage. 9th level of Harmonization Strength. Technique, Mixed Yuan Yin Yang True Solution. Magical Treasures, Tian Yuan Sword, Tong Tian Bell, Yin Yang Bottle, Mountain and River Book, Purple Ribbon Immortal Clothes. Skills, Taoism, Buddhism, Demons and Devils. 4 realms, Formation, Grandmaster, Traditional Chinese Medicine, Grandmaster, Sheen, Chess, Painting and Calligraphy, Grandmaster, Child Under the Seat, Heavenly Underworld Envoy Tang Moore, Muddy Sky Lantern. Merit points, 0. In fact, it was almost exactly the same as before the upgrade, with the only extra being the merit points at the end. Before the upgrade, Shaolin's own strength was directly obtained by completing system tasks, including the 3rd order Heavenly Master realm as well as the 9th level of Harmonization Strength in terms of martial arts. Nowadays, however, merit points were different. He was required to earn merit points to improve himself, and as for how to earn them, the system did not explicitly say so Shaolin could only feel his way in the future. That is to say, I've worked hard for half a year waiting until I upgrade, and the reward is only the hunting heavenly lamp that doesn't belong to me? Shaolin's head was filled with black lines. 24 Mr. and Mrs. Tang Wei's decision. Millennium Restaurant. Forget it, let's talk about it. To this system, Shaolin expressed his speechlessness. He gathered his mind and beckoned with a smile. Moo moo, come, come. The little girl who was surrounded by Tang Wei and the 4 of them immediately disappeared and appeared by Shaolin's side like an instant. Hia, big brother, what's the matter? Moo moo hugged Shaolin's hand, tilted her head and asked with a smile. Her big watery eyes curved into a crescent moon, and her smiling appearance was even more adorable. To give you this, Shaolin's mind moved and took out the muddy sky lamp. This Hun Tian lamp resembled a blooming lotus flower and was divided into 10 petals, representing the 10 directions of heaven and earth. The core of the lotus lamp jumped with an eerie blue light, giving an extremely mysterious feeling. The lower flower stalk is black, as if it can merge into the darkness at any time and reach the underworld. Whoa yeah, it's my little lamplight. Thank you big brother Muma. Mumu's eyes all lit up, and she smiled even more happily as she took the muddy sky lamp over. Hia, poa mama, you guys look at my little lamp. Is it nice? As if he had gotten some fun toy, Mumu smiled towards Tang Wei and Sun Ting and kept showing it off. Brother Xiao, this is. Yu Xian also asked about everyone's doubts. As Mumu is my heavenly underworld envoy, this muddy sky lamp is her companion magic treasure. Shaolin explained simply. Mumu, where are you? Come out quickly. Don't scare mommy. Right at this moment, Mumu suddenly disappeared. Sun Ting instantly cried out in shock and looked around anxiously. Tang Wei did the same. Hia, mama, I'm here. He. Mumu reappeared beside the few people with the hunting heavenly lantern in her hand, and Sun Ting hugged her in a flash. You scared mommy to death. I thought you. Tang Wei was also crying and laughing. This is Mumu's special ability. As a heavenly underworld envoy, controlling the Hun heavenly lantern, you can switch between yin and yang at any time. Shaolin explained from the side. How amazing. Yu Xian's beautiful eyes rippled as she reached out several times to touch the Hun heavenly lamp, but only touched it forlornly. It was like nothing, passing straight through. Mumu, you must be good. Mr. Xiao, Mumu is counting on you. After resting for a day, amidst Tang Wei and Sun Ting's 10,000 reluctance, Wang Hong drove off with Shaolin, Yu Xian and little Mumu together. Outside the villa, Sun Ting watched the car walk away, her tears suddenly clattering out. Tang Wei's eyes were also red at this moment, and he choked a little. Ting, I heard elder brother Wang say that Mr. Xiao is from the side of Nanjiang City. Now that everything is on track in the company, there's no need for me to constantly keep a personal eye on it. How about we? Tang Wei suddenly said this. Before he finished speaking, Sun Ting's eyes immediately lit up. Let's go to Nanjiang City for a few days. Well, a month or so is no problem. Tang Wei nodded with a smile. Thank you, old Tang. Sun Ting suddenly smiled, her pearly appearance even more pitiful. Tang Wei took out his cell phone and arranged it. The couple snuggled up to each other in front of the villa's door with a little more tenderness and anticipation. And at this time on the other side, Wang Hong was driving towards downtown Donglan. Yu Xian was sitting in the passenger seat, and Shaolin was accompanying Mumu in the back having a great time. Who could believe that she, who was still in her swaddling clothes 2 hours ago, had now grown into the size of a 4 or 5-year-old? She had even become a heavenly underworld ambassador? It was as if it was a magical legend, yet one had to believe it. Right, Uncle Xiao, is there any time next? Wang Hong suddenly spoke with some hesitation. Xiao Lin was stunned. You have something? I have a friend in Donglan, and I heard that her family's restaurant seems to have some problems recently. Uncle Xiao, can you go and help take a look? Wang Hong hesitantly spoke, worried that Xiao Lin was displeased. He yet hurriedly said, if you don't have the time then forget it. You kid is afraid that you haven't already promised someone else, right? Xiao Lin laughed. A female? Cough cough. Is female. It was before I came to Donglan. I unintentionally mentioned a word to her. But don't worry Uncle Xiao. I definitely didn't say anything I shouldn't have. Wang Hong smiled back. Alright, just think of it as coming out for a trip. Xiao Lin shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, concentrate on driving. He. Thanks Uncle Xiao. Then we'll go over here. Wang Hong grinned. And in Xiao Lin's eyes, Wang Hong was a bit springy at this moment. Obviously he, the flamboyant young man in the eyes of outsiders, should have moved to True Love Millennium Restaurant. It was famous in Donglan City. To be more accurate, it should be a resort hotel that integrates socializing, meeting, entertainment, shopping, pastime, and health care. Located in the seafront area of Donglan City where every inch of land is valuable, even every room can be said to be a standard seaview room. With the addition of the land, the total value was nearly $10 billion. In the hotel's front lobby, Wang Hong came over here to rest with Xiao Lin after handing over the car keys to the porter to park the car. As for Yu Xian, she held little Mumu's hand and ran to the side of the oversized fish tank, looking at the extremely rare black koi carp inside. The entire body was pure black, without a hint of mixed colors. What's more, this black koi is nearly 3 meters long, and can almost be called the crown of the koi in the world. Uncle Xiao, she'll be here soon. If she has offended in a while, you just look at my face and don't get on her bad side. Wang Hong said with a smile on his face. You kid is giving me a precaution? A smirk flashed across Xiao Lin's eyes. Wang Hong smiled even more. Meow. Xiao Bai and Xiao Lin's arms cast a more humanized look of contempt towards Wang Hong. Ha, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Wang. Within a few minutes, suddenly a surprised voice came from over the front door of the restaurant. It was Su Qingyan. She was also followed by 2 people pushing suitcases, both obviously her assistants. It's you, Ms. Su. Xiao Lin nodded his head gently. You've come to Donglan as well? They had met only the day before in Mordor, and they ran into each other again today, so it was not bad fate. Yes, I have an advertisement to shoot over here in a couple days. It's about this Millennium Restaurant, so I came over first to make some preparations. Su Qingyan explained with a smiling face. Of course she didn't forget to greet Wang Hong towards him. Then you should get busy first, and get in touch when you have time, Xiao Lin said casually. Su Qingyan couldn't say anything more, so she left with the 2 assistants. Uncle Xiao, this Ms. Su seems to be really destined to be with you. Wang Hong squeezed his eyebrows and said, who is destined to be with whom? Little Hengzi, if you want to pick up girls don't do it here in Lao Ma. Believe it or not, old lady will make you suffer? Just as Wang Heng's words fell, a rather cold female voice came from behind him. Bing bing, you're here. Wang Hong hurriedly stood up and turned around to accompany the smile. The person who came was around 30 years old, dressed in a professional outfit. She was nevertheless very good-looking and had an even more lingering aura. She was none other than Shin Bingbing, the general manager of this Millennium Restaurant owner, and was very competent. Bing Bing, you mustn't misunderstand. I already changed it a long time ago. Right. I'll introduce you to. Wang Hong hurriedly opened his mouth and was about to introduce Xiao Lin when little Mumu was stomping over from the side. Tilting his head, he looked at Shin Bingbing and uttered a clear voice. Big sister, you're going to die. 25 little Mumu's first job. Bing Bing, don't misunderstand. Mumu, she was just talking casually. Wang Hong hurriedly wanted to explain. Shut up. Shin Bingbing glared at him, and took the initiative to squat down and gently squeeze little Mumu's hand. What a cute little sister. Why did you say that sister would die? It's supposed to be. Little Mumu tilted her head, turned around and then ran back to Xiao Lin's side, puckering her mouth. Brother, am I right? Go play with your sister you. Xiao Lin didn't admit or deny it. He. Only then did little Mumu run back over to Yu Xian's side again, not forgetting to hug the plump little white hard together. Little White rolled his eyes, but did not dare to struggle hard. Uncle Xiao, what Mumu said can't be true, right? At this time, Wang Hong asked cautiously. Xiao Lin, however, smiled blandly and refrained from answering. Instead, it was that Shin Bingbing who looked at Xiao Lin rather meaningfully. As a childhood plum who could almost be said to have grown up with Wang Hong since childhood, she understood the nature of Wang Daoxiao very well. When was he able to so willingly call a person his own age an uncle? He is not afraid that his father and mother will beat him up, or has been recognized by Uncle Wang and Aunt Feng as a proud daughter of double doctorates who came back from abroad. Shin Bingbing never believed in superstitions. There is no such thing as being able to tell whether a person is alive or dead at the first meeting. Not to mention, she had to go for medical checkups every month. Uncle Xiao, why don't you say something? Bing bing, you don't know that Uncle Xiao and Mumu they. Seeing Xiao Lin's flat appearance, Wang Hong became even more alarmed. After all, not to mention Xiao Lin, Mumu's magic was also something he had seen with his own eyes. Alright, Xiao Hong, Xiao Lin said faintly, as the saying goes, if you believe it, you have it, if you don't believe it, you don't have it, why force it? He also saw through Shin Bingbing's distrust at a glance, so how could he lick his face to help? Uncle Xiao, seeing that Xiao Lin got up and was about to prepare to leave, Wang Hong was really anxious. Bing bing, count on me to beg you, okay? Just trust me this once, Wang Hong said with a bitter face, which also made Shin Bingbing feel more and more suspicious. I heard that Aunt Feng's illness was suddenly cured, could it be Mr. Xiao? Shin Bingbing suddenly asked. Not bad, it's Uncle Xiao, my old mom, she is actually not sick at all, but, Wang Hong nodded his head repeatedly and was about to blurt out the matter of the yuan devouring compulsion, but was stopped by Xiao Lin waving his hand. If Ms. Shin doesn't believe me, it's useless to say more. Wang Hong had an anxious look on his face and kept winking at Shin Bingbing. However, in the end, after apologizing, she brought Xiao Lin and Wang Hong together with them to the office located on the 66th floor. The entire office was not luxuriously decorated, and the black and white colors on the bottom gave people an extremely serious feeling. Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows from above, one could feel the waves of the ocean. Mr. Xiao, I would like to listen. Shin Bingbing ordered her secretary to bring tea and then told the others not to come in and disturb. For the sake of Xiao Hong, I can speak briefly. As for believing or not believing, that's up to Ms. Shun. Xiao Lin picked up his teacup and took a sip, then stretched out 3 fingers. What does this mean? I still have 3 years to live? Shin Bingbing asked. He couldn't help but laugh himself. The medical checkup was done only this month, and there was nothing wrong with being all healthy. To deceive people also do not know what alarmist words to say? It's not 3 years. At this time, without waiting for Xiao Lin to open his mouth, Xiao Mumu, who was playing with Xiao Bai, suddenly jumped the gun and said, it's 3 days. Oh, after 3 days, this big sister is going to die. Put, 3 days? Ha ha ha. Shin Bingbing couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? Mumu, you can't be wrong, right? How is this possible? Uncle Xiao, please you must save Bingbing her. Wang Hong, on the other hand, changed his expression drastically and pleaded repeatedly. Little Hengzi, I say, are you crazy? You would believe such nonsense? I'd like to see how I'll die 3 days later. Shin Bingbing felt more and more that Xiao Lin and the others were liars. I don't know what means they used to cure Fengwan, and then they want to come to their side to cheat money. Shin Bingbing, however, in the next moment, Wang Hong steeply shouted. Shin Bingbing froze. All along, Wang Hong had never dared to speak loudly in front of her, but now he actually dared to yell at her? Wang Hong, you shut up. Not waiting for Shin Bingbing to say anything, Wang Hong immediately said angrily, if you don't believe me, now immediately call my dad and them. If it wasn't for you, would I beg Uncle Xiao to come over personally? How dare you doubt Uncle Xiao? I'm telling you, if you really wait until that time, it will be too late for you to regret. He really couldn't care about anything else. Roaring almost frantically, he caused Shin Bingbing's aura to shrink a lot. Little Hengzi, she weakly spoke. I told you to shut up now. I'm in charge here now. You just listen obediently. Wang Hong waved his hand, interrupting Shin Bingbing before hurriedly accompanying her with a smile and looking towards Xiao Lin. With a bitter face, he was full of pleading. Uncle Xiao, please, even if you don't look at my face, you have to think about my mom, right? She has always treated Bingbing as her daughter. Many times in our family, Bingbing is even more favored than me. Wang Hong really wasn't close to directly kneeling down to Xiao Lin. The sudden flip in status, coupled with Wang Heng's angry shout, made it seem like Shin Bingbing hadn't returned to her senses. And more importantly, this attitude of Wang Heng's right now was really something she had never seen before. In a trance, it was as if a few more moments of true sweetness had appeared in her heart. It's just, for the sake of Sister Wan and Xiao Hong, you guys. Xiao Lin sighed lightly and beckoned. Moo, try your first job? He. Okay day. Big brother, hia. Running back to Xiao Lin's side from Little White's side, Moo's little pink face pretended to be serious. On his brow, the golden seal flashed a light. In the empty little hand, the muddy sky lamp appeared. A ghostly blue light emanated out to envelop the entire room, making one only feel incomparably subtle. Lead the heavenly lamp through the underworld. I am the heavenly underworld ambassador. Will the netherworld souls in this room still not show themselves quickly? The solemnity of the small face, coupled with this dreamlike situation, not to mention Shin Bingbing, even Wang Hong and Yu Xian were all surprised. The only ones who were calm were Xiao Lin and Xiao Bai. This can't be magic, right? What heavenly lantern? What specter? I don't. Shin Bingbing had a jolt, but just at this moment, suddenly a cold aura filled the room, causing her to instantly stifle a few shudders. Little kid pays homage to Lord Heavenly Underworld Envoy. Immediately afterward, a fluttering voice rang out. A ghost? There really is a ghost? How is this possible? No, this is fake. It's definitely fake. Shin Bingbing was incredulous, but this translucent figure in front of her could not be faked at all. If it was said to be some kind of projection, yet no equipment could be seen. Bing Bing, don't be afraid. There's me. Wang Hung hurriedly went over and pulled Shin Bingbing's hand to comfort her. Yu Xian, on the other hand, also sat towards Xiao Lin's side, her pretty face not without fear. 26 Wan Ling, a mother is a mother. Lead the heavenly lamp. Pass through the ghostly light. The Hun heavenly lamp in Moo Moo's hand suddenly flew out, and countless blue lights lingered and converged. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black channel suddenly condensed, and countless black lights were displayed in the surrounding area, as if it could allow those present to vaguely hear the roars of countless evil spirits from the hell. Yu Xian's body trembled and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Lin's arm, which made her feel better. As for Shin Bingbing, who had been disbelieving in the party, she was even whiter as she was held in Wang Hang's arms, as if even her body temperature had become a little lower. Unbelievable, not daring to look directly at it. As for Wang Hung, although his heart was afraid, but as a man, he still gently patted his hand to comfort Shin Bingbing in his arms. Inexplicably, there was more of a sense of enjoyment. The underworld has been passed. Why don't the brats go in quickly? Moo Moo reached out a little, and a pitch-black chain suddenly stretched out from that black channel, instantly locking that little brat and dragging him into it. The passage then slowly disappeared. The Hun heavenly lamp re-entered Moo Moo's hand, but the blue light in the room was still there. Hia, big brother, I'm awesome, right? She happily jumped into Xiao Lin's arms and said in a petulant manner, awesome. Xiao Lin gave a thumbs up, making this little girl happier and happier. At the same time, ding, merit points plus 10. The system's voice then sounded in Xiao Lin's heart. However, when he wanted to pursue the role of merit points, the system was silent. It left Xiao Lin speechless in his heart. It's alright, with Uncle Xiao and Moo Moo here. This kind of brat is nothing at all. After placating Shin Bingbing for a few moments, Wang Hang asked towards Xiao Lin, Uncle Xiao, is this considered to have been resolved? Solved? This is just the beginning. Xiao Lin lightly laughed. That little brat just now is just a poor ghost without the slightest ability. What? Just the beginning? Poor ghost? You. Wang Hong was confused, and Shin Bingbing was even more wide-eyed. So I'm really going to die in 3 days? Before she had seen the ghost, as well as little Moo Moo's miraculous means, even with the kind of anger that Wang Hong had shouted at her, yet she could not remove the suspicion in Shin Bingbing's heart. But now, could she not believe it? May I ask Ms. Shin, when did your mother pass away? Xiao Lin did not answer and asked in return. My mom? Upon hearing this, Shin Bingbing first froze, then frowned. It's been more than 3 years. She died of stomach cancer without treatment. Mr. Xiao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that my mom would still harm me? To be honest, Shin Bingbing was now a little angry. Forget it, it's better for you to see for yourself. Xiao Lin shrugged his shoulders, and the moment he flexed his fingers, a female figure that was almost on the verge of being completely transparent appeared in the room. What's more, there were quite a few black lines twisting around this figure, as if the bites of a poisonous snake, and Shin Bingbing had the same on her body, only that it was much less than the female figure. That's right, the female figure was none other than Shin Bingbing's mother, Wan Ling, who had been dead for more than 3 years. Mom, it's really you, Auntie? You are. Shin Bingbing and Wang Hung immediately changed in color. The former in particular was about to rush over without thinking. Don't come over. Seeing the duo's actions, Wan Ling hurriedly stopped them. The voice was like a mosquito fly, the body that was already on the verge of becoming transparent. At this moment, it even seemed as if it was about to disappear at any moment. To be a mother is to be a mother. In fact, it is your mother who is protecting you. Otherwise, how could you have survived until now? See those black lines? After they have completely devoured your mother, they will kill you 3 days later, thus making you also become what your mother is now. Xiao Lin's faint voice rang out. It was neither cold nor hot, and was even somewhat like a stranger. How terrifying. Big brother Xiao, what is going on here? Yu Xian was nervous. Uncle Xiao, Auntie Shi. Wang Hong also looked towards Xiao Lin as he desperately pulled Shin Bingbing. Anxious. Break. The Tian Yuan sword suddenly appeared in Xiao Lin's hand, and in the split second of a chop, the black threads that were wrapped around Wan Ling's body were cut off as much as possible. Wan Ling sighed in relief, and her nearly transparent body instantly went limp. Mom! Shin Bingbing rushed over and held Wan Ling up. Ha! Brother Xiao, Didn't you say that yin and yang are separated? Why can Miss Shin? Yuxian saw this and said in dismay, Hia, sister you, it's my lamplight oh. Little Moo shook the muddy sky lantern in her hand, her eyes curving into a crescent moon. That's right, Shaolin nodded his head as well. Within the blue light of the muddy sky lamp, yin and yang are compatible. So amazing. Yuxian's beautiful eyes rippled as she once again reached out to touch it, but it touched a lonesome as it did last time at Tang Wei's villa. Wan Ling pays her respects to the Heavenly Master. Greetings to the Heavenly Underworld envoy, Azine spirits. In fact, when they saw Shaolin and Little Moo, they already knew their identities. Now, it was even more so that they did not dare to be rude. Heavenly Master? Shin Bingbing froze. No matter how much Shaolin or Wang Heng said, it would never be as useful as Wan Ling's words. No need to be rude. Shaolin waved his hand and asked, I'm curious, why didn't you go to hell after you died and stayed on earth instead? But do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Generally Yin souls, even without a ghost messenger to guide them after death, would find their own way to the underworld path to hell, unless there is a strong sense of grievance, or there is a great unfulfilled wish. Heavenly Master Ming Jian. Wan Ling gently caressed Shin Bingbing and slowly said, I only realized after I died that someone was secretly targeting Bingbing and their father and daughter. There was nothing I could do. I could only choose to stay. Even if I used my last ounce of strength, I had to protect the safety of their father and daughter. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak and I can only barely hold on. Now if I wasn't fortunate enough to meet the Heavenly Master, I would have to be spiritually dead today. Wan Ling was indeed very gentle, not seeing any complaints at all. Mom, you, Shin Bingbing cried like a tearful person. Wang Hong and Yuxian's eyes were also a little red. No, it won't. Mom, don't you go. Shin Bingbing cried and shouted. But suddenly, she turned her head towards Shaolin and knelt down. Mr. Xiao, please save my mother. You can have whatever you want, please. She had gone from disbelief at the beginning to sobbing uncontrollably. There was indeed no longer any doubt. People die and the lights go out. Yin and yang are separated. It's already an exception for me to let you mother and daughter see each other again, Shaolin said indifferently. Now the only way is for her to go to hell as soon as possible, and all trials will be disposed of by the divine sovereign of hell. At the very least, it will allow her to no longer be in danger of her soul flying away. Good. At those words, Shin Bingbing nodded repeatedly, but that Wan Ling directly shook her head. Thank you for your good intentions, Heavenly Master, but if the danger of Bingbing's father and daughter isn't lifted, I won't leave either. She was resolute. It was also the only obsession right now. Wan Ling, do you know that if this continues, you will completely disappear and there will be no more afterlife? Shaolin said with a straight face. Shin Bingbing and Wang Han also urged her repeatedly, but Wan Ling always refused to agree. Brother Xiao, it's really touching. Just help them. Yuxian's eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't stop shaking Shaolin's hand in request. Yeah, there's the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, please. Bingbing and their father and daughter are innocent, and old Shin has always done good deeds. Please help. Wan Ling's eyes lit up. Her obsession was to protect Shin Bingbing's father and daughter, but she had neglected Shaolin. Shaolin was silent. Even now, even Wang Hong could not stop praying, but he did not respond. It seemed that ever since the system upgrade was completed, it was as if Yuxian, the tool person, had really been cut off. 27 Stick in Jade Puppet, Su Qingyan's accident. After waiting for a while, no feeling like the previous times appeared in Shaolin's heart, but he was a human being after all. At the bottom of his heart, he was actually moved by Wan Ling's behavior. Thus, he still agreed. A few things. Shaolin spoke indifferently. First, 2 fist-sized pieces of jade, regardless of quality. Second, your mother and daughter's birth dates. Third, this matter is forbidden to be publicized. Good. I'll go make arrangements. Shin Bingbing couldn't wait to head out, but no matter how she opened the door it was useless. In the end, it was little Moo who put away that blue light, and only then was she able to leave quickly. In fact, the area covered by the light of the heavenly lamp was already a special space independent of the Yin and Yang realms. Unless Xiao Mu or Shaolin was willing, no person or Yin soul could break away from. Of course, because of the disappearance of the blue light, Wan Ling naturally disappeared as well. In less than 10 minutes, Shin Bingbing returned. Although Shaolin said irrelevant quality of jade, she still tried to take the good ones. It wasn't glass seed, but it was at the level of ice seed. Mr. Xiao, do you think these 2 pieces are suitable? By the way, my mom, why is she missing? Shin Bingbing asked cautiously. She's naturally still here, but you guys can't see it. Shaolin casually returned and added, now the birth date of the 2 of you? I am. My mom she is. Shin Bingbing returned without hesitation. Shaolin then instantly memorized it in his heart, and afterward he was not seen to make any great moves, just hands holding those 2 pieces of jade, faint light lingering, Less than 5 minutes time, these two pieces of jade has become two small humanoid sculptures. With Wan Ling and Shin Bingbing mother and daughter's appearance is not to say consistent, can only be said to be exactly the same. Immediately afterward, he used his hand as a substitute for a pen, and with golden light flowing from his fingertips, he quickly engraved the mother and daughter's birthdates on the back of these two tiny sculptures. The mixed yuan is limitless, and all things are transformed into spirits. In my name, become. The words were recited out of his mouth. In an instant, there was a flash of light on the two white sculptures, which actually gave off a sense of extreme spirituality. This is a substitute jade puppet. From today onwards, you mother and daughter do not have to stay here. Other than that, let's talk about it 3 days later. With a wave of Shaolin's hand, the two stand-in jade puppets flew to the desk not far away. As visible to the naked eye, the black threads that had been severed earlier reappeared and wrapped around the stand-in jade puppets. Then Mr. Xiao, we are now, Shin Bingbing asked weakly, which still had the domineering female CEO look from before. Whatever, I'll just come back 3 days later. Shaolin shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the outside with Little White in his arms. Hey, this, the others were dumbfounded. However, soon everyone still left, especially little Mumu who was even held in Yu Xian's arms. In the end, Shaolin and the others were arranged in a presidential suite. Even Shin Bingbing chose to stay here, and under her strong plea, Shaolin temporarily allowed Wan Ling to show up, sort of making it a special reunion for their mother and daughter. It was night, the weather was clear and the moon stars were sparse. A pretty figure walked out from the side door of the Millennium Restaurant and stepped into the square outside. Inside several fountains, as a gushing spring sprayed, the colorful light was striking. The surrounding area was silent. Miss, you. Two security guards who had been patrolling the night saw the figure and shouted from afar without getting any response. Taking advantage of the moonlight, it was clearly visible that this person was Su Qingyan, who had only moved in today and was preparing to advertise the Millennium Restaurant. I'm fine, just couldn't sleep and came out for a walk. You guys don't need to mind me. Looking at the two security guards constantly approaching, Su Qingyan said this back. Just that voice is a little dry, but the security guards do not suspect. Plus the restaurant side has long been instructed not to disturb Miss Su, so the two security guards do not care to continue patrolling to go. And Su Qingyan came to that biggest fountain side. She sat by the pool like a lonely person, her small hand reaching into the pool, but if someone was beside her, they could definitely see that there was a stream of fresh blood flowing out from her 5 fingertips, causing the originally clear spring water to gradually glow with a slice of blood red. However, under the colorful light, it was inconspicuous, and that Su Qingyan was even more painless, instead revealing a maddening color of relief. In just a few minutes' time, her pretty face had already lost much of its blood color. It was frighteningly white. Meanwhile, Shaolin, who was in the presidential suite, suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he picked up Xiao Bai, who had awakened almost simultaneously, and opened the door and headed out. In the next room, little Mumu, who had been pulled along by Yu Xian, suddenly appeared through the door. Big brother, I'm going too. Go. So Shaolin held Little White and led little Mumu out. Originally, Wan Ling also wanted to follow, but she was rejected by Shaolin. She was now able to show her figure, in case she was seen by those waiters in the restaurant or appeared in the surveillance. It might bring about a lot of troublesome things. Soon arriving at the square, seeing Su Qingyan by the fountain, Shaolin's eyes flashed with a stern aura. Ordinary people seem colorful spring plus that sickly beauty Su Qingyan, combined with the background of the dark night at this time, is a very dazzling picture. But in the eyes of Shaolin, Su Qingyan is covered in black threads. The magnificent fountain has a black shadow just like the beast of the underworld constantly through the outflow of blood, drawing on Su Qingyan's life force. Once the life force was exhausted, her soul would also be quickly devoured. Meow. Little White let out a soft cry, and his soft fur stood up with it. It was rather like seeing a delicacy, its eyes glowing. Big brother. Little Mumu clasped the Hun heavenly lantern with both hands, some amazement and curiosity in his big eyes. Chop. In the next instant, Shaolin's sword technique was pinched, and the moment the heavenly Yuan sword was held in his hand and gently waved, it immediately transformed into a dozen or so sword shards that whistled out. In the blink of an eye, the black threads on Su Qingyan's body were all chopped off, and the entire person then fainted powerlessly at the edge of the pool. Ow! In the fountain, there was a miserable scream that could not be heard by normal people. Immediately afterward, a black mist shot out, coming towards Shaolin and their side. It was as if a hideous ghostly face could be seen in a trance. Terrifying. The light around them was dimmed. Meow. Without waiting for Shaolin to speak, Little White catapulted up in his arms. The ghostly faces in the black mist were swallowed like a giant whale sucking in water, and then stood on Shaolin's shoulder, his tail fluttering and licking his paws, a look of not having enough to eat. Wow! Little Mumu looked straight, clapping his hands. As for the black shadow in the fountain, at this time, it also felt powerful and quickly disappeared. Shaolin narrowed his eyes. The remaining corner of his gaze inadvertently skimmed over the direction of the front hall, and let out a light laugh. Let's go. Back. He went over to help Su Qingyan up, with Xiaobai and Mumu following by his side, and retraced his steps towards the inside of the restaurant. Ha, Xiao, Mr. Xiao, what are you? Wasn't I sleeping? How did you come out? Su Qingyan suddenly awoke, and it was difficult to hide the surprise in her heart. She didn't have any memories of everything that happened just now. It's good to be awake. It's fine. Continue to go back to sleep. Shaolin shrugged his shoulders and walked away by himself without much explanation. This. Su Qingyan was dumbfounded, frowning as she tried to recall, but she always went blank. Vaguely, she felt as if she had lost something. 28 Shen Fei Xiong, Evil Spirit Koi, Shen Fei Xiong, chairman of Millennium Group. Although he was not as valuable as Wang Chengdong, he was not far behind Tang Wei. In the city of Donglan, they can all be called the commercial leader. A few days ago, he went abroad to participate in a business event, which was supposed to last for nearly 10 days, but he suddenly received a call from his daughter and lost his temper. Then he immediately had someone order a plane ticket and turned back without hesitation. But when he came back, it was still already the next morning. It was more than 9 o'clock in the morning. The few people in the presidential suite had just finished their breakfast shortly after. When the doorbell rang, "Dad, you're back?" Shen Bingbing went over and opened the door, and Shen Feixiong entered with quick steps. "Uncle!" Wang Heng also hurriedly rose to greet him. However, several people including Shaolin and Yu Xian and the others were directly ignored. All of Shen Feixiong's gazes were gathered on Wan Ling in an instant. "Little Ling, is it really you?" He trembled and directly rushed over to hold Wan Ling in his arms. Tears, like no money, flowed out. "Fei Xiong, don't be like this." Wan Ling, in addition to some shyness, but also cannot help but grief from the heart. For more than 3 years, they were separated by yin and yang, couldn't touch each other at all, let alone embrace each other deeply like this now. Nearly an hour later, Shen Feixiong, who had learned everything, was even more grateful to Shaolin. "Mr. and Mrs. Shindong's love for each other is really enviable." Shaolin smiled and said, "But the so-called yin and yang are different. When this is over, your wife must still leave." "Yes, Fei Xiong, I've been dead for 3 years. To be able to see you and Bingbing one more time, I am also satisfied," Wan Ling said with a smile. It was only that tone that made people hear some inexplicable heartache. "Dad, the most important thing now is to solve that matter. Otherwise, Mom, there's no way for her to leave in peace." Shen Bingbing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Yes, everything depends on Mr. Xiao." Shen Feixiong also nodded repeatedly. "The day after tomorrow will do." Shaolin shrugged and added, "But there's something else that happened last night." He briefly stated what happened to Su Qingyan last night, causing everyone to listen in shock. Shen Feixiong, asked myself to do things without shame to anyone. I didn't expect that there would be so many people trying to target me." A flash of coldness flashed through Shen Feixiong's eyes. Although he was an ordinary person, that business bigwig-like aura was extraordinary. "There's good news. According to my observation, these two things should be from the same source, so just wait for the day after tomorrow to resolve them together. For now, let's have a good talk as a family. I'm going out for a walk." Shaolin signaled and carried Little White and Little Mumu towards the outside. Wang Heng and Yu Xian naturally followed suit, leaving the several hundred square feet to the family of 3. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Late that night, according to Shaolin's instructions, Shen Feixiong had someone turn off the restaurant's surveillance system. The entire front hall was already empty. "Mr. Xiao, it's been arranged. Shall we go now?" Shen Feixiong asked. The expression was extremely reluctant. This was because he knew that if this matter was really resolved, then he and his wife would never see each other again. "We can just go down. This last bit of time, you guys can get together again. Also as a precaution, unless those 2 substitute jade puppets shatter, don't leave this room no matter what." Shaolin said this. "Understood. We remember." Mother and daughter Wan Ling and Shen Bingbing nodded their heads squarely. At this moment, the substitute jade puppet was being placed on the coffee table. Very conspicuous. "Uncle Xiao, I want to follow you. I want to go too." Wang Heng and Yu Xian opened their mouths one after another. Shaolin did not refute them, so they quickly passed through the elevator and arrived in the front hall. "Brother Xiao, you're saying that the culprit for all of this is this koi? But doesn't koi represent good luck? Is it just because it's black?" Looking at the pure black koi carp that was almost 3 meters long and short in the huge fish tank in front of her, Yu Xian was still a bit puzzled. At first, for this pure black koi, Shen Feixiong had spent nearly $20 million to purchase it, and it was then placed here as a mascot. Many media outlets had made a big deal out of it, causing Millennium Restaurant and even Millennium Group to greatly catch fire for it. This is not a good thing. Shaolin shook his head. It should be called the evil spirit to be more accurate. Evil spirit Koi. Uncle Shao, are you saying that everything was done by it, including Auntie's death? Wang Hong was stunned. Not bad. Shaolin gently nodded. It can gradually devour the life force of other creatures even if it is uncontrolled. I can guarantee that since the evil spirit Koi was placed here, but anyone who has stayed in the restaurant for a night will have their life force drawn by it. And, by the looks of it, it hasn't been a short period of time. That's so. Wang Hong and Yu Xian heard some goosebumps. The looks that were originally very appreciative of the evil spirit Koi now also brought out a hint of fear. And right at this moment, the evil spirit Koi that was originally sinking under the water as if it was sleeping actually suddenly flicked its tail and looked towards where the few of them were. Those fish eyes without eyelids actually gave off a sense of ferocity. It understands? How is it possible? For a moment, several people's complexions changed drastically. Wang Hong dodged to hide behind Shaolin, and Yu Xian even grabbed Shaolin's hand. It was as if they were all in a bit of a trance mentally. It was fortunate that they had not opened their yin-yang eyes, or else they would have been able to see a black line emanating from that evil spirit Koi's body, winding towards both of their bodies. It was just like what happened to Wan Ling 2 days ago. Xiao Bai. Shaolin let out a soft shout, and Xiao Bai immediately leapt out of his arms. Meow. With a soft cry, it was like transforming into countless white lights with extremely fast speed. Those black threads, in the moment before they even touched, were quickly cleaned up by Little White, and then kneaded into a ball that was swallowed into this little guy's stomach. Is something happening? Wang Hong and Yu Xian looked at each other, blissfully unaware. You guys see for yourselves. Shaolin's right index and middle fingers came together and quickly crossed in front of their eyes. Yin-yang eyes, open. These. How terrifying. Looking at this situation in front of them, as well as the countless black threads that were released from that evil spirit Koi's body, caused them to instantly change in color. Uncontrollably, they retreated several steps back one after another. Moo, protect them. Shaolin immediately drank. Hia. Okay then, big brother. Moo grinned, revealing his small tiger teeth. With a swipe of his plump little hand on the muddy sky lantern, the blue light immediately enveloped the three of them, and those black threads from the evil spirit Koi disappeared with them at the same time they came into contact with the blue light, unable to cause any harm to them. Wow, little Moo, you're so mushy. Sister kiss. Yu Xian excitedly picked up Moo and kissed him several times. Wang Heng's eyes were also glowing from the side, and a bold thought suddenly arose in his heart. It could not disappear for a long time. While in front, Shaolin's hand produced an additional strange bottle. It appeared to be black all over, as if it was the purest black jade in history. However, it is emitting a glistening white light, making it look even more bizarre. This was precisely one of his magic treasures, the yin-yang bottle. 29 mall opens. Call from Fengwan. Now Shaolin has 5 commonly used magic treasures in his hands. Tian Yuan sword, black in color and made of stinging dragonwood. It can be used to hurt the enemy, and it can also destroy all the ghosts and demons in the world. Compared to what kind of peachwood sword or unusual Taoist magic treasure, more useful. Bell of Heaven, this object is purple in color and is made of 10,000 years of fire steel. Once the bell rings, it can deter many ghosts and demons in the world. Even when Shaolin's cultivation level is reached, it will be able to pass through the heavens to the earth. It is also possible to go to the Yellow Springs. Yin-yang bottle, the body of the 9 ghosts of the Black Jade due to non-celestial masters cannot be touched. The white light emanating from it has the ability to penetrate the yin and yang, but all ghosts and demons are included in it. Can be with the mind of Shaolin or life or death. The Book of Mountains and Rivers, a book of mountains and rivers, a map of yin and yang for 10,000 miles. It can contain any ghosts and demons, and is the most suitable place for them. Just as Shaolin before the small Moo will be included in one of the reasoning. The last, purple ribbon immortal clothes, does not fear water and fire, does not fear cold and heat, and is difficult to stain mortal dust. However, until now, Shaolin had not encountered a ghost that could be worthy of letting him wear the purple ribbon immortal clothes. Roar. Seeing the yin and yang bottle, the evil spirit Koi seemed to have sensed something and roared furiously in the large fish tank. Obviously a fish, but issued like a beast hissing. Very hideous. Fortunately, it would not be heard by others. Otherwise this roar would be enough to spread hundreds of meters away. At the same time, countless black mists haunted out, covering the entire antechamber like the sky, and even transformed into a ghostly shadow that attacked Shaolin in his position from all directions. Hiss. So terrifying. Yu Xian sucked in a breath of cool air and said in horror. She, after all, was only a girl in her 20s. Sister Yu isn't afraid. Oh, Moo will protect you and brother Heng. Little Moo, however, held the muddy sky lantern and said crisply, She looked ahead with her little mouth puffed out, somewhat foolishly. Her eyes were glowing. Sins, this seat is here. How dare you be arrogant? Shaolin, however, let out a cold snort and recited words with his mouth. Mixed yuan without limit. Heaven and earth melting into one. Through yin and yang, 9 elements transforms clear. Come into me. The yuan qi in his body bulged, and the white light of the yin and yang bottle's body blossomed, instantly giving birth to a huge suction force. Let that fish tank in the evil spirit koi uncontrollably flying up out of the air. 3 meters long body to the naked eye visible speed constantly shrinking. And ultimately let that guy how to struggle is completely useless. Soon was ingested into the yin and yang bottle inside. Everything quickly returned to calm. Wow. Hia. Big brother is the best. Show me. Show me. As the evil spirit koi disappeared, little Mumu immediately put away the Hun heavenly lamp and tossed and flew to Shaolin's side. Grasping that yin and yang bottle, he looked inside. Wow. What a cute little fishy fish. Big brother, let's eat it, okay? Mumu's eyes were glowing and drool was coming out of the corners of his mouth. The fish is so cute. It's too wasteful not to use it to eat it. Why does this little guy want to eat everything? There's still some use in keeping it. Shaolin cried and laughed, and hurriedly picked up the yin and yang bottle again. Oh, little Mumu pouted unhappily. It wasn't until Shaolin took out an ice cream like a magic trick that this girl happily licked it. Big brother Shao, Uncle Shao. Yu Xian and Wang Hong also hurriedly came over and asked blearily, "It's okay now?" "Aha, almost. There's still the last step. Let's go back first," Shaolin said, and coincidentally at this moment, Wang Hang's cell phone also rang. It was called by Shin Fei Xiong, and the substitute jade puppet on the coffee table inside that presidential suite had broken. Soon, the group returned to the suite. Mr. Shao, the impatient eyes of a family of 3 were enough to explain everything. It's almost settled. Shaolin nodded. Just find a place to bury these fragments directly. But there's still one last step. Shindong, are the people and things I asked you to prepare during the day ready? Okay. Shin Fei Xiong nodded his head repeatedly. All of them are my beloved ones over the years. In addition, this is the drawing of our Millennium Restaurant. As he spoke, he gently opened the drawings and placed them on another coffee table. Other than Mumu, who was sitting on the side, shaking his little legs and eating ice cream, everyone else gathered around. I won't say more. Just ask Shindong to send someone to dig in these places. It's about 3 meters deep. Remember not to touch it with your hands. Also just burn everything you dig up. Shaolin used a pen to point out 9 locations on the drawing, which were the 8 spots around the Millennium Restaurant as the center, as well as the interior of the restaurant, which was directly underneath that fish tank. Alright, I'll go and make arrangements. Shin Fei Xiong rolled up the drawings and left quickly without. Brother Shao, is there anything to say about those spots? Yu Xian couldn't help but ask. 9 is the extreme number. In feng shui formations, these 9 points plus the evil spirit koi can be set up as a kind of killing formation. For certain people within the formation, it can achieve the effect of immortality. Shaolin explained briefly, and everyone listened in confusion. Soon after another nearly half an hour or so, Shin Fei Xiong's call came back. Mr. Shao, we dug out. His voice was trembling. 9 puppets covered in blood? Yes. And there's our family's birthday behind the puppets. That's right then. Shaolin returned. Just gather them together and burn them directly. Alright. Listen to Mr. Shao. Burn it. Quickly burn them all for me. On the phone, Shin Fei Xiong's voice commanding his men came out. And then those puppets ignited when they encountered fire. And in just a few minutes, they directly burned to ashes. Almost at the same time, Shen Fei Xiong, Wan Ling, and Shin Bingbing had a sense of relief, as if they had lost some unseen pressure. As for Su Qingyan in the other room, her pale complexion from the past few days also quickly recovered, and her weak breathing gradually became steady. Everything returned to normal. Ding! Merit points plus 100. Ding! Merit points reached 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening them all. Specific matters, please check on the host's own. The system voice sounded at the right time. Shaolin's heart stirred and he said towards the crowd, Alright, it's getting late. I'll go back to rest first. If you have any problems, wait until tomorrow. With that, he walked towards his room, followed by Xiaobai. Mumu wanted to follow along, but Yu Xian was the first to grab and carry her into the room. A doll-like little girl was her favorite. As for the others, they were looking at each other somewhat blankly. Right, Mrs. Shun. Shaolin walked to the door and bent down to pick up Xiaobai while suddenly speaking again. Last day. I hope you spend it well. Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, I'll send you down. Ha, Mr. Xiao, can you let my mom? At those words, Shin Bingbing was in a hurry, but Shaolin didn't make any response. Alright, Bingbing, you shouldn't make things difficult for Mr. Xiao. It's already very good to be able to accompany you guys again. Wanling pulled Shin Bingbing and gently shook her head. Mom! The mother and daughter gently embraced each other, making the onlookers see it and not avoid being saddened by it. In the room, Shaolin was lying on the bed, gently stroking the soft and smooth fur of Little White beside him. System, open the mall. With a thought, the mall then opened. There were all sorts of things inside, causing Shaolin to instantly look at them. Talismans, techniques, magic treasures, formations, and even puppets were available. Lemon-Terry Peach Luck Talisman, wearing it can increase love luck. Value, 99 merit points. Elementary Vajra Talisman, wearing it increases defense and makes the physical body indestructible for 1 hour. Value, 99 merit points. Lemon-Terry 5 Thunders Charms, chanting a spell and offering it to suppress evils and demons, and binds ghosts and evils. Value, 99 merit points. Treading Clouds and Moon, a light body technique, cultivated to the extreme. It can be practiced for thousands of meters without a shadow. Worth 999 merit points. Moon Shadow Sword Technique, one of the sword techniques, cultivated to the extreme. The Moonlight Sword can kill people invisibly. Worth 999 merit points. Elementary Body Forging Technique, exercises the physical body, allowing one to enter the martial arts path and become a martial artist. Worth 1999 merit points. Beginner's Heart Refining Technique, if the heart and mind are clear, then there is nothing that is not clear. It can be used to cultivate by feeling the aura of heaven and earth. Worth 1999 merit points. Soul Swinging Bell, Yellow Grade Magic Weapon. Worth 3999 merit points. 100 Years Peachwood Sword, Yellow Grade Magic Weapon. Worth 3999 merit points. 8 Trigrams Mirror, Yellow Grade Magic Treasure. Worth 3999 merit points. Shaolin briefly looked through them, and they left him speechless to the extreme, his head full of black lines. That is to say, with my current 110 merit points, I can only exchange them for those elementary talismans? Wouldn't my true explanation of mixed yin and yang be much better than these contraptions? And what Soul Swinging Bell? Can it compare to my Tong Tian Bell? Forget it, don't read it, sleep. He skimmed his lips and prepared to sleep after viewing the system interface. Next to him, Little White curled up into a ball and had already fallen asleep, his large tail covering his body, and at first glance it looked as if it was a meatball, fluffy and fleshy, not to mention how cute it was. Ding bell, ding bell. Not a moment later, the cell phone by the pillow suddenly rang. Shaolin picked it up and saw that it was Feng Wan. Hello, Brother Xiao. Sorry, I didn't disturb your sleep, right? Feng Wan's voice was somewhat apologetic. It's fine, Sister Wan. Is there something wrong with you? Shaolin smiled and asked. Didn't you say before that I would contact you if anything happened to Ruo Chang? Feng Wan smiled bitterly. Just now, I received a call from her agent. Something happened at Ruo Chang's home. Ruo Chang? Oh, you mean that Zhao Ruo Chang? What happened to her? Shaolin replied back, his mind conjuring up the glimpse of the silhouette he had seen at the airport that day. I'm not very clear about the specifics. Why don't I give her your phone number and let her talk to you? Brother Xiao, this time I really have to let you take more trouble. This child, Ruo Chang, is actually really good. Feng Wan's words carried a few moments of earnestness, and Shaolin did not refuse. So after agreeing to let Zhao Ruoqing contact tomorrow morning, he hung up the phone and went to sleep. 30 Zhao Ruoqing called. Goodbye, Miao Tong. There were no words for the night. The next day, before 8 o'clock, Shaolin woke up. Wang Hong and Yu Xian were there, but Shen Feixiong's family of 3 had already left the house early. It was to spend more time together. Shen Feixiong and Shen Bingbing dropped everything. Brother Xiao, actually, after having the waiter send up breakfast and was eating it, Yu Xian hesitantly spoke up. I know what you want to say. Shaolin interrupted. There is a difference between life and death, yin and yang. This is the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. Even I cannot break it. Alright. Yu Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head to eat without further comment. Uncle Xiao. At this time, that Wang hung but suddenly opened his mouth, eyes blearily looking at Shaolin with a look of wanting to say something. What do you want to say? I. After opening his mouth, Wang Hung finally took a deep breath and fawningly approached Shaolin. Uncle Xiao, do you think I can cultivate? Just like you. He. You? Shaolin tilted his head, and gave Mumu a small dumpling to go over, before he said, like me? Which kind? Uncle Xiao. Okay, Xiao Hung. You really are not this piece of material. Shaolin waved his hand and said, seeing all kinds of ghosts and monsters all day long, do you really think it's comfortable? But Wang Hong was still a little reluctant to give up. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Shaolin's cell phone rang, also interrupting Wang Heng's speech. Strange number. Hello? Shaolin had just connected it when a rather weak female voice came from over there. May I ask if it's Mr. Xiao? I'm Zhao Ruoqing. It's the number that Mr. Feng gave me. Well, I know you. Shaolin thought of Feng Wan's call last night and said, Sister Wan briefly spoke to me. Is something wrong with you now, Zhao Ru watching? Yu Xian's eyes lit up. It was only because Xiao Lin's cell phone was too ordinary, and even without external amplification, the sound coming out of the earpiece was not small. She moved over and was close to being directly face-to-face with Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao, it's not that I didn't say anything, but I don't know what to say. I came home this time because my mother was suddenly and seriously ill, but she passed away before I even arrived home. These few nights I always have nightmares. I really don't know what to say. Zhao Ruocheng's words were a bit lumpy, and with her already weak tone, not to mention Yu Xian, even Xiao Lin was a bit confused by what he heard. In that case, Ms. Zhao, I don't know what exactly happened on your end, but for now it's best if you just leave the house. Go to the nearest inspector's office or pig killing farm and tell me your exact location. Xiao Lin frowned. He vaguely sensed that Zhao Ruocheng's matter was probably the most troublesome he had encountered in a while. That weakness was not only in his tone and body, it was more like it came from his soul. The inspector's office? Slaughterhouse? My side of the family is in the village. There is no patrol house. There is one in the slaughterhouse. I'll go over right now. Zhao Ruocheng's anxious running voice could be heard over the phone. About 10 minutes or so passed, and she panted out the exact location of where it was. Okay, I got it. A pentagram talisman will appear in front of you later, and you will place it close to your body before you can go home. Then everything will wait until I get there. Xiao Lin hung up the phone directly after saying that, and then a purple golden 5-pointed star suddenly appeared in his palm, the very same kind that he had given to Wang Hong and his family before. It was just that it had to be sent to Zhao Ruocheng's side across the sky now, which made Xiao Lin's heart feel a bit bitter. However, for the sake of Sister Wan, he really couldn't just ignore it. Chaotic universe, heavenly passage, by my spirit, all laws govern the spirit. Go! He held the talisman in his left hand and recited the words in his mouth. Immediately afterward, amidst the shock of Wang Hong and Yu Xian, the pentagram talisman suddenly disappeared with the exit of that last word go. Wow! Could this be the legendary 5 ghosts carrying method? Wang Hong exclaimed in shock. He had also done quite a bit of homework. A mere 5 ghost carrying method. How can it be compared to me? Xiao Lin bristled. Go on and eat. Oh, Wang Hong was speechless. He wanted to say more about letting himself follow Uncle Xiao to cultivate together, but now how could he not continue to speak? One could only focus on eating. Nanjiang City, Jinhu Town, Tianhua Village. This was Zhao Ruocheng's home. She came to the side of that slaughterhouse in the east of the village when she called Xiao Lin. What pentagram talisman? How could it suddenly appear? This is simply impossible. Zhao Ruocheng's face was pale, his eyes were lifeless, and there was even a black aura lingering between his eyebrows. But the next second, there was suddenly a special touching sensation in the palm of her right hand, causing her to instantly feel a jolt in her heart. There really is? A pentagram? How is this possible? She opened her hand, and in the center of her palm was clearly the purple golden 5-pointed star talisman. For a moment, it was as if she had seen a ghost. Both pupils opened wide in disbelief. Hiss! Zhao Ruocheng sucked in cool air, and even her hands trembled a little as she took out the phone and dialed. It was not Xiao Lin, but Feng Wan, or it should be said that Xiao Lin's tactic of sending things through the air made her a hallowed first-tier big star. Fearful. Mr. Feng, it's me, Ruocheng. What's wrong with you? Why doesn't your tone seem right? Feng Wan was surprised. Could it be that my brother didn't contact you? No, Mr. Feng, Zhao Ruocheng hurriedly explained, and Feng Wan was shocked to hear it. Ha ha, I know. Don't worry, Ruocheng. That brother of mine is a good person. Just do what he says. Then, well, thank you Mr. Feng. After ending the call, Zhao Ruocheng seemed much calmer. Putting that 5-pointed star close to her body, she then carefully walked towards her home. On the other hand, Feng Wan, who was on the other side, muttered in her heart, Brother Xiao actually has such a magical means? Is it hard to believe that he could really be an immortal? Time gradually passed. The sky also gradually dimmed. Zhao Ruocheng ate her dinner and laid down on her bed as usual, and her mental exhaustion made her fall asleep quickly, but without the appearance of the kind of nightmares from the previous days. She slept very peacefully, and the 5-pointed star that she had placed close to her body was flickering with light from time to time, as if it was dispelling something unseen. The same night, Donglan City, Millennium Restaurant, inside the presidential suite. It was almost 11 o'clock when Shen Feixiong and his family of 3 finally returned. The 3 of them were carrying all sorts of things in their hands, with no less than 20 large and small bags. There were their families. There were also for Xiao Lin they bought, especially for Mumu bought several cute children's clothes. In response, Xiao Lin did not refuse. Alright, I'll sit down first. After some pleasantries, Xiao Lin gestured for everyone to sit together and slowly said, 2 things. First, Regarding the evil spirit koi as well as the feng shui killing formation, it is definitely someone's secret endeavor. That's why we need you, Shin Dong, to do a good investigation. Understood. Shen Feixiang nodded his head heavily. I will not let the person behind that get away with it. He was able to become a famous figure in Donglan City and even all of China. So naturally, he was by no means the kind of person who was merciful and soft-hearted. Secondly, Mrs. Shin should have reported to hell 3 years ago. Now that it has been delayed for so long, I'm afraid that even if she goes down there, she will still have some sins to suffer. Hearing this, not to mention Shen Feixiang and the others, even Wang Hong and Yu Xian could not help but feel a tightening in their hearts. Shen Bingbing even held Wan Ling's hand, her eyes wet with tears. Mom, Wan Ling, however, revealed a smile. Child, don't be sad. To be able to continue to accompany you for 3 years, I'm already satisfied. Having said that, her emotions were very reluctant, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Later on, I'll ask the Underworlder to come up and plead for you. I hope I can make you suffer less down there and reincarnate this morning. Xiao Lin lightly exhaled and said, "Ein errorist? Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Wan Ling's eyes lit up and she hurriedly thanked him. Father and daughter Shen Feixiang and Shen Bingbing did the same. But remember later, close your eyes and don't speak. Otherwise you can't blame me for reducing your life, Xiao Lin reminded. And then everyone waited so quietly. Wan Ling instead took Wang Hong and Shen Bingbing to the room to say something. When they came back out, but it was already the 2 children who already had reddened eyes, and Wang Hong was even a little more inexplicably embarrassed and joyful. Alright, it's almost time. You guys back away a bit. Looking at the time, under Xiao Lin's signal, other than Wan Ling, Little Moo Moo and Little White, everyone else retreated much further away. Each of them closed their eyes even more. The talisman was lit and the green smoke merged into the surroundings. It was like drawing a boundary between yin and yang, connecting the door of life and death. This seed is here. This yin and yang come to meet us quickly. Like the last time in Wang Heng's villa, soon the black vortex on the flat ground condensed, and the yin messenger dressed in black appeared with it. It's you again? Xiao Lin was slightly stunned when he saw the visitor. Miao Tong pays her respects to the Heavenly Master. Greetings to Lord Heavenly Underworld Envoy. That's right. It was none other than the 7th level Underworlder Miao Tong that he had met last time. She did not only bow to Xiao Lin this time, but also Moo Moo. Yin messenger was no more than a yin god. To be more accurate, it was only a backup to a yin god. If there was a breakthrough after the 9th level, one might be able to achieve a yin god, but this process was difficult. And Moo Moo, as a child under Heavenly Master Xiao Lin's seat, had long since been out of the midst of the yin and yang realms, and could even be called an immortal child. Hia hia. Moo Moo waved his little hand happily. Hello sister, I won't say more words. Xiao Lin pointed at Wan Ling and said, she stayed in the yang world for 3 years for some reason, so do her a favor when you bring her down so that she suffers less. These words were not a request. Rather, it was a command. Heavenly Master commands. I naturally do not dare to disobey. It's just that I'm only a mere 7th level yin messenger, so I'm afraid I'll be inconvenienced. Miao Tong glanced at Wan Ling and owed back. Xiao Lin waved his hand. There is no harm in this. I will personally write a letter to the prefect and labor you to present it on my behalf. In that case, I will fulfill Heavenly Master's command. Very well, Xiao Lin nodded. So he took out a 5-pointed star and unwrapped it, and started writing on the back of the talisman with his finger instead of a pen. Of course, this was ekphrasis. It didn't belong to any script in the yang world, and was only commonly used in the netherworld. 31 Wan Ling enters hell. Zhao Ruoqing's encounter. Not long after, Xiao Lin finished writing. The talisman then automatically flew into Miao Tong's hand. If Heavenly Master has no further orders, then I will take her down? Miao Tong put away the talisman and bowed. Well, let's put it this way. I'll have Moo Moo send you guys down, with her muddy sky lantern guiding the way. It will also be quicker. Xiao Lin thought about it and said this. The hunting heavenly lantern guided the way to the netherworld. If it was a netherworlder like Miao Tong who led people down there, they would have to go through a lot of cumbersome formalities, and the speed would definitely be much slower. In that case, I'll take the trouble. Hia hia. At this moment, Xiao Moo Moo, who had gotten a signal from Xiao Lin, leapt down from the sofa, and the Hun heavenly lamp was summoned by her to hold in her hand. Lead the heavenly lamp. Pass through the underworld. I am the heavenly underworld envoy. Blue light surged forth, and the passageway had opened. The tiny face was filled with seriousness. However, compared to the last time when she sent that little brat over, there were no black chains appearing now. There was still something different between sending and sending. Wan Ling, let's go, Miao Tong said. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Wan Ling nodded and thanked Xiao Lin again before she followed Miao Tong to step into the pitch-black underworld passage. She didn't say another word to Shen Feixiang's father and daughter. It was just that the look in her eyes before she left was that same kind of reluctance. Merit points plus 10. The system voice suddenly sounded and Shaolin was slightly stunned. System, come out. How come the merit points for sending someone down are all the same? What happened to that 100 before? Well, could it be because of the feng shui killing formation? Unfortunately, no matter how much Shaolin inquired, the system did not give any accurate response. As Miao Tong and Wan Ling slowly walked into the passageway, everything around them changed, and behind them even disappeared completely. The surroundings were gray and cloudy, as if there were many more scents in the air that were very different from the Yang world. Wan Ling's soul body was now gradually becoming solid, and there was no need for Shaolin to help. Alright, stop looking, step into the underworld, and the red dust will be eliminated. Because it was Shaolin's command, Miao Tong had a very different attitude towards Wan Ling than she did towards the other netherworld souls. As the Heavenly Master commanded, I will first send you to see Lord Fu Jun. Next, it's up to Lord Prefect to arrange you. Thank you. Wan Ling nodded, a little apprehensive. Soon, they arrived to wait outside a lofty palace in Fengdu City. On both sides, various sculptures of divine beasts loomed up, and moreover, from time to time, there were Yin managers coming in and out, dragging all sorts of Yin souls that were loudly begging for forgiveness, or even mutilated, making Wan Ling look a little pale. There's no need to be nervous, you're different from the other Yin souls. Then again, I really envy you for being able to get acquainted with Lord Celestial Master. Seeing Wan Ling's appearance, Miao Tong comforted her a few times. After waiting for a while, it was finally their turn. Let's go in. Don't talk nonsense. Miao Tong brought Wan Ling to step into the hall and reminded in a low voice. And at this moment, in addition to the ghost soldiers holding various blades on both sides of the hall, the one who was sitting on the main seat was a man wearing a robe of gun with a solemn face. He, precisely, was one of the 4 judges of the Yin division, Chui Yu. He was in charge of the Yin law division, holding the judge's pen and the book of life and death. He was the head of the 4 judges. My subordinate, 7th level Yin magistrate Miao Tong, pays my respects to Lord Chui. Miao Tong kneeled down on one knee and said in a respectful voice. At her gesture, Wan Ling also hurriedly saluted. Get up and speak. Chui Yu waved his hand and then looked at Wan Ling, reaching out his hand, and at the same time, there was a gray stream of air from Wan Ling's body that didn't enter the book of life and death in his hand. Bold Wan Ling, how dare you wander around the Yang world for 3 years? Do you know your sin? Sweeping his eyes over the life and death book's record of Wan Ling's life and death, Chui Yu abruptly opened his tiger's eyes roundly and angrily rebuked. Wei, Wu. Both sides of the ghost soldiers immediately drank loudly. Hallway. Do not say Wan Ling. Even Miao Tong as a hall of 7th level indifference cannot help but delicate body trembling. While Wan Ling was trembling with fear, Miao Tong hurriedly said, Lord Chui, please, my subordinate here has the Heavenly Master's letterhead, please have a look at it. Heavenly Master? Chui Yu's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this and immediately asked, is it that one? Yes. Then why don't you quickly present it? Yes. Miao Tong didn't dare to delay, and the purple gold talisman immediately appeared in Chui Yu's hands. Ha ha ha. So it is. It was this official who misunderstood. Since Brother Shao has arranged it, then this official will do as he is told. Wan Ling, remember that you are dedicated to your husband and daughter's deep friendship. This official will sentence you not guilty. On the other hand, Miao Tong, you go and arrange for her to stay temporarily and wait for reincarnation. Seeing Shaolin's ekphrasis, a smile appeared on Chui Yu's always serious face. Many thanks, Lord Chui. Go down. After Chui Yu watched them leave, the smile on his face then disappeared while starting the next trial. On the other side, Wan Ling followed Miao Tong as they walked on the streets of this Fengdu city. The surrounding buildings similar to the ancient kind were numerous, and there were even quite a few doing business. It was like another Earth. And as a 7th level Yin duty officer, Miao Tong obviously had a very high status. No matter whether it was the ghost soldiers on patrol or all kinds of Yin souls, there were quite a lot of people taking the initiative to greet her. Instead, it made Wan Ling look at her with dismay. Not long after, the two arrived in a mansion. This is my home. You can stay here for now, Miao Tong said casually. Thank you, Lord Miao. Wan Ling looked like she was about to speak, but in the end, she couldn't help but speak. I want to ask, Mr. Shao He. I wouldn't dare to speak freely about the matters of Lord Celestial Master. Miao Tong gently shook her head and said, all I can say is that in our Hell's netherworld, even the King of Hell has to give a few points. This. Wan Ling was shocked. Well, you take a good rest first. I still have a lot of work to take care of, Miao Tong said and walked towards the outside. By the way, normally, you can go and walk around the city as much as you want, but remember not to go outside the city. Outside, it's far more dangerous than you can imagine. After saying that, Miao Tong left. Wan Ling, on the other hand, sat silently on the chair, having an incomparable gratitude towards Shaolin. The following morning, the airport on the outskirts of Donglan City. Mr. Xiao, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Shen Feixiong took out a bank card. Then I'm not polite. Shrugging his shoulders, Shaolin casually took it and tucked it into his bag. By the way, here's a talisman for you. Go to a specialized white store, and before you burn something for Mrs. Shen, pad the talisman at the bottom, so that she can receive it at the bottom. Shaolin also took out a talisman and handed it to Shen Feixiong. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Alright, we'll be boarding soon. We'll leave first. Shaolin waved his hand, and only then did the group head towards the boarding gate, while Wang Hong, before leaving, ran to Shen Bingbing and whispered something, causing the latter to instantly roll her eyes and spit lightly. Scram! Alright, I'll come back in a few days. Bye uncle. Wang Hong grinned straight and Shen Feixiong also waved his hand with a smile, only that Shen Bingbing looked dissatisfied, but in fact, her beautiful eyes were flooded with a bit of light, thinking of the words that Wan Ling pulled her to say quietly. It seemed that even her earlobes had become much redder. Bing Bing, actually Xiao Hong is quite good, Shen Feixiong said softly. Ah, what? Nothing, let's go. Go buy something for your mom. Oh, good. Soon a Rolls-Royce drove away from the airport, merging into the traffic and fading away. And the other side, Nanjiang City, Jinhu Town, in Tianhua Village, Zhao Ruocheng was sitting in the courtyard. A large banyan tree stood, and the dense shade seemed to isolate the scorching heat by quite a bit. Everything was somewhat quiet here except for the cries of chickens and ducks, dressed plainly and with a weaker body. Compared to the radiant her in the screen, Zhao Ruocheng was like a different person now. It seemed that even her hair had withered and yellowed quite a bit. There was even more of an undisguised sadness in her expression. Is it here? That's right, it should be. Brother Xiao, come quickly. As the voices from outside came in, several figures appeared in front of Zhao Ruocheng's house. Shaolin was holding Mumu. Wang Hong and Yu Xian followed by his side, while Xiaobai flicked his tail and looked around. Zhao Ruocheng? Wang Hong pushed the door and walked in, somewhat incredulous. Wang Xiao? Zhao Ruocheng also froze for a moment. It's me. Wang Hong nodded. I accompanied my uncle Xiao here. With Wang Heng's introduction, everyone quickly sat down in the house, simply decorated. There was no richness to be seen, but it was cozy. It was just that nowadays, on this coziness, there were a few more moments of sadness. Miss Xiao, how did you sleep last night? Tell us about you. Letting Mumu and Xiaobai play on the side, Shaolin asked. Experiencing Shaolin's miraculous means firsthand yesterday had caused Zhao Ruocheng to trust him beyond words. It's like this, Mr. Xiao. After organizing his words, Zhao Ruocheng slowly spoke. According to the custom on their side, the cremation and burial took place 2 days after the death, and everything went very smoothly. But on the night of the burial, Zhao Ruocheng had a nightmare after she fell asleep. In her dream, she came to a weird forest. There was a voice shouting words like "I'm coming for you" and 5 more days over and over again. Every night it was roughly the same, except the number of days was decreasing. There was also the fact that she dreamt of her mother on the first night, and while yelling at her to run faster, she was grabbed by a hand that suddenly reached out from the woods and then ripped straight to shreds. Although it had only been but 3 days since this had occurred, it had caused Zhao Ruocheng to be in a trance to the point that it was as if she could see the dream images in broad daylight. Right, said Zhao Ruocheng, growing more and more fearful, her twin receipts wrapped around her chest, her figure constantly trembling. In the nightmare the night before last, I seemed to see a silhouette, only it was hard to see the appearance, but I know that it's him. It's definitely him. Oh, he's coming for me. Coming for me. Help! Zhao Ruocheng covered her head and kept shouting. Her voice was hoarse. 32 Summoning Zhao's mother, blindly the papermaker. The sudden scene startled everyone. In Shaolin's mixed pupil, it was even possible to see that the soul in Zhao Ruocheng's body was stained with a lot of black qi, which was like a gangrene on the bone constantly tormenting her. Brother Xiao, is she alright? As Zhao Ruocheng's fan, Yu Xian was very worried. There's no harm, it's just that she was startled, just like you did last time. Shaolin smiled indifferently and came in front of Zhao Ruocheng. Chaotic universe, all laws unite. With my spirit, subdue the soul and clear the underworld. Da! Chanting softly with his mouth, Shaolin tapped on Zhao Ruocheng's brow. The moment golden light flashed, she immediately calmed down. The black qi staining her soul also dissipated a lot. However, this was only a cure for the symptoms. If you want a complete solution, you still need to start with the person who started it all. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I felt like I was about to die just now. Zhao Ruocheng thanked him repeatedly. His body was drenched in sweat, and his entire body was even more exhausted. Your matter is a bit troublesome. It even involves your hall. As you said earlier, you should be haunted by a ghost. Perhaps it has a lot to do with your hall as well. Shaolin said in a deep voice. Is there anything else you need to say? No more. Really no more. That's all I know. Zhao Ruoqing took the tissue handed over by Yu Xian and smiled bitterly as he wiped his sweat. But when it comes to my mother at this point in the conversation, Zhao Ruoqing became a little anxious to speak again. The expression was complicated. Miss Xiao. Seeing this, Wang Hong immediately said solemnly, now it is you who have encountered a problem. If you want me, Uncle Xiao, to help you solve it, you'd better not have to hide it. To be honest, if it wasn't for Uncle Xiao looking at my mom's sake, he wouldn't bother to care about you. At those words, Zhao Ruoqing was also anxious. Wang Xiao, I don't mean this. Forget it, I'll just say it. She took a deep breath and said bitterly, actually, I'm not my mom's real daughter. I was adopted as a child. My mom, she is a goddess. Ever since I understood, I didn't believe in any of this at all. That's why I chose to go to college over in Magic City. But I did get sick a lot when I was a kid, and it wasn't until after I went to high school that I started to get better. As she said that, her expression became very complicated. From that time onwards, she changed and became disliking me. Every time I came back, she wouldn't let me spend the night at home. This time she got seriously ill, or the neighbors called me, but before I arrived home, she passed away. Tears flowed out, and the sadness was moving. It seems that the only way to know the cause is to invite your mother back again. Shaolin took a deep breath and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. The stream of divine grannies, although most of them were just liars. However, there was no lack of a few of them who still had some skills. Uncle Xiao, what do we need to do? Yeah, Uncle Xiao, do we need to buy something? Hearing Shaolin's words, Wang Hong and Yu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. On the other hand, that Zhao Ruoqing raised her tear-stained and confused eyes. Invite my mom back? She's already passed away. How can I invite her? Could there really be some kind of netherworld? Thinking about yesterday's pentagram, and her own experiences over the past few days, Zhao Ruoqing couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Yet, there was also a greater sense of anticipation of seeing her mother again. There's nothing to prepare for. Close the door. Shaolin gently shook his head, and Wang Hong hurriedly went to close the door. Even the windows and those were closed together. Moo Moo, give me your lamp to use. Shaolin beckoned towards Moo Moo. Come on, big brother. Dragging Xiao Bai's tail, Moo Moo ran over. In his empty hand, the appearance of the muddy sky lamp made Zhao Ruoqing's eyes widen in disbelief. This is magic, right? This lamp is so beautiful. Thank you Moo Moo. Go have fun. Shaolin received the muddy sky lamp and rubbed the little guy's head, not caring about Xiao Bai's mournful eyes. Underworld Road, open. In the next instant, Shaolin reached out and stroked his hand over the hunting heavenly lamp, and a blue and ghostly light was instantly mapped out. In my name, Heavenly Lantern Soul Search. Where is Zhao Yunfeng? Return quickly. Zhao Yunfeng. Zhao Yunfeng. Zhao Yunfeng. If you don't return, when will you wait? Shaolin's left hand held the lamp. His right hand's seal was activated quickly. The voice from his mouth seemed to be slight, but in reality, it was as if he was causing those blue lights to merge into the 4 directions. It was as if heaven and earth were 10 directions and everywhere. At this moment, Shaolin was like a heavenly god, and the few people in the room could not help but be shocked by it. However, after a few minutes or 10 minutes passed, there was still no response. Seeing this, Shaolin frowned and suddenly turned his head towards Zhao Ruoqing. Is there anything that your mom used before she was born? The longer the time, the better. Ah, there is. Zhao Ruoqing froze and hurriedly took out a black and red purse from the drawer behind her. The lines on it were modeled, and it was at least several decades old. This is my mom, she's always carried with her. Do you think this will work? Try it. Shaolin placed the muddy sky lamp on the table and took the lotus bag over to it before suddenly summoning the heavenly yuan sword again. The sword swept gently over the lotus bag, and his face became more serious. One sword as a guide. All laws are sought. Zhao Yunfeng, quickly show yourself. At his soft chorus, a sword aura instantly shot out from the Tian Yuan sword, as if it had disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. The purple gold light in his eyes flickered as if he could penetrate the underworld, and everything in the world was under his control. Half-Slope Village, right next door to Tianhua Village. It was only a few miles apart, and people from the 2 villages often traveled together. And at the end of this half-slope village, in a very dilapidated courtyard, there were many paper-tied people or animals piled up. Various colors are very nice, but even in this summer, the entire courtyard seems to have some inexplicable chill. Li Blind Man is the owner of this place, but he also has an identity. Paper Maker. Legend has it that the paper maker can pass the yin and yang. Just in today's world where science is paramount, the heritage of the paper maker has long since disappeared. More people come over to buy things to burn to the ancestors but just for peace of mind. However, this blind manly, but really some means. Rumor has it that his pair of strokes Is in many years ago by their own Tide paper people stabbed blind? Jia jia. A few strange laughs suddenly came out from the room where the main door was closed. Bang! A certain paper figure in the room suddenly exploded, and the flames that were born out of thin air quickly burned it, leaving behind only a cloud of black ashes. Interesting. Old man, I actually met someone with real skills. I'd like to see how much ability you have. Blind manly strange laugh. Bite through the fingertips and to vermilion sand. Finger instead of a pen quickly on both sides of the wall of the paperman eye parts point. Its body speed. Actually compared to those who are in the prime of life but also a lot faster. It was like a ghost. Chop chop chop. Stump. Immediately after, was the eye-dotting paper people as if alive. Actually moving arms and legs and feet began to surround the blind man Lee's side. More mixed with a lot of strange laughter. The more eerie. Paper man eye dotting. This is a secret method. Extreme can cut through all the evil. But unfortunately, this blind man Lee is obviously already into the evil way. These paper people like a devil. All hideous. However, in the next instant, a sword light suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was like a shocking thunderbolt, splitting into countless sword rays that swept out. With a boom sound, it actually quickly decimated those paper people into ashes, and then continued to ruthlessly impact on Blind Lee's body. Puff! A large mouth of blood sprayed out. Blind man Lee suddenly stood up. Is looking for that crazy old woman? Damn! How could it find me here? Incredulous, he instantly opened his eyes. The hollow pupils seemed to be haunted by channels of bloody light. It was as if an evil ghost had descended, his body filled with violence. No, but not a moment later, with a miserable scream sounded, the whole person actually became atrophied, and could only hold on to the table and barely stand. But his face, however, was still incomparably ferocious. Damn it! Run! Not being able to care about that much, Blindly was about to rush out of the room without thinking. Want to run? However, right at this moment, a blue light flashed through the room, as if it had torn through space. Another boom sound. That blind man's figure that had already rushed to the doorway was like a heavy blow, and he directly staggered and fell to the ground. Consecrated blood was spat out, and his face was pale. It was not life-threatening, but it was also unable to move anymore. A few moments later, Shaolin and the others arrived. Those paper things around them, not to mention Yu Xian and Zhao Ru watching. Even Wang Han looked creeped out. Mr. Xiao, this, in front of the somewhat dilapidated door. That blind man Lee's slumped form caused a few people to frown. There's good news and bad news. Shaolin swept a glance at Blindly and said towards Zhao Ru watching. Your mother's soul can no longer be found. Her death is related to this person in front of me, including the nightmares you've been having these past few days. It's also his doing. Wait, Mr. Xiao, Zhao Ru watching hurriedly said when she heard this. What did you mean when you just said that my mom's soul couldn't be found? You just said that the dream on the first day was that your mom was torn apart in order to protect you, but that wasn't actually a dream. Shaolin said back. What? Not a dream? Then, that. Zhao Ru watching's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that my mom died and he didn't even let go? Shaolin was silent. Everyone else's faces were now drastically changed. Too ruthless. I'm going to kill him. In the next instant, while tears flowed out of Zhao Ru watching's eyes, she even picked up the bench in the courtyard and directly rushed over towards Blindly. No! Everyone hurriedly stopped her. Wang Hong also hurriedly snatched the bench away from Zhao Ru watching's hands. In an instant, Zhao Runan looked extremely powerless. Her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. However, looking at Blindly was filled with anger. Hey, call the police. See what the inspector's office says, Shaolin said softly. Wang Hong took out his cell phone, while Yu Xian kept comforting Zhao Ru watching, and even little Moo Moo spoke crisply, which calmed her down a little. Soon, the inspector came in his car, because the content of Wang Heng's alarm was about a murder. They also took it extremely seriously. However, when they just entered the courtyard and saw the situation here, a few of the inspectors' faces immediately became very odd. 33 Shaolin's tactics. Grade 8 underworlder Zhao Peng. In the courtyard, there are at least a dozen tied-up paper people or cows and horses or something like that. 2 men and 2 women plus a small pink child, and an obese Persian cat. And in front of the front door, the owner of this place was actually lying on the ground, breathless, and in front of him there were also apparently those mouths of blood that he spat out. As the Golden Lake Township inspectors, it is impossible for them not to recognize Lee Blind. The reason is very simple. Lee Blind life without children is 10 miles and 8 townships of the famous 5 households. Of course, more importantly, this person's temperament is extremely withdrawn. Far from it, even in this half-slope village no one is willing to say a word to him. All day long with those paper man paper horse to stay together. Quick, call an ambulance. The several patrolmen only froze for a moment before moving quickly. Some people were careful to probe Blind Lee's vital signs. Some people questioned Shaolin and the others. And of course, there was the checking of all the surroundings. The final result obtained. Blind Li's life was not in danger, and there were no traces of any other fights in the room other than a few clumps of black ashes. To be more accurate, there were no traces of a second person left behind. It's him. He killed my mom. Inspector, you must decide for my mom. Zhao Ruocheng sobbed, her eyes red from crying. Although they recognized Zhao Ruocheng's identity as an actress, the inspectors upheld the rules and didn't show the slightest bit of favoritism, especially since Zhao's mother's death had been investigated by the coroner and the hospital a few days ago. It was a natural death. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Now that Zhao Ruocheng said this, it also made several inspectors very helpless. Miss Zhao, we understand how you feel about losing your closest relative, but your Hall's death indeed has nothing to do with others. We also ask for your condolences, the inspector slowly said. Soon, the ambulance arrived. The doctors and nurses took the injured blind manly and quickly drove towards the hospital, while the inspectors also left after a brief persuasion to Zhao Ruocheng. Why? How can this be? It's obviously a murderer. Why don't the inspectors care? Should we let my mom her death be so unexplained? Zhao Ruocheng's eyes were filled with tears and her heart was even more filled with unwillingness. Zhao. In fact, it's not the inspector's fault. There's no substantial evidence to be found at all. Xiao Lin sighed softly and comforted. Sister Ruocheng, I'm sorry for your loss. Bad people like this will definitely be severely punished after they die. Yu Xian also continued to advise. Wang Heng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. At this moment, outside, the many villagers who had come one after another to watch the spectacle dispersed, while Xiao Lin and the others coaxed Zhao Ruocheng while also returning to her home. Uncle Xiao, do you have any way to help her? Zhao Ruocheng was crying so hard that Wang Heng couldn't even look at her anymore and asked in a low voice. Just as well. Xiao Lin pondered for a while and narrowed his eyes. Since the young world can't manage it, let the nether world manage it. Tonight, I'll make my move. As for how he would do it, he did not explicitly say. Anyway, it was to let everyone have a few more points of anticipation. And Zhao Ruocheng also raised her crying red tearful eyes. On the other side, Li blind man, who was sent to the Jinhu Town Hospital, after checking there was no major problem, and he could be discharged after only one night of observation. After all, Xiao Lin's previous attack was directly aimed at his soul, those medical equipment, and how to check out. However, Blindly was very silent and didn't say anything no matter what the inspector or doctor asked him. What he really thinks, only he knows best. Time soon came to the evening. Tonight's sky is dim, as if at any time there is a heavy rain pouring down. The wind was howling and the surrounding trees were clattering, as if adding a few points of depression to the dim sky. Xiao Lin stood alone in the courtyard. His face was solemn as he stood upright. His knife-sharpened face flashed with a bit of determination. In his dangling hand, it was clearly the Hun heavenly lamp that little Moo specialized in. Moo, do you know what Big Brother Xiao is going to do? In the room, Yu Xian placed Moo on her lap and asked. I don't know. The little guy dropped his little leg and shook his head, smiling, but Big Brother is definitely going to catch that bad guy today. Oh. The snacks in her hand were eaten happily, and she didn't know how her little stomach could hold so many things. A pure snacker. Catch? How can I catch him while he's standing here? Not to mention Yu Xian. Everyone else was just as confused. Only Little White curled up on the chair next to him, his azure eyes revealing a few mocking smiles. What a few stupid humans. How could they know their master's methods? She licked her paw, not bothering to communicate with these humans. In my name, Sky Lantern Soul Search. Open it for me. Xiao Lin raised the Hun heavenly lantern, and the moment he mouthed the words, blue light instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Yin Yang bottle. Out. In the next moment, the black Yin Yang bottle suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting white light that instantly fused with the blue light, followed by the Yin Yang bottle even turning into a stream of light that flew straight towards the outside. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. What a magical means. It's like watching a movie. No, it's countless times more magical than a movie. Uncle Xiao is simply a god na. Wang Heng's eyes glowed. The thought that had been born within his heart earlier was spreading even more uncontrollably at this moment. Yu Xian and Zhao Ruocheng also had beautiful eyes. Whoosh! After waiting for less than 10 minutes, an air-breaking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, that Yin Yang bottle reappeared in front of Xiao Lin. Immediately after that, Xiao Lin turned the mouth of the bottle downwards, and when he waved his hand lightly, a translucent figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was precisely blind Manly, or rather, it should be his soul that was taken over by the Yin Yang bottle. You, what exactly are you? How is it possible to have such an ability to take in souls from across the sky? Blindly, who was already a Yin soul, could see with his eyes. He was now staring at Xiao Lin in death, filled with shock and fear. Did you kill Zhao Yunfeng? Why do you continue to target Zhao Ruocheng? What exactly did their mother and daughter offend you? Xiao Lin's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. Ha 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 ha, fruit is really for this, but what can you do if I don't say it? Old me, I have killed countless people in my life. So what if you have the guts to destroy me and let my soul fly away? Ha ha. Blindly laughed wildly and continuously. But such behavior, but in Xiao Lin's view, was tantamount to colorful, but strong support. Is that so? Do you really think that I can't do anything about you? Xiao Lin's lips curled slightly. Snapping his fingers, the Tian Yuan sword whistled out, and the Dao Dao sword mansion even seemed to be like a lingering general in the Li blind man's soul body across. Immediately, the miserable screams were endless. Unfortunately, the soul state of him, even if he screamed no matter how miserable, but also unable to let the surrounding outsiders hear. 8th level soul dispatcher Zhao Peng, Sea Lord Celestial Master. However, right at this moment, a male voice suddenly rang out. A vapid black shadow emerged in the courtyard. It was an 8th grade diffuser. It was even stronger than Niao Tong's 7th level from before. You're welcome. Xiao Lin nodded and was about to say something else when that blind man Li suddenly laughed out wildly. It really is the underworlder who has come. Kid, could it be that you still dare to continue to make a move against me in front of the underworlder? Lord Underworlder, I want to file a complaint. This person has violated the laws of the netherworld. Not only did he cast a spaced-out soul-taking spell on me, he also tortured me in various ways. Please, Lord Underworld Magistrate, make a decision for me. Blind man Li was miserable, but he didn't seem to have seen the same respectful attitude towards Xiao Lin at all when Zhao Peng appeared. So this seat? Xiao Lin froze a little, and Zhao Peng also looked stunned. Do you know who he is? Zhao Peng was speechless. Alright, I was going to have you bring him down for interrogation, but now it seems like it's better for me to do it myself. The corner of Xiao Lin's mouth arced out in a teasing manner. I'll listen to everything as the Heavenly Master arranges. Zhao Peng immediately bowed and promised, taking the initiative to back away a bit. Not to mention, he looked at blind man Li with even more pity in his eyes. What Heavenly Master? Heavenly Master? He's a Heavenly Master? How is it possible? How could a Heavenly Master exist in this world? In an instant, blind Li was confused, unbelievably wide-eyed. Heavenly Master, ah, that was a legend that within the netherworld, one could sit on an equal footing with the King of Hell. Even the 4 gods and the 4 judges also have to respectfully treat the character. How can there be such an existence as a Heavenly Master in the young world? What's more, it was even so young. You. Blind man Li looked at Xiao Lin and was so frightened that it seemed that even his body had become much more transparent. In the next moment, Xiao Lin flexed his finger and a cold aura instantly disappeared into blind man Li's body, causing his body to tremble for a moment, and then he immediately howled miserably as he fell to the ground and kept rolling around. His body was twisted and his face was hideous, suffered incomparably intense pain, and even its body's chi are constantly dissipating. Looking at this, I'm afraid it won't take long for it to completely dissipate. That Zhao Peng, who was an 8th level duty officer, also looked frightened and dryly swallowed his saliva. The look on his face, he couldn't help but be terrified. This seat doesn't want to talk nonsense. If you don't give an honest explanation again, I'll let you go up and smoke on the spot. Even if several Yama monarchs personally arrive, they definitely won't be able to save you. I said so. Xiao Lin's ice-cold voice rang out. I said, please spare me. I'd rather go to the 18 layers of hell. Blind man Li begged for mercy repeatedly. It was filled with fear. Very good. Xiao Lin nodded his head in satisfaction and temporarily stopped torturing blind man Li before thinking and then looking at Zhao Peng. You also go back first. I'll just send him down later. Yes, I will leave. Zhao Peng led the order to leave, causing the last bit of hope that existed in blind Li's heart to be completely dashed. The entire almost transparent body was lying on the ground, like a dead dog. Where was the arrogance of the party? Say it. Li blind man took a deep breath and began to slowly tell the beginning and end of the matter about Zhao Yunfang's death. And at this time in the sky dark clouds rolled. Dao lightning thunder roared. Even the old sky has become furious. 34 Mother's Love. Zhou Lin, Zhao Yunfang, Zhao Ruoqing's mother, the adoptive mother who loved her very much when she was a child, but has been very distant since high school. Since childhood, Zhao Ruoqing's body is very weak. Perhaps because of the congenital insufficiency, Zhao Yunfang tried all kinds of methods but did not work. Until the appearance of blind man Li. As a godmother, Zhao Yunfang was destined to be a widow and widower. When she first adopted Zhao Ruoqing, it was also out of pity. But if it goes on like this for a long time, Zhao Ruoqing is afraid of a bigger disaster. So in order to adopt a daughter, Zhao Yunfang had no choice but to seek help from the blind man Li, who is a paper maker. Junior high school graduation year, Zhao Ruoqing and a few buddies out to play, almost fell into the water and died. Blind man Li then took the opportunity to blackmail Zhao Yunfang, set a way for Zhao Ruoqing to eliminate the disaster, replace Zhao Ruoqing with a paper man to eliminate all disasters before she was 20 years old. However, The prerequisite was that Zhao Yunfang's own lifespan was needed as a guide, as well as a drop of heart-tip blood, a human body fire, and a spirit in the abdomen. Tip of the heart blood, human body fire, and spirit in the abdomen. These are very important existences for people. The blood from the tip of the heart can break the evil spirits. The fire can store yang energy. The spirit in the abdomen is the foundation of a human being. If the blood of the heart is broken, the fire of the human body is extinguished, and the spirit of the abdomen is scattered, then the person will definitely die. He won't even be able to reincarnate. A mother's love knows no boundaries. For the sake of Zhao Ruocheng, Zhao Yunfang chose to work with blind Manly, so that Zhao Ruocheng since high school after the beginning of the body to restore health. Since then no disease, no disaster, health extraordinary. But this is only the beginning for Zhao Yunfang. Zhao Ruocheng graduated from high school. As a godmother Zhao Yunfang more and more weak, but against all odds projected that Zhao Ruocheng another calamity will come. Thus, her second drop of heart-tip blood, her second personal fire, and her second abdominal spirit were again taken by blind Manly. In this way, Zhao Ruocheng's life path was guaranteed to be smooth for the next 5 years. That's how she graduated from the University of Magic City, just a few years to leap into the popular Little Flower, and even now become one of the 4 Little Flowers. The last time, half a month before Zhao Yunfang's death, Zhao Yunfang knows that he is not long for life. He found blind Manly to ask him to go out once again, with the last of the heart blood, personal fire and the spirit in the abdomen, for Zhao Ruocheng to seek a straight path before the age of 40. But although blindly promised but secretly Black Hand, not only collected those things, and even forcibly detained Zhao Yunfang's own soul. And at this time, blind Manly finally exposed the hidden evil purpose all these years. What he wanted was Zhao Yunfang's destiny as a natural widower and loner, as well as Zhao Ruocheng's life to create for him a paper person with true spirituality, or rather, a demonic spirit. In this way, he would be able to prolong his life with the help of some evil method. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yunfang was just being used, utilized her motherly love for Zhao Ruocheng, her adopted daughter. Mom, it was my daughter who misunderstood you. Ruocheng is sorry for you. In the room, hearing blind Li's narration, Zhao Ruocheng instantly broke down and cried out. Tears flowed out like a spring and her delicate body trembled. Wang Hong and Yu Xian were also incomparably moved by what they heard. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Since all of this had already happened, there was no possibility of starting over. Then what happened to MS? Zhao's dream? In the dream on the first day, she was saved by her mother. So it should be true, right? Shaolin asked in a deep voice at this time. Yes. Blind Manly nodded and smiled bitterly. I also didn't expect that Zhao Yunfang's soul had broken through my seal. But she's still dead. Ha ha. Her soul was swallowed after I tore it apart. Trying to resist me? She doesn't even look at what kind of thing she is? Seemingly completely resigned to his fate. Blind Manly did not have any sophistry. There was even a kind of madness. That's mother's love, one of the greatest emotions in history. Speaking to a demon like you? I'm afraid you'll never understand. Shaolin's eyes were filled with ice. If we hadn't come over, I'm afraid you would have succeeded in a few more days, right? Not bad. Pity, I'm still defeated. Defeated. Blindly sighed contently, still full of pity as he looked towards the room where several people were. You really deserve to die. Shaolin hadn't been this angry for a while. The icy cold voice seemed to cause the lightning and thunder in the sky to give way, while that blind Manly even trembled. But don't worry, I won't kill you. People like you should go to the 18 layers of hell to atone for your sins. Thus, Shaolin summoned Zhao Peng, the underworlder who had left earlier, as the Heavenly Master again. See you, Lord Heavenly Master. This seat doesn't want to say more. Take the order. Shaolin took a deep breath and the moment he reached out and waved his hand, a black and white token fell into Zhao Peng's hand. The Heavenly Master Order. When a Heavenly Master's order is issued, no one dares to disobey it. My subordinate greets the Heavenly Master's order. Seeing this, Zhao Peng's face flushed and he directly knelt down. He cupped his hands and placed the Heavenly Master Order in front of his head, his attitude simply not too respectful. Pass on this seat's Heavenly Master's order to bring this thief to the 18 layers of hell. If hell is not empty, this thief shall not be released. My subordinate receives the order. Zhao Peng respectfully answered. No, I don't. Blind Li's complexion changed drastically, and he exclaimed repeatedly. But then, Zhao Peng bound him with a soul-locking chain and just directly dragged him away. Merit points plus 500. The system voice sounded at the right time, but Shaolin's heart was overjoyed. Surprisingly so many this time? Could it be because there are quite a few people who died in the hands of Blind Li? With more merit points, he would be able to exchange them for the right things in the mall. And inexplicably, he was more than a little expectant. What? Dead? How did he die? How did he die? Inside the hospital ward of Jinhu Township, Blind Manly had turned into a corpse. He could have been discharged after one night of observation, but now he had been blindfolded with a white cloth. The doctors and nurses on duty were now looking at each other, unable to figure out the cause at all. It was like a natural death, but this was completely contrary to the conclusion obtained from the examination during the day. Notify the inspector. This matter is indeed too abnormal, the doctor ordered, and within a short time, 3 inspectors came over. The one leading them was clearly a woman, about 27 or 18 years old, dressed simply more valiantly. Her name was Jo Lin. She joined the army during her college years, and after being discharged due to certain things, she was assigned to this Golden Lake town as a patrol captain. So far, although only a few months of time, but by virtue of her brash personality, as well as her strong ability to solve cases, she has become an indispensable figure in the patrol room. Rumor had it that she came from the capital and had a background that no one could match. Dr. Liang, what's going on? Wasn't this person fine during the day today? Jo Lin asked in disbelief. She had already heard about what happened in Tianhua village and felt increasingly strange. This, Teen Zhou, really don't know. It's by no means our fault either. If you don't believe me, you can go look at the surveillance. Dr. Liang shook his head with a bitter smile. But I have a bold idea. He took a deep breath and said bitterly, this person is a famous paper tie maker in all the villages. Could it be related to something? Otherwise, I really can't think of how it's possible that he could have suddenly died just like that, and still not be able to find out what caused it. Nonsense. After hearing Dr. Liang's words, Jo Lin immediately drank. Is it hard for you to tell me that some demon or devil killed him? Dr. Liang, you also believe in this nonsense? I don't want to believe it either, but there's really no better explanation. Dr. Liang was helpless. This way, I will first take the body away and let the coroner find out the real cause of death. This matter should not be publicized. Alright, I know. Jo team, rest assured. Thus, very quickly, Blind Li's body was sent to the inspector's coroner, while Jo Lin returned to her office and began to check everything about Blind Li, including the statements made to Shaolin and a few of them today, etc. Without realizing it, it was already dawn. It seems that there is still a need to make a trip to Tianhua village. Looking at the dawn spreading in the sky, Jo Lin stretched and headed out. This time, she didn't call anyone. Mr. Xiao, Young Wang, Sister Yu Xian, I'm really thankful to you all this time. I really don't know what to say. All in all, thanks. Really thank you. Early the next morning, at Zhao Ruoqing's home, she thanked her repeatedly against her crying red eyes. Blind Man Li was dead, and his shadowy soul had even been brought into the netherworld, so Zhao Ruoqing was truly safe. She now had no more nightmares to attack her. All there was the infinite thoughts of Zhao Yunfang in her heart. Alright, it's just fate. Shaolin casually waved his hand. You're a big star. Help this little netizen when you're free in the future. It'll be considered a thank you to me. Right, Sister Ruo Chang. You're my idol. Yu Xian was first stunned, then nodded her head repeatedly. Taking Zhao Ruoqing's hand, she wouldn't let go. Sister Yu Xian is polite. Zhao Ruoqing smiled sweetly. Sister looks much prettier than Sister Me. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they were now getting along as if they were close sisters. Uncle Xiao, there's a problem. At this time, Wang Heng, however, came up to Shaolin and asked curiously, what is that heavenly master order? Can you tell me? Upon hearing this, several people couldn't help but perk up their ears. It's nothing, it's just a token that represents my identity, Shaolin said with a smile. When a heavenly master's order is issued, no one dares to disobey it. And at this time, Mumu on the side held his head high and raised his chin. Big Brother's heavenly master's order. Not to mention that 8th level Yin diffuser. Even if Yama meets him, he will have to follow the order. Hia. The little guy said and couldn't help but grin. A look of honor and glory. Ha, so powerful? Is Yen Jun the legendary Lord Yen? Uncle Xiao, you're this. Wan Heng opened his mouth wide and gave a thumbs up. Zhao Ruoqing and Yu Xian, who were holding hands, were also shocked. Ha. Uncle Xiao, look at this. Suddenly, Wang Heng had a fawning smile on his face. Anyone? I'm Jo Lin, the captain of the Golden Lake Town Patrol. May I ask if anyone is there? Just then, outside, Jo Lin's voice came in and also directly interrupted Wang Heng's words. 35 Jo Lin's suspicion. Half of July. Patrol captain? Why does this voice sound familiar? Wang Heng was first stunned, and then suddenly his color changed instantly. Violently stood up from his chair. It can't be her, right? This action caused Shaolin and the others to be stunned. Never before had they seen the titular young Master Wang reveal such a scared expression just by hearing a voice. Open the door. Shaolin signaled and Yu Xian went outside to open the door to welcome Jo Lin in. A summer patrol outfit showed off Jo Lin's figure to the fullest, and her autumn watercut pupils seemed to carry a few hints of interrogation. The heelless sandals stepped on the ground. Valiant. Little bastard. Is it really you? Why are you here? I saw your name on the transcript and thought it was the same name. After entering the room, her eyes directly locked onto Wang Heng. A light frown creased her brow. Ahem. Sister Lin, can you stop calling me that? Wang Heng smiled sarcastically. We haven't seen each other for a few years as well, right? It seems like we haven't seen each other since I went to the army. Tell me, what's going on? Zhou Lin wasn't polite and looked at Xiao Lin, Yu Xian and Zhao Ru watching one by one. The latter's status as a big star, on the contrary, caused her to be stunned again. Immediately afterward, Mumu and Xiao Bai, who were playing on the side, caught Zhou Lin's attention again. The pink and tender little one, together with the fleshy Persian cat, not to mention her. Even people as high as 99 and as low as those who can just walk will be attracted. Sister Lin, let me introduce you. During Wang Heng's introduction, Zhou Lin nodded her head to several people one by one, but when she heard that Xiao Lin was actually Wang Heng's elder, she couldn't help but show a look of dismay. The Zhou family and the Wang family had a good relationship. Zhou Lin could even be said to have grown up bullying Wang Heng all the time since she was a child, and was familiar with some of the Wang family's relatives, but she could be sure that no one like Xiao Lin existed among them. With Wang Heng's introduction to Zhou Lin, Xiao Lin was suddenly moved. He thought of the old man he had met when he went to the capital in his third year of college. It seemed like he was also surnamed Zhou, right? Sister Lin, when did you even become the patrol captain of this place? Shouldn't you still be inside the army? Wang Heng asked. Cut the crap. I'm asking you, little bastard. Zhou Lin's face sank. Blindly died last night. Do you know about this? Isn't it just a guy who should have died? Dead is dead. What's the big deal? Wang Heng skimmed his lips and said, You. Zhou Lin's eyes glared, while Wang Heng immediately shrunk his neck, not daring to say more. Yesterday it was you guys who reported the police over at Half Slope Village. Went there to do what? And say there was some kind of homicide? Did his death have anything to do with you guys or not? During the questioning, Zhou Lin's gaze swept over the several people one by one. Captain Zhou, may I ask if you have any evidence that we had anything to do with Blindly's death? Xiao Lin spoke indifferently. Isn't it always about evidence when the inspector is doing his job? If you ask this, could it be that you already consider us as suspects? Last night, we have always been here, and have never been to the hospital. If you don't believe me, you can go check the hospital's surveillance. As for this person, Blindly, speaking here, Xiao Lin couldn't help but sneer. And what does his death or life have to do with us? The succession of words caused Zhou Lin's face to change slightly. Indeed, she had no evidence now. Even if she pressed any further, she thought it would be useless. Fine. After giving Xiao Lin a deep look, Zhou Lin said, In that case, is there anything you guys can offer? For example, what strange people or things did you guys encounter when you went there? I'm really sorry, Captain Zhou. Xiao Lin shook his head. Alright, then I'll bother you today. Saying that, Zhou Lin walked towards the outside. Little bastard, aren't you going to see me off? Coming, Sister Lin. You go slowly. Wang Heng smiled helplessly and bitterly, and could only follow Zhou Lin outside together. When she was sure that the people in the house couldn't see outside, Zhou Lin suddenly stopped and turned around, fiercely reaching out with a pull and a pressure, just like subduing a prisoner that controlled Wang Heng. Ah, pain, ouch. Sister Lin, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Wang Heng was in pain. Useless guy, letting you exercise. All you know how to do on weekdays is to dabble. Zhou Lin rolled her eyes. Although she didn't let go of her hand, she did loosen some of her chi. Brat, you better be honest with me. Who the hell is that Xiao? With your nature, how could you so willingly call him Uncle Xiao? Zhou Lin glared. Sister Lin, I can't say it. Wang Heng gritted his teeth and shook his head. HM? Zhou Lin immediately increased her strength, causing the bastard to let out a cry of pain. But he still didn't let go. Forget it. Roll back. Brat. Little bastard, better pray that you guys don't have anything to do with this, or else I'll never let you off lightly. She raised the volume of her words slightly, not only to Wang Heng, but also to Xiao Lin and the others in the room. Zhou Lin, who had returned to the car not far away, had just started the car, but suddenly took out her cell phone. Hey, it's me. Check out Blind Manly, and someone named Xiao Lin. See if there are any interactions between them, especially that Xiao Lin. I want to find out everything about him. Zhou Lin vaguely felt that all of this was absolutely unrelated to Xiao Lin. Time passed day by day. After the 7th day of Zhao Yunfang's head, Zhao Ruoqing left this sad place, continuing her career as a big star. Wang Heng also returned to Magic City with Zhao Ruoqing because he had his own company's matters to deal with. The home in Castle Peak Village. Now, only Xiao Lin, Yu Xian, and the curious little Mumu were left. Of course, there was also that adorable cat, Xiao Bai. Big brother Xiao. I've discussed this with Sister Ruoqing. When she's free from work, she'll join me in a live broadcast. Hee hee. This is all thanks to you. Oh. Sitting under the roof, Yuxian said with a smile while curtly pouring tea for Shaolin. She hadn't broadcast live in the past few days, but had only dragged Zhao Ruocheng, Wang Heng, and Xiao Bai to record quite a few videos to put on the internet. And with the help of Zhao Ruocheng's strong popularity, those videos now had the highest number of clicks to reach as many as millions. And there were several hundreds of thousands of likes as well. She, the internet celebrity, was becoming more and more famous. Say it, what do you want to do? Shaolin glanced at the woman who was dead set on not leaving and asked as he lay on the rocking chair with his eyes seemingly closed. He, I'm not in the group promised me those water friends. Intend to a few days in and Ruo Cheng's sister even wheat live won the lottery. As for the prizes, in a sarcastic laugh, Yu Xian's eyes skimmed in the direction of the kitchen, somewhat embarrassed. Amethyst rice? TSK. You're playing around quite well. Shaolin flexed his finger and flicked it on Yu Xian's forehead. Say, how much do you plan to ask for? He. Actually there really isn't much. Look, I'm going to draw 10 first prizes, 1 caddy each. How about that? For the other second and third prizes, I'm thinking of giving them red packets. Inside our kitchen, there should still be several hundred pounds of amethyst rice, right? Big brother Xiao, just promise me, will you? Saying that, Yu Xian pulled Shaolin's arm and started shaking and pouting. Her big eyes were buling, and her long eyelashes were gently fluttering. Although she was completely faceless, she was even more dynamic. It was simply countless times better than those who didn't know what they were talking about. The net reads, Fine, I promise you, don't shake it. Is it not enough to promise you? Shaolin cried and laughed. Yu Xian was ecstatic, and while thanking her repeatedly, she didn't forget to send this good news into her water friends group. It immediately caused a wave of shock within the group. By the way, when are you planning to go live? Is it set on MS Zhao's side? Shaolin asked. It should be another 10 days or so. Well, right. I've seen the calendar. It seems like it just happens to be almost on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. The legendary Ghost Festival. Oh, right, Brother Xiao. Will it be very lively then? Yu Xian rubbed Shaolin's arm and asked. Ghost Festival? Shouldn't there be a lot of ghosts coming and going? Only then would it be lively. Seeing this, Shaolin rolled his eyes. Even if it's really lively, it has nothing to do with you. How can you just get involved in this kind of thing? If it wasn't for Yu Xian mentioning it, Shaolin almost didn't think of it. There was less than a week to go before the Midyuan Festival, Menglan Bun Festival. What do you mean I can't get involved? Yu Xian deflated her mouth. This day coincides with the alternation of summer and fall. Exactly the point where the yin and yang of heaven and earth alternate, where the yang energy flourishes and declines, and the yin energy manifests. At that time, the ghost gate will be wide open, and the yin souls that have not been sentenced to the 18 layers of hell and have not yet been reincarnated will go back to their families if they wish to do so, enjoying the offerings of their descendants. It's hard to believe that you're still thinking of paying homage to other people's ancestors, or to be haunted by certain yin spirits? Shaolin said this. It's the legendary ancestor worship. A lot of people don't even practice this anymore. Yu Xian said back. Anyway, in their family, there had never been this kind of action. Yeah, so everything changes. It's true that life is getting better and better now, but many of the things that should have been there in ancient times are becoming less and less. But then again, Shaolin sat up straight and said in a condensed voice, I'm afraid that this year is going to be a bit different from the past. Why? Is it hard to believe that you can still participate in this ghost festival? Yu Xian hurriedly asked. In her eyes, there was indescribable curiosity. Since I've been able to communicate with yin and yang, I've been helping some people meet their forefathers in the past few years when I've been traveling outside. This time, I'm back home, so I'm afraid I'll have to be here then. Shaolin nodded before taking out his cell phone, which had a special micro-telecommunication group in it. Tapping his finger quickly on the screen he sent out a message, and in a short while the group replied one after the other, their voices ringing out non-stop, and that Yu Xian was watching from the sidelines like a fool, still somewhat looking forward to. 36 Mr. and Mrs. Donovan are here. Resort idea. To be honest, Yu Xian couldn't see what Shaolin had actually sent. Only the voices responding to the messages rang out one after another, and it was thought that the number of people should not be less than 10. Could it be that it's all related to the Ghost Festival? Yu Xian cocked her head until Shaolin put his cell phone's resting screen aside, and only then did she blink her big eyes and ask, Big Brother Xiao, if I want to meet my dead relatives, can I? Of course you can, but there are 3 necessary conditions. Like I said before, voluntary is definitely one of them. Then there's the fact that they haven't been sentenced to hell to be punished, as well as the fact that they haven't been reincarnated yet. Shaolin said this back. But how do I know those? Yu Xian was puzzled. Naturally I can help ask. Shaolin smiled. The people I've helped before will ask in advance. It's so that they can make preparations in advance. But all of this, I can charge for it. Ah, how much? It's not the same, it just depends on their respective hearts. Xiao Lin shrugged. By the way, which of your relatives do you want to see? Elders? Actually, it's like this. Yu Xian lightly bit her lips and said, before I was born, I had a brother who was 2 years older than me. Mom and dad were abducted when they took him on a trip outside. The patrol caught someone later, but those traffickers said that my brother was already dead. Even now, every time I talk about it, Mom is very sad. I think it would be better if she could see her brother once, even if brother has been reincarnated like you said. At the very least there would still be news? She spoke with such earnestness that Xiao Lin felt as if he could see the sadness of Yu Xian's parents and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable heartache as well. Alright, I can promise to ask for you, Xiao Lin said, but it's been too long, so I'm afraid the odds are that none of them will be able to see each other either. Yu Xian sniffed a bit silently. She didn't have much of an impression of the brother she had never met, at most the few pictures she had seen at home. Tell me about your brother's birthday. I'll ask for you later. Okay, thank you brother Xiao. Yu Xian said her thanks and spoke the birthday out. Alright, I'll make a note of it. Xiao Lin nodded his head, and it was at this moment that little Mumu tossed his little legs and flew over, smiling even more like a flower. Xiao Bai followed behind. She obviously liked this little girl as well. Big brother, pouncing directly onto Xiao Lin's lap. This girl's eyes were smiling into a crescent moon. My POA and Mama are coming soon. Oh, as a heavenly underworld messenger, and even more so because of the bloodline connection with Tang Wei and Sun Ting, Mumu could completely sense where the couple was at any time. Missing your dad and mom, ah? Xiao Lin smiled and picked Mumu up. Okay, then we'll wait for them at home, okay? They must have bought a lot of delicious food for our Mumu. He. Too good. Thank you big brother. Mumu happily shook his little legs, and in no time ran off to play with Little White again. A very happy scene that made people smile. The next day, Xiao Lin told Yu Xian the bad news. In the hell, there was no message from her brother. It couldn't even be found in the Book of Life and Death. Isn't this the same as Mumu's situation? Could it be that my brother Yu Xian was shocked to hear this. I also don't know. Xiao Lin himself was a bit puzzled. Could it be that there was going to be another child under his seat? The legendary Golden Girls? Then, brother Xiao, is there a way to find my brother? After a pause, Yu Xian continued to ask. I'm afraid this won't work. Xiao Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. The hell of finding someone can only rely on the Book of Life and Death. Really? Then, well, I know, but no matter what, there should be a chance, right? Yu Xian didn't force it. It was just that the smile was a bit bitter. That's natural. Xiao Lin nodded. It was just that this chance was very slim. However, if there was fate, then there really might be a family reunion. In fact, Xiao Lin had wanted to use his phantasmagoria to help with the search, but it was surprisingly vague, and it even vaguely allowed him to detect the power of the heavenly Tao's backlash. Yu Xian, actually, just as Xiao Lin was about to say this, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Tang Wei, who had been mentioned only yesterday. Tang Dong? Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Tang Dong is polite. Something wrong? Truth be told, we're over here in Nanjiang City right now. On the phone, Tang Wei's voice was very polite. I wonder if I can pay Mr. Xiao a visit tomorrow? Of course, any time is welcome. Xiao Lin smiled and looked at the little girl at the side. Buring, right now Mumu is next to me. Do you guys want to talk? Can I? Tang Wei was so excited that his pitch couldn't help but raise a bit. Sun Ting's voice of excitement and urgency could obviously still be heard. So, Xiao Lin took the cell phone to Mumu. Thank you big brother. The little girl took the phone and ran towards the next door as if she had some little secret, her crunchy voice coming out. Crooked, poop, I'm Mumu. I miss you and Mama so much. Xiao Lin watched with a chuckle. Yu Xian's look that was originally a bit lost because she couldn't find her brother was also eased quite a bit by this. Soon the day passed again. In the afternoon of the next day, Tang Wei personally drove and brought Sun Ting. Not only the trunk, even the back seat was filled with all sorts of things. Fortunately, the mountain road was repaired at Xiao Lin's expense after he came back, or else I'm afraid that moving all those things would have exhausted an individual. All kinds of clothes, snacks, and even many electronic products were categorized and piled up by the wall, making people cry and laugh. A little token of appreciation. I hope Mr. Xiao won't be polite, Tang Wei said with a smile. Forget it, it won't happen again. Xiao Lin could tell that those things were worth a lot of money, and he was afraid that they would add up to nearly $1 million. Yes. Tang Wei nodded his head repeatedly. He was worried that Xiao Lin wouldn't accept them, and now he was even more relieved. Next to him, Sun Ting was holding Mumu. Both their mother and daughter were happy. Excuse me, Tang Dong, I'm on the air. If it's inconvenient for you guys, then At this moment, Yu Xian walked in from outside with a live broadcast pole in hand, and hurriedly shifted the camera to the other direction. Ha ha, it's fine. It's not like we have anything to see. Let me take a look. Yu Xian, you have quite a few people in your live room. Hello everyone. I'm Tang Wei. Tang Wei waved his hand to show that he didn't mind, and even made an appearance along the way. Wow, it's the big boss of Xianghui Supermarket. My goodness, what kind of divine place is this for my husband? Before it was Wang Dong, now it's Tang Dong. It's awesome. Anchor, why don't you hurry up and kiss his ass? In the screen, there was an uproar from many of the water users who recognized Tang Wei. Not talking to you guys, I'm Water Hourly. After skimming her mouth, Yu Xian placed her phone on a side table and stopped bothering. The anchor is getting more and more inappropriate. A real dog, quickly show us the husband. And my cloud daughter Mumu is too cute, quickly let mom kiss. Take off, take off. The water friends were clamoring, but there was nothing they could do. But soon, they were attracted by the Mumu-led unboxing action. That's right, it was the opening of boxes. One package after another was opened. Clothes, toys, snacks, as well as cell phones, computers, iPads and other electronic products. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Of course, because they knew that Yu Xian was over here. Mr. and Mrs. Tang Wei had also specially bought Yu Xian a set of cosmetics worth tens of thousands of dollars. One had to admit that Mr. and Mrs. Tang Wei were indeed very thoughtful. Even Xiao Bai's neck had a pure gold collar with her name specially engraved on it. During dinner, amethyst rice, on the other hand, made Tang Wei and Mr. and Mrs. Sun Ting praise it. Originally, Sun Ting, who had been very restrained and needed to maintain her figure even more, also ate a full 3 bowls of rice. By the way, Mr. Xiao, this side of our Castle Peak village is actually very good. I won't lie to you, I also had some understanding before I came here. Unfortunately, only the watermelons are slightly famous. The others are drinking tea in the courtyard after the meal. Tang Wei slowly said, indeed, we're still slightly remote here, not to mention far away. Even going inside Nanjiang City requires more than 2 hours of driving. Xiao Lin was also helpless. The geography was such that even if he had funded a road after he returned, it would only be a drop in the bucket for the entire Castle Peak village. I wonder if Mr. Xiao has ever thought of building a vacation lodge here? Tang Wei said, and when he saw Xiao Lin's rather interesting expression, he hurriedly continued, the environment is beautiful, and there are green hills to back it up and small rivers to weave through. It's completely feasible to repair a resort. In addition to running some hunting as well as boating activities, I believe it can attract a lot of tourists. In addition to watermelons, you can also plant some strawberries and other fruits. It's also great to let tourists pick them on their own. Tang Wei blah 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 said his own ideas. He really deserved to be a business wizard, and although he wasn't involved in this aspect of tourism and vacationing, he spoke with a good head of steam. Xiao Lin is a little moved, but not for himself, but for the villagers of Castle Peak Village. Brother Xiao, what Tang Dong said is very good. It's beautiful to think about. Yu Xian also said from the side with glowing eyes. If it's good for the village, then it's not bad, but forget about this place. I have other plans of my own. Xiao Lin said after thinking about it. Then I'll arrange for someone to come and take a look. If the vacation resort and tourism industry can be developed, it will definitely be good for the villagers as well. Tang Wei said this. Although his main business was running a supermarket chain, he had also invested in a lot of real estate and other businesses at the same time. In this regard, he was naturally more skillful than Xiao Lin. In this regard, Xiao Lin also did not object. Just say do it and do it. So soon Tang Wei took out his cell phone and started contacting the designers to come over as soon as possible for a field survey. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work, let alone a rich businessman like Tang Wei. Even Xiao Lin's own savings were enough to invest in these. Just at this time, Xiao Lin's cell phone suddenly rang, pulling it out to see that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Xiao? I'm Hu Yao. The voice wasn't unfamiliar, but it definitely couldn't be said to be familiar either. Xiao Lin's memory went back in his mind, and a delicate and attractive figure instantly surfaced. The boss's wife of brownish blue fantasy, Sister Hu. 37 car accident to save Zhou Lin. Hu Yao's request. Hu Yao. It was a good name, and it also matched the person. So it's Sister Hu. Xiao Lin held his cell phone, smiled. Is there something wrong? Mr. Xiao, I got your number from Sister Phone. It's a bit presumptuous, but I do want to ask you for a favor. Hu Yao's voice was no longer as flirtatious as it was last time on the brownish blue fantasy. Instead it was somewhat anxious and weak. As for the Sister Phone in her mouth, it was Wang Changlin's wife, Feng Wan. Last time, Wang Hong had said that Hu Yao was Feng Wan's bosom friend. Oh, what is it? Xiao Lin frowned slightly. I'm currently over here in Nanjing City. If Mr. Xiao has time, could you come over for a chat? I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to come to the door to ask for advice. It's really because I've encountered a great deal of trouble right now. Hu Yao said so. There was also a lot of apologies in her weak tone. Just as they were talking, another short beeping sound came from within the earpiece of Xiao Lin's cell phone. It wasn't someone else. It was none other than Feng Wan. Sister Hu. Sister Wan is calling in. Wait a moment. After saying this, Xiao Lin connected Feng Wan's call. Actually, Feng Wan had the same meaning. It was to ask Xiao Lin to do Hu Yao a favor. In the end, on Feng Wan's face, Xiao Lin decided to personally go to Nanjing City tomorrow and walk up a bit. He also agreed on a meeting place with Hu Yao. As the host, Xiao Lin was about to leave. And naturally, Tang Wei and Sun Ting were not in a good position to stay. The next morning, Xiao Lin and his wife left Castle Peak Village in the Mercedes-Benz GLS that Tang Wei had driven over to Nanjing City, together with Yu Xian and Xiao Mumu. It was just right. Mr. Xiao, I bought a house over in Nanjing City. I'll just happen to stay there this time over. On the way to the car, Tang Wei said smilingly, it wasn't any kind of showing off. For characters like them, it was a normal thing to have houses all over the country. Alright, then I'll be polite. Xiao Lin agreed with a smile. Sitting on the passenger seat, looking at little Mumu who was playing around with Sun Ting and Yu Xian in the back, he couldn't help but feel even more cozy. Regardless of whether it was Tang Wei or Xiao Lin, this was the case. It would probably take about 3 hours to travel from Qingshan Village to Nanjing City. Counting up, it was almost just time for lunch when they got there. Worthy of being a $1 million luxury car, not a single outside sound could be heard while traveling on the road, and everything went smoothly. Although Tang Wei usually had a driver, his driving skills were also very good and steady. Time, too, passed slowly in such a smooth process. However, what no one expected was that just when there were still more than 10 minutes to go before entering Nanjing City Center, suddenly a red Chevrolet behind them suddenly speeding out of control like a runaway, directly crashing hard into the guardrail next to this national highway. With a bang, the front face of the car was instantly broken. If it wasn't for the guardrail, this car would have been rushed directly to the outside. All the cars that passed by during this time period chose to stop. Quick, call the police to save people. Something's happened. Help, quick, fire extinguishers. Most of the car owners took out fire extinguishers from their respective cars and ran towards the Chevrolet. Those who extinguished the fire extinguished the fire. Those who saved people saved people. After letting Sun Ting and Yu Xian stay inside the car, Xiao Lin and Tang Wei also joined the rescue team. Only at this time, the driver's seat had been squeezed quite a bit, the airbag popped out, and the driver was even more squeezed and stuck in it. Are you? Xiao Lin came to the side of the car, could not help but stare. The accident was actually that the patrol captain of the Golden Lake town, Zhou Lin, her forehead was injured, and her right leg was even stuck inside and unable to move. The only fortunate thing is that Zhou Lin did not fall into a coma. Consciousness those are still relatively awake. Xiao Lin? Zhou Lin was also stunned to see Xiao Lin and smiled somewhat bitterly. Alright, stop talking. Think of a way to come out first. Xiao Lin waved his hand to signal, and together with the other kind car owners, he wanted to open the door to save people. However, let alone opening the car door, even moving it was impossible. No way. It looks like we can only wait for the rescuers to come over. Our strength is not enough. Girl, don't fall asleep. Let's talk with you together. Everyone was obviously concerned. Who? Let me do it. Xiao Lin took a deep breath and reached his left hand through the broken window while his right hand pulled tightly on the edge of the window. Whirling the next second, only heard a bang sound. Under everyone's shocked gaze, that car door was actually directly ripped open by him, and then was heavily thrown aside. Wow, how is this possible? Super Hercules? What a great strength. I didn't expect him to look quite thin. How could his strength be so great? Everyone, cut the crap. Quickly save the people. Pull the person out first. Pay attention to your posture. Don't cause secondary injuries. Everyone marveled and looked at Xiao Lin as if he was looking at a monster. However, Soli quickly came back to their senses, and with everyone working together, they very smoothly picked up Zhou Lin. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Zhou Lin, Xiao Lin and the others left the scene. Soon the doctors and traffic police also arrived. While rushing the injured Zhou Lin to the hospital, the others were also being investigated by the traffic police, and it was only then that they realized that Xiao Lin, who had been credited with saving the lives of the people this time and who had torn the car door with his hand, had long since disappeared. What? One person tore open the door of the car that was squeezed like this? How is this possible? The traffic police listened to the car owners incredulously, but when their eyes touched the car door on the ground aside, they had to believe it. Thus, Xiao Lin became a legend. Mr. Xiao, your strength is really great. TSK. If you were a different person, I'm afraid that you would be able to directly tear it open, right? On the Mercedes, Tang Wei was extremely marveled. Sun Ting and Yu Xian were the same. Only Mumu was very calm as he continued to play with Little White, as if he felt that his big brother was supposed to be like this. Just a fluke. Xiao Lin smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. By the way, I don't want to draw too much attention to this matter. Does Tang Dong have any ideas? He said this. I'll help ask, but this can only not expand outwardly. The traffic police or the patrol side will not be able to do anything. Tang Wei thought about it and said this way. Okay, then I'll trouble Tang Dong. Xiao Lin shrugged his shoulders and then said no more, while Tang Wei continued to drive. After entering the city and turning to the eastern suburb, roughly another 40 or so minutes passed, arriving at a villa area in the eastern suburb of Nanjiang City. The most coincidental thing was that the house Tang Wei said he bought was actually the same place as what Hu Yao said last night, Riverside First Moon Villa area. However, Tang Wei's was villa number 7, and Hu Yao was in number 22. The straight line distance was only a few hundred meters. Arriving at villa number 7 and simply settling in, Xiao Lin held Xiao Bai and walked towards number 22, the private gardens of each family on the road, as well as the various colors of scenery, especially from afar to see the rippling river. There is a sense of dazzle. Ding dong. Soon, Xiao Lin rang the villa's doorbell. After waiting for a while, Hu Yao opened the door. Mr. Xiao. Hu Yao was stunned and hurriedly sidestepped and let in, wearing a summer home dress. It was rather loose, but its slender figure could be vaguely seen. In the living room with a height of 6 meters, Xiao Lin sat on the sofa holding Little White, and Hu Yao poured a cup of tea before sitting down as well. Only at this time the Little White, but a change from the usual lazy, that pair of blue-like crystal version of the eyes tightly staring at Hu Yao, and Hu Yao at this moment in Little White's tightly staring, but is also a little less natural. She could truly feel Xiao Bai's uncommonness. Xiao Lin suddenly reached out and gently caressed Little White, causing Little White to immediately stretch out in his arms before becoming lazy again. The little tongue licked Xiao Lin's palm, behaving as usual. When I first saw it, the little woman was really a flesh-eyed mortal. Idle Mr. Xiao. Hu Ting retracted her gaze and lamented, hearing Sister Feng introduce Mr. Xiao. I originally had some in my heart, but now that I've seen this one again, it really makes my daughter impressed with Mr. Xiao. Flattering words, coupled with Hu Yao's own bewitching temperament. If an unusual person came here, I'm afraid that the first time would be directly mesmerized. Sister Hu, we won't say much else. You said on the phone yesterday that you've encountered a great deal of trouble? Xiao Lin spoke indifferently. Yes, the flirtatious color on Hu Yao's face was gone. Although Sister Feng didn't say it explicitly, I believe that Mr. Xiao is definitely not a very human person. I wonder if Mr. Xiao has heard of the Northeast 5 Immortals? Fox, Yellow, White, Willow, Gray? Xiao Lin raised his eyebrows and looked towards a certain room on the second floor. The one that Sister Hu enshrined should be the Fox Fairy, right? Yes. Hu Yao nodded and continued. To be honest, I'm from the Northeast. Recently, I was pestered by a purple-robed ghost king, so I had no choice but to flee the magic capital and come over to Nanjiang. But I didn't expect that the ghost king would come after me in a few days, and even my immortal was seriously injured because of it. There's really no way out. I happen to know something about Mr. Zhao's notoriety from Sister Feng, and that's why I wanted to ask for your help. These words, if placed outside, would definitely be treated as superstition. Countless people scoffed at it. However, Hu Yao said it this time, but her hands were environmentally friendly to her knees, and her expression was unusually ugly. It was even vaguely flushed with a few pallor. After the Northeast 5 Immortals were enshrined, it could almost be said that they were closely connected to the people who enshrined them. When the Immortals were seriously injured, Hu Yao naturally did not feel good either. Once the purple-clothed Ghost King came to her door again, she was afraid that she would no longer be able to fight back. Purple-clothed Ghost King? Interesting. Xiao Lin mused slightly. The Yin spirits in the world could be roughly categorized into 6 types. From their appearance, black, white, yellow, green, and purple. Among them, black and white was the lowest grade, which could only be found at night and could not withstand sunlight. The world is roughly all of these. The yellow and green are medium, can be infested in the daytime for a short period of time, and even master some of the cultivation method. For example, last time Xiao Lin eliminated in the remote reservoir is the yellow ghost. However, they are relatively rare, and it takes at least 100 years for a yellow to be birthed. As for green and purple, they were even rarer. A green-clothed ghost is at least 500 years old. The purple-clothed, on the other hand, became the representative of the Ghost King. Every purple-clothed Ghost King possesses a strength comparable to that of an 8th-level Yin warrior, but it takes at least 1,000 years to be so. What makes you think that I can help you? Xiao Lin leaned on the sofa and asked with a faint smile.